Chapter 1025. Yi Qinghan beckoned for her to sit beside him. He even personally poured a cup of tea for her before saying with a smile, "Cherry blossoms, are you used to living here? Tell your cousin if there's anything you lack." Cherry blossoms did not take the tea, nor did she sit down. Instead, she jumped around in front of Yi Qinghan with her hands behind her back like a bunny. She said with a grin, "Brother-in-law, Yen Dragon City is very nice. It lacks nothing. It's very comfortable staying here. There's no pressure and I don't have to think about scheming. I'm very happy. It's good that you're happy. If anyone bullies you, tell me. I'll stand up for you." Yi Qinghan gave a leisurely smile as he looked at his cheap sister-in-law. Thinking of how she had stood firmly behind him in South Mountain City, he felt his heart warm up. There were many people in this world who dared to love and hate, but very few people would resolutely betray a powerful family clan like the Sakura family. It was as though he was standing in Yi family castle years ago, facing Yi Tianlong and the Yi family elders in a furious rebuke. "Brother-in-law, let me tell you a secret." Suddenly, the corners of Cherry Blossom's mouth curled up as she gave a cheeky smile. She bent her body slightly and leaned in. Yi Qinghan smiled and cooperatively listened. Cherry Blossoms leaned in once again, almost reaching Yi Qinghan's ear before whispering, "Brother-in-law, I realize that I like you. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Everyone has the right to pursue someone, right? I'll definitely win your heart. Courting a man you like is a custom of us ladies in South Mountain City." With that said, Cherry Blossoms turned around and ran off while covering her mouth. She left behind an embarrassed Yi Qinghan. As he rubbed his nose in embarrassment, Yi Qinghan recalled Feng Zi from the Fire Dragon continent. He mimicked him by stroking his hair and muttered in a slightly intoxicated manner, "Sigh. Being handsome is actually a form of trouble. Cherry Blossoms, thank you for your kind intentions, but unfortunately, I can't accept it. Can I use vulgarities?" Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out. A silhouette walked in from the side hall's entrance. The silhouette was dressed in snow-white robes, and there was a snow-white long sword hanging from his waist. He looked extremely flirtatious. Who else could it be but Xiaohei? No. Yi Qinghan did not even look at Xiaohei. In fact, while he was chatting with Cherry Blossoms, Yi Qinghan had discovered countless psyche probing them secretly. They believed that it was done in secret, but they never expected Yi Qinghan to gain insight into eternal space. He was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations and instantly sensed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something that was unacceptable. The backyard was on fire, the situation was very serious. Then I have nothing to say." Xiaohei had originally walked over with a dignified appearance, but when he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he immediately withered. He glanced around with shifty eyes as the expression on his face turned ingratiating. He looked as though he was asking for a beating. "Boss, don't be so heartless. Take me with you. I've been bored out of my mind in Godseal Valley for the past 600 years. Yi Qinghan glared coldly at Xiaohei and shook his head. However, he sent a voice transmission. "Xiaohei, you are thinking of going out to flirt with beauties, right? Hee, my parents gave birth to me, and the one who knows me best is my boss." Xiaohei chuckled as he sent a voice transmission. Then, he frowned and wore a bitter expression. The speed at which his expression changed was comparable to Emperor Yi's. He looked pitifully at Yi Qinghan and sent a voice transmission. "Boss, it's all your fault. Shu'er is afraid that I will learn bad things from you. For the past 600 years, as long as I leave Godseal Valley, I have never left my side. I even have thoughts of dying." Looking at the resentful expression on Xiaohei's face, Yi Qinghan felt both annoyed and amused as he sent a telepathic message to Xiaohei, "What's the use of you going out with me? There are not many people in the Starry Sea now, let alone women. It's not fun either. If your aunt finds out, she will skin me alive. It's fine if you want to go, but you can send a message to your aunt. If she agrees, I have no objections. That's what you said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei's eyes lit up. He immediately took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message while grinning cheekily. There are no more women in the Star Sea, but there are definitely beauties in the legions this time, right? Hee, yes, hee. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and ignored it. He closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. It was a quiet night. The next day, when Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Hei proudly waving his communication jade talisman at him. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Lord Devour really doted on Xiao Hei. The women had woken up early. Due to his promise, Yi Qinghan had to stand up for Xiao Hei and talk to Li Shuwei. With a righteous face, Xiao Hei, who was ready to fight for humanity to the last drop of his essence, entered the transporting formation and headed to the 10,000 Waters City. The square of the 10,000 Waters City was now crowded with people. They were not the residents of the 10,000 Waters City, but the official army. With a glance, Yi Qinghan found that they were all elites of the official army, and the weakest among them was a 5th-grade war god. At first glance, he could see a dense crowd of people. The snow-white sabers in their hands reflected a cold white light under the light of the rising sun. The ethereal army, which had been transferred from the various mansions, had obviously been teleported over last night. They were ready to follow Yi Qinghan and Kid on an expedition to the Star Sea. Swoosh! The space around Yi Qinghan fluctuated. Many venerables teleported and got down on one knee, shouting in unison, "Greetings, frigid night sovereign. Greetings, frigid night sovereign." The misty army on the square knelt down one by one like rice being blown by the wind. Loud shouts resounded, shaking the sky of Wanshui City. Yi Qinghan's face was cold. Xiao Hei, who was next to him, also looked solemn. They did not dare to make trouble in such a situation. The one who knelt at the front was a middle-aged man who looked as steady as a mountain but had an ethereal temperament. He raised his head to look at Yi Qinghan and said calmly, "Frigid Night Sovereign, Lord Jida will be here soon. Please go up and say a few words." Yi Qinghan nodded and did not act coy. He slowly flew up into the air and faced the tens of millions of Star Army soldiers below. He amplified his divine power and shouted, "In the Star Sea, there are countless demons who are trying to turn the divine realm into another demon realm. They want to turn our people, our families, and our children into walking corpses. They want to destroy our cities and trample on our homes. Tell me, do you agree? Do the sabers in your hands agree?" "No." The answer to Yi Qinghan was an extremely orderly shout that shook the sky. Countless white sabers were waved up and down in an orderly manner. The cold murderous aura froze the air in the city. Yi Qinghan nodded. He was very satisfied with the quality of the ethereal army. He smiled gently and continued to say loudly, "While killing the enemy bravely, I have a very strict requirement for you. That is, to come back alive. Kill the enemy bravely and come back alive. Kill the enemy bravely and come back alive. Kill the enemy bravely and come back alive." Along with 3 loud roars, Jida's figure quietly appeared beside Yi Qinghan. Jida looked at the ethereal lord, who was full of morale, and was very satisfied. He nodded to Yi Qinghan. They waved their hands at the same time and shouted angrily, "Let's go. Our target is the Star Sea." Yi Qinghan, Jida, and Xiao Hei took the lead and flew in front. Countless venerables followed closely behind. Then, the tens of millions of ethereal army soldiers rose into the sky one by one, forming a huge dragon that covered the sky. In the end, this dragon turned into an arrow formation and shot into the Star Sea like a sharp arrow. In the distant Star Sea, the seawater was still blood red. However, the originally clear sky above the sea was now covered with dark clouds. They were like ferocious demons that wanted to devour everything. Chapter 1026. Star Ocean, Internal Ocean. The Supreme Island was still guarded by the 9 guardian islands like 9 divine dragons. All 10 islands had their barriers activated, especially Supreme Island. The barrier on the island was colorful and extremely dazzling. Not only was the barrier beautiful, but a small portion of the people in the realm of the divinity knew that this barrier was the strongest in the realm of the divinity. It was the only barrier in the realm of the divinity that could withstand an attack from a 9th grade expert. Moreover, this was something that had been proven. The person who did it was said to be the Star Monarch himself. At this moment, the giant island under the colorful barrier was filled with people. They were all from the Star Army. Most of the Star Army was sitting cross-legged in the wild. At first glance, the whole island was filled with people. Supreme Island was huge. It was almost 1/3 of the size of the ethereal continent. Yet, the wilderness on such a huge island was filled with people. One could imagine how many martial artists there were on Supreme Island. Supreme City Governor's Office. The huge hall was filled with people. If there were outsiders around, they would definitely be shocked. Because there were more than 50 people sitting in the hall, and all of them were venerables. These were the true secrets of the Star Ocean. All 50 of them were wearing the God of War robe. The one sitting at the top was Li Kong, who was as fat as an elephant. Li Kong's entire body fell into the lion chair. The fat on his face caused his eyes to narrow into a slit. No one could tell what he was thinking. The hall was silent and oppressive. All the venerables looked at Li Kong. They looked at his fat body and his narrowed eyes. Countless people felt that Li Kong's appearance was meant to give off an imposing and unfathomable feeling. Especially when he didn't speak and just sat there quietly. A mountain-like pressure came at them, making it hard for them to breathe. "Sir." After sitting like that for a long time, one of the venerables finally couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and shouted at Li Kong, "Monarch, is there still no decree? If we don't fight now, we will become the sinners of humankind. We are already sinners." A brown-haired venerable took over and sighed heavily. His eyes dimmed as he closed his eyes and raised his head. How many people can escape from the 108,000 islands of the Starry Sea this time? Many venerables were killed by Yi Qinghan. Without venerables to lead the way, can they escape? The brown-haired venerable's words made the rage on everyone's faces intensify. More people stood up and stared at Li Kong with burning eyes. Before the arrival of the devils, these venerables and tens of billions of star soldiers were all stationed on 9 Guardians Island. When the devils descended in large numbers, these venerables immediately requested to go out and suppress the devils. In the end, they received a message from Li Kong, asking everyone on the 9 Guardians Island to retreat to the Supreme Island. This order was baffling, but Li Kong said that it was the Star Monarch's order. All the venerables stopped doubting him. They led the cultivators and the Star Army on the outpost islets into Supreme Island. In the end, after they entered, the Supreme Island's shield was activated again. They couldn't get out even if they wanted to. The Star Monarch didn't pass down any orders. Dozens of venerables and tens of billions of Star Army stayed on Supreme Island. They watched as countless devils wreaked havoc on the Starry Sea and watched as the sky of the Starry Sea turned darker and darker. Today, all the venerables finally couldn't take it anymore. They came to the city lord's residence together to demand an explanation from Li Kong. Who knew that after everyone talked for a while, Li Kong just sat there motionlessly, as if he had fallen asleep. "Sir, I suggest that we meet the monarch and ask for his opinion." "Yes. If we don't fight now, how are we going to show our faces in the realm of the gods in the future? If the devils continue to descend, the entire realm of the gods will be destroyed. What's the point of us staying here? Everyone, we didn't do anything to Yi Qinghan during the battle outside Soul Emperor Island. Our reputation has reached the lowest point in history. If we don't fight now, how are we going to show our faces in the realm of the gods in the future? We might as well enter a secret realm and be a turtle. Li Kong didn't say anything. The venerables below became even more rowdy. Ever since Yi Qinghan declared war, Star Ocean's reputation had fallen. Everyone was furious. Since when did Star Ocean, which was once the center of the realm of the gods, fall to such a state? Cough. Finally, a light cough was heard. All the venerables immediately shut their mouths and looked at the huge figure at the top. The muscles on Li Kong's face twitched slightly. He opened his eyes a slit and swept a cold glance across everyone's faces, before saying leisurely, "I said 3 points. If you want to continue making trouble, feel free to do so. Firstly, the monarch said that the realm of the gods won't be destroyed. Everyone can rest assured about that. Secondly, Star Ocean is still the strongest force in the realm of the gods. Of course, that'll have to wait for the monarch to come out of seclusion. The monarch will take back the honor that Star Ocean lost. Thirdly, Supreme Island will not be opened before the monarch comes out of seclusion. The monarch said that if anyone is unwilling to be left out, then send them to the netherworld to have some fun. Are you all clear?" As soon as Li Kong finished speaking, a chill rose in the hall and quickly spread. The Star Monarch's decisiveness in killing had always been famous in the realm of the gods. He would definitely do what he said. No one dared to raise any objections. Their eyes moved as they started to ponder the deeper meaning behind Li Kong's words. No matter what everyone thought, at least Supreme Island calmed down. No one dared to challenge the Star Monarch's authority. Although so many people were trapped on an island, and no one knew how long it would last, they could only force themselves to cultivate in seclusion. Star Ocean's inner sea was very strange. No demons attacked. No demons even stepped into the inner sea. If Star Ocean was a copper plate, the inner sea would be the hole. The hole was surrounded by demons, and outside the copper plate, countless armies were charging towards the hole. Yi Qinghan and Jida were the strongest army in the east. The two didn't do anything. They just controlled the overall situation. Dozens of supremacies were the vanguard, and the army was divided into countless small arrowheads. They followed the leading supremacies and formed a fan shape, advancing towards the dark Star Ocean. There were only some low-level demons at the periphery. The highest level was just some Shura. They didn't even see a Shura king. They advanced very quickly at the start, and there were no casualties. Yi Qinghan and Jida weren't in a hurry. Actually, with their strength, they could advance 1,000,000 miles in a day. If the two of them attacked, they could easily kill a large number of demons. But the two didn't attack. Fighting demons wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Also, capturing the leader was something that could be done by the free people. What they needed to do was to control the tens of millions of martial artists below so that they could continuously clean up and suppress the demons, cleaning up all the surrounding demons without missing a single one. Above the sea, Jida and Yi Qinghan stood proudly in midair. The sounds of fighting and the roars of the demons were endless. Jida turned a deaf ear to them and smiled at Yi Qinghan beside him. "Little Han, do you know why the demon realm is attacking the divine realm wave after wave?" Yi Qinghan shook his head. His gaze swept across Xiaohei, who was chatting with a female martial artist. He turned and asked, "Can't the demons of the demon realm be killed? How many demons die in baleful stream every year? And now, they can still stop such a strong attack. Of course they can't be killed." Jida smiled coldly. "Little Han, don't you remember the monster emperor under your command? His descendants are all born from him. As long as the monster emperor doesn't die, there will be an endless stream of demon beasts. The same goes for demons. Shura can constantly give birth to demons, and then the demons will continue to evolve and become Shura. Moreover, the demon realm is 10 times larger than the divine realm. Do you think you can kill them all? This time, the demons are so tenacious in attacking the divine realm, and countless Shura kings are coming. Actually, a small part of the reason is because of you. Because of me. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji De. It didn't seem like he was joking. Instead, his gaze landed on the ring on his finger. He suddenly realized that Ji De was here for the slaughter god saber. He asked curiously, "What's the other reason?" A complicated look flashed in Ji De's eyes as he said, "It's for their ancestor devil. The owner of your slaughter god saber." Chapter 10:27. Ancestral Devil. Yi Qinghan recalled what the Pavilion Branch Master had said when he went to the Battle God Pavilion of the Soul Devourer Manor. This saber belonged to the Sovereign Evil Demon, and this Sovereign Evil Demon had been suppressed by the 3 Pavilion Masters of the Battle God Pavilion. It seemed like the evil demons had descended so crazily because they wanted to rescue this Sovereign Evil Demon. Big Brother Ji De, do these Azura Kings and Devil Monarchs have any special abilities? After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan asked. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you don't understand the situation now, you will be a laughing stock if you panic when you meet the Azura Kings. The Azura Kings are better. They have an immortal body. When you attack them, don't stop. Keep attacking until their bodies are smashed into pieces. The Devil Monarchs are very troublesome. As long as there is demonic energy in the heaven and earth essence energy, they can revive continuously. Furthermore, the demonic energy in their bodies can corrode the power source. Therefore, no matter how many supremacies there are, they will still die when they meet the Devil Monarchs. Only we can use the power of space to suppress them. Furthermore, we need to use restrictions to suppress them permanently. Ji De said solemnly. When he saw Yi Qinghan frown, he patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. If we meet the Devil Monarchs, Lord Qingshan, the Ice Queen, and Lord Diao Wu will help. They all know about restrictions and can suppress ordinary Devil Monarchs easily. Therefore, our mission this time is not very difficult. Dealing with the Azura Kings is very simple." Yi Qinghan nodded. However, he was pondering in his heart. Lord Devourer asked him to use the Slaughter God's saber more often when dealing with the evil demons. It seemed like he had to secretly fight it when he had the chance. You take a look. I will go and take a look at the situation of King Yanran and the Blood Knight Monarch's armies. Ji De said a few words and teleported away. Yi Qinghan continued to stand quietly in midair, but her divine senses were sweeping in all directions. She was watching the intense crossfire from all sides. Swish! When Xiao He saw Ji De teleport away, he quickly flew up and stood beside Yi Qinghan. He laughed like a fool. Yi Qinghan's divine sense continued to patrol around. Without turning his head, he asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did you pick up a treasure?" Xiao He giggled again. He then glanced at the few female martial artists below and winked at Yi Qinghan. Then, he quietly said, "Boss, I find that Sir Xiao He is very popular. Many women are very enthusiastic about Sir Xiao He. Heh, a few girls even hinted at me to go on a date with me when I return." *CK, Yi Qinghan nearly smacked him on the head. Helplessness filled his eyes. He looked coldly at the female cultivators below, scaring them into withdrawing their gazes and continuing to watch the battle in front of them. Only then did Yi Qinghan reply, "Idiot. Xiao He, have you forgotten your identity? As long as your aunt and I are here, even if you're a pig, there will be girls willing to marry you. If you really want to pursue a girl, you should conceal your identity and use your charm to conquer them." "Oh, I got it, boss." Xiao He wasn't a fool. As soon as Yi Qinghan said that, he understood it. At this moment, he recalled that those female warriors had told Yi Qinghan that they would ask about Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Now, he felt bored. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan arched his brows, his face stern. He shouted at Xiao He, back off. Go to the central formation. A big fish is coming. I'm going to meet him. Then, Yi Qinghan's body faded, and a big face appeared in the sky. Then, the face changed, turning into a massive hand that pounded the sky on the left. This hand wasn't as big as the one on Soul Emperor Island. Apparently, Yi Qinghan had reserved his power, not using all of his space power. Yi Qinghan understood clearly that he had used all of his space power on Soul Emperor Island. After that, he had been unconscious for more than half a month. Moreover, at this moment, there was only one Azura King. He wanted to test its power first. The warriors down there woke up in just a blink of an eye. The God Emperor warriors on the side where Yi Qinghan had just slapped retreated. Then, the venerables teleported, dashing toward that side. Thud! Yi Qinghan's palm swept past, and the demon chi in that direction was like ice and snow meeting a red-hot iron pincer. With an unstoppable force, it tore a large hole in the dark sky in front of it. The devils, demon kings, and Azuras that the giant hand encountered turned to dust as soon as it touched them. The powerful space power crushed everything. Like a tear in a piece of black cloth, a huge figure appeared in the black fog ahead. It was several hundred meters tall, and its body was covered in tiny black scales. Each scale was triangular and arranged in a very strange way. Its body seemed to be surrounded by small snake-like scars. It was a ghastly sight at first glance. There were 6 sharp claws on its fingers, and black energy swirled around them. There were rows of spikes on its back, and at the bottom of the spine, there was a thick and long tail. There were far fewer scales on its head, and it didn't have ferocious teeth. Its eyes weren't blood red, but black and white like a human's. It was just that the evil and cold intent within was enough to make one's soul shiver. It also strangely had no devil horns on its head. If it wasn't for the black energy it spat out from time to time, and the evil feeling it gave off, others might have thought it was a special race of the divine realm. Everyone only glanced at the Azura King, but they were secretly startled. Then, that giant palm came crashing down. The palm that Yi Qinghan condensed was at most a fifth of his full strength. It was much smaller than it was on Soul Emperor Island, thus it only covered the upper half of the Abyssal's body. Thud! The Azura King was smashed down like a clay figurine by a giant stick. The several hundred-meter-tall Azura King didn't even have time to roar before its upper body above its abdomen was smashed apart by Yi Qinghan's palm. The giant palm didn't stop. It continued to rush forwards, cutting open another deep hole in the black cloth that covered the sky. Whoosh! The 4 supremacies in the front were stunned for a moment before they immediately rushed towards the Azura King's upper body. The 4 supremacies' source power surrounded the Azura King and attacked the 2 giant legs at the same time. Without waiting for the Azura King to condense its body, the 2 giant legs were smashed into pieces and the Azura King was completely killed. Yi Qinghan didn't move as he recovered his mind power. At the same time, he continued to investigate. In his heart, he heaved a sigh of relief. This Azura King looked very aggressive. If he used 1/3 of his spatial power, he would be able to kill it instantly. With Jida by his side, the 2 of them could take turns to attack. Even if they encountered a group of Azura Kings, with the help of these supremacies, it shouldn't be a problem. As they continued to investigate with their divine senses, Yi Qinghan flew down from the sky. A long black slaughter god saber suddenly appeared in his hand. His body's source power revolved around it, and like a dragon, he rushed towards an Azura in front of him. Since Lord Devour said to use the slaughter god saber more, then he would use it more. He wanted to see how powerful the slaughter god's saber was. Chapter 1028. Yi Qinghan's attack attracted the attention of countless people. Tens of millions of martial artists. The battle line wasn't very long at this moment. Only millions of martial artists were gradually advancing, with a central army at the rear ready to support them at any time. At this moment, the monarch attacked again. Everyone looked curiously, their divine sense locked on, hoping to comprehend something from Yi Qinghan's attack. But many people couldn't understand Yi Qinghan's attack. Yi Qinghan's entire body was surrounded by the power of origin to protect his body. His attack seemed very simple, but with a casual slash, the azura in front of him instantly turned into powder and began to corrode. Yi Qinghan was very strong, there was no doubt about this, but why did his attack on the azura's arm turn into powder? Was the power too great? Was it shattered? It had to be, otherwise it was hard to explain this strange imagination. Countless low-level martial artists looked at Yi Qinghan with fiery eyes. Watching Yi Qinghan in front of him, like a swimming dragon, rushing left and right, a long black saber, everything that came into contact with it instantly turned into powder, unstoppable, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Of course, there were some knowledgeable people who saw through the mystery and stared at the saber in Yi Qinghan's hand. Many people recognized this saber, but no one dared to use it, because the two venerables who used this saber in the past both died, dying of madness. This was not a rumor, but a fact that shocked the divine realm. Many great clans had records of this. Because these two were famous venerables of the divine realm. Moreover, a monarch of the divine realm had clearly said that besides people from the demon world, this weapon would definitely kill anyone from the divine realm. Many people knew that Yi Qinghan had used this saber for a long time without the slightest harm. They all sighed inwardly. Frigid Night Monarch was indeed strong, worthy of being the #1 freak of the divine realm. Look at the demonic weapon that no one in the divine realm dared to use, wasn't it used very well in his hands? After half an hour, Yi Qinghan withdrew his saber and continued to stand in the air, letting everyone continue to attack. In just half an hour, Yi Qinghan swept through a large number of demon azuras. His efficiency was much higher than the venerables. Of course, if he used spatial power, it would be even faster. "Boss, are you alright?" Yi Qinghan was expressionless, but Xiao He and Xiao He knew very well. Of Xiao He Yi Qinghan's soul was clearly aware. Of Qi of killing intent was already in Xiao He of Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan. Of course, this bit of baleful aura was nothing to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's current soul was incomparably powerful. 600 years had passed. Although his soul had shrunk, its strength had increased by a lot. If Yi Qinghan held this saber, he would be affected by the qi of killing intent in the saber, and his eyes would immediately turn bloodshot. At this moment, if he continued to kill, in another 2 hours, he would definitely completely enter the crazed state he had in the baleful Yin stream. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not allow himself to enter that state. Although he might not be in danger, his main duty was not to kill the enemy, but to guard the place. Moreover, he was a sovereign now, so he had to maintain his demeanor. Therefore, he accepted the saber. After a short while, the qi of killing intent in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely eliminated. As he was about to attack again, Jida returned. Yi Qinghan hurriedly smiled and inquired about the situation. Jida laughed. In the northeast, Sovereign Yanran is leading the warriors of the Grace Mainland and the 100,000 ace guards of the Ice and Snow Island. They are slowly advancing. In the southeast are the people of the Blood Knight Sovereign. Lord Qingshan is leading the 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry to the south. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry. So few people. Hee hee. Jida laughed. Don't look down on these 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry. There are at least 1,000 venerables, and the rest are peak grade 7. Moreover, the warriors of the Green Mountain tribe have special skills. These 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry are all riding on black blood dragon unicorns. Their combined strength is even stronger than our Misty army. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The immortal world was indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The two of them did not speak anymore. Yi Qinghan asked Jida to guard the place while he continued to take out the slaughter god blade and attack the demons. When Jida saw Yi Qinghan using the slaughter god blade, his eyes lit up and he sighed. However, he did not say anything. He did not ask Yi Qinghan anything either. Gradually, the opening that the Misty army created became bigger and bigger. The entire Misty army, except for a portion of the reserve army, stretched out the battle line and joined the battle to kill the demons. Yi Qinghan completely handed the task of controlling the army to Jida while he was busy killing the demons. Every time the evil aura started to gather in his mind, he would stop attacking. After clearing the evil aura in his soul spirit, he would continue to attack. A few days later, Yi Qinghan realized that the black line in his mind did not show any signs of spreading. There were no changes in his body. Other than the lightning that constantly struck his soul spirit, it was still the same. Thus, he continued to attack with ease. 1 month later, the Misty army's battle line started to shorten. The entire army had already advanced 1,000,000 miles. On the left side, they had already connected with the Blood Knight army. On the right side, the God Grace army was in sight. The entire Star Sea had already been surrounded by the Immortal World's army. Furthermore, this encirclement was constantly shrinking. Yi Qinghan gently slashed an Azura into pieces with his blade. Then, he suddenly retracted his blade and rapidly retreated. There was no expression on his face, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. His hand gently caressed the slaughter god blade. Just now, he suddenly had a feeling that the slaughter god blade seemed to have come to life and even let out a soft cry. After muttering to himself for a moment, he carefully penetrated the blade with his divine senses. SSAO. Once his divine senses entered the blade, Yi Qinghan felt as though he had entered a scene from Azura Hell. There were actually countless ghost-shaped monsters inside. Their bodies were translucent, and they looked very sinister and terrifying. However, they did not look like demons. Furthermore, these ghost-shaped monsters were actually killing and devouring each other. Yi Qinghan's divine senses only stayed inside for a moment, and his soul spirit actually felt a chill. Then, his entire body felt a little cold. One could imagine how strange the monsters inside were. Yi Qinghan did not dare to continue killing. These few days, he had already lost count of how many demon Azuras he had killed. Lord Devour had said that the more you use a blade, the more powerful it becomes. Now that the slaughter god blade had changed, perhaps Lord Devour's words had been verified. After returning to Jida's side, Yi Qinghan did not say anything. He only silently sensed the slaughter god blade, and Jida also did not ask much. He knew that Yi Qinghan had many strange things on him. If he did not say anything, it would not be good for him to find out. Half a day later, the ghost-shaped monsters inside were still killing and devouring each other. However, there were much fewer of them now. 1 day later, Yi Qinghan realized that the number of ghost-shaped monsters inside had increased to 5. However, every single one of them looked extremely powerful and had a terrifying aura. When Yi Qinghan's divine senses probed inside, he felt his entire body turn cold. The 5 ghost-shaped monsters continued to attack and kill each other. If it wasn't for the fact that these 5 monsters had no intention of attacking Yi Qinghan's divine senses, Yi Qinghan would have heard Lord Devour's words and used his origin energy to destroy them. 3 days later. A deafening roar sounded out from the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. At the same time, the slaughter god blade emitted a blinding white light. The martial artists who were enveloped by this light instantly felt their bodies turn cold. Their bodies could not move at all. Even Jida felt a slightly oppressive aura coming from the slaughter god blade. His face turned solemn. Yi Qinghan looked at the slaughter god blade in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock. However, his eyes were burning with passion as he exclaimed, "Is the evolution finally complete?" Chapter 1029. The specter and the slaughter god's saber had turned into one. The sound that came from the gigantic specter that had swallowed all the specters was from that gigantic specter. This specter was very powerful. Just by looking at Jida's expression, one could tell that it was very powerful. However, Yi Qinghan did not mind. He felt that the specter and the saber did not have any evil intentions towards him. In fact, it felt like it was connected to his flesh and blood. Weapon spirit. Yi Qinghan frowned. The slaughter god's saber was a transcendent grade divine weapon. There was no doubt about this. However, it did not have a weapon spirit. Now, a specter had appeared because it had killed the demon Azuras. From the looks of it, the slaughter god's saber seemed to have become even more powerful. Could it have developed a weapon spirit? Big brother Jida, let me try. This saber seems to have undergone some changes. Yi Qinghan turned and said to Jida. Jida looked at the saber worriedly and said, "If you cannot control it completely, it is best to destroy it. After all, this is something from the evil devil world." Yi Qinghan nodded. His source energy revolved around his body. Then, he rushed forward into the demonic aura. However, he did not attack. He only used his hand, which was imbued with his source energy, to send the attacking demons flying. After rushing 100 miles into the slaughter god's saber, Yi Qinghan made sure that the divine senses of the martial artists outside could not enter. Then, he injected his power into the slaughter god's saber and activated the specter in it. Hiss. The slaughter god's saber let out a hissing sound. The saber trembled and emitted a blinding white light. When the demonic aura and the surroundings came into contact with this white light, it instantly disappeared without a trace. With Yi Qinghan as the center, a white shield with a circumference of several miles appeared around her. Within the white shield, the devil chi had completely disappeared without a trace, and there were dozens of devil kings and Azuras shivering in midair. In front of the slaughter god's saber, a gigantic specter suddenly appeared. It was like a king as it stood proudly in midair. After that, it turned into a gust of wind and swept in all directions. This, Yi Qinghan was tongue-tied. As the wind swept past, the dozens of abyssal Azuras within the white shields around him were directly reduced to dust. Before Yi Qinghan could react, the specter condensed on the spot and showed a flattering expression to Yi Qinghan, as if it was a guard dog raised at home, waiting for Yi Qinghan's praise. Go! Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. With a thought, the specter turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. It covered an area of dozens of meters. As long as the black wind blew past, the demonic aura would instantly disappear without a trace, and the demon Azuras in front of it would also be instantly killed. The effect of the black wind's attack was actually stronger than his will attack. However, this specter seemed to be unable to stray too far away from the slaughter god's saber. It only moved forward for a few miles before retreating. It continued to show a flattering smile to Yi Qinghan, causing Yi Qinghan's hair to stand on end. With another thought, the specter flew out again and continued to pounce forward, easily killing hundreds of demon Azuras in an instant. This time, Yi Qinghan could no longer remain calm. He immediately flew back the way he came from. Although his heart was filled with shock, he did not show it on his face. Jida nodded his head, and Jida did not ask anything. Yi Qinghan took out his communication jade talisman and started to send a message to Lord Devour. The slaughter god's saber had an artifact spirit, and it was a super powerful artifact spirit that looked like a specter. It was not strange for a transcendent grade artifact spirit to appear. What was strange was that this artifact spirit's attack was actually stronger than willpower. In other words, this specter's attack was comparable to a grade 9 artifact spirit. In other words, even if this specter's strength was not comparable to a demon monarch's, it was not far from it. If this specter continued to grow stronger, if this specter could no longer be controlled, if this specter betrayed them, if this powerful specter was not controlled properly, it would definitely be able to instantly kill the hundreds of thousands of Misty Army soldiers around him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had a strong urge to destroy this slaughter god saber so that this specter would not have a place to reside. Then, it would disappear from this world. The slaughter god saber was a great killing weapon, a double-edged sword. It could kill enemies, but it could also injure oneself. Thus, he immediately sent a message to Lord Devour. He told her everything in detail. If Lord Devour sent a message to destroy the slaughter god saber, then she would immediately destroy it. Lord Devour's reply was very quick. There were only a few words: make a trip back to soul-devouring city. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and gave a few instructions to Jide. When Jide heard that Yi Qinghan was returning to soul-devouring city, she did not say anything else. After that, Yi Qinghan asked Xiao He to follow Jide while he used Netherworld Drip Spring to teleport back to soul-devouring city. Netherworld Drip Spring teleported at full speed and quickly returned to the Myriad Water Manor. Yi Qinghan asked Supremacy Drip Spring to wait in the Myriad Water Manor while he teleported to soul-devouring city alone. When Yi Qinghan released the specter from the slaughter god saber on the rooftop, even Lord Devour's brows furrowed slightly. Lord Zhou, who was beside him, felt a chill run down her spine. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. This doesn't look like a demon monarch or a product of the demon world. Instead, it looks like a monster from the Netherworld realm. However, it doesn't look like the Netherworld realm. This is strange. When you killed the devil, why did such a weapon spirit appear? Lord Devour waved his hand, and the pressure on Lord Zhou instantly disappeared. However, when she saw the monster in midair, her heart was still filled with fear. Lord Devour waved his hand and took the slaughter god saber from Yi Qinghan's hands. The Netherworld realm in midair instantly bared its teeth and released a powerful aura. It was about to pounce on Lord Devour. Lord Devour casually waved his hand, and a water-like ripple appeared in the air. The specter in midair looked as though it had been hit by a giant hammer and was sent flying. Yi Qinghan hurriedly used his thoughts to try and control the Netherworld realm so that it would not act rashly. In the end, the Netherworld realm actually flew back obediently and looked at Yi Qinghan with a flattering expression. It seemed as though it was laughing foolishly in silence. Lord Devour's divine senses probed the slaughter god saber for a moment before carefully observing the specter. After a moment of silence, he said, I originally thought that after this saber killed so many devils and absorbed so much energy, it would awaken the weapon spirit hidden inside. This saber originally had the pressure of a transcendent grade divine artifact, so it should be able to deal more damage to the devils. I did not expect such a mutated weapon spirit to appear. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seems to have some intelligence. Little Han, why are there so many strange things happening to you? Then what should we do? Destroy it? Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying. He had obtained the slaughter god saber from the Luotian mountain and it had saved his life countless times. It would be a lie if he did not have any feelings for it. However, if this was a ticking time bomb that could blow up people around him at any time, Yi Qinghan could only harden his heart and destroy it. I don't need it for now. Lord Devour shook his head and looked at the dazed specter in the sky. He became silent. After a while, Lord Devour asked Yi Qinghan to keep the specter in the slaughter god saber. Then, he took the slaughter god saber again. The slaughter god saber shook and let out a soft cry. It was about to struggle free. Lord Devour coldly swept his hand and a white stream of air covered the Slaughter God saber. The Slaughter God saber calmed down again. She said softly, "The Netherworld Realm's attack looks strong on the surface, but it is actually too weak under my willpower. Wait a moment. I will go and refine the interior of this saber. If the Netherworld Realm shows any signs of rebellion, this saber will instantly explode. This saber is the dwelling place of the specter. Once the saber is broken, the weapon's spirit will immediately be destroyed." That's the best. That's the best. Yi Qinghan was elated when he heard this. If he could do that, his strength would improve further. Would Ji De be able to block the direct attack of his willpower and the Netherworld Realm's sneak attack? Moreover, this weapon's spirit might even be able to evolve. That would be fun. Chapter 1030. Lord Devour used 3 days to refine the Slaughter God saber and instructed Yi Qinghan to continue using it to see if the specter could evolve. Of course, if anything unexpected happened, Yi Qinghan had to inform him immediately. Yi Qinghan carefully examined the interior of the Slaughter God saber and realized that there were no changes to the interior of the Slaughter God saber. The specter inside was also obediently waiting inside. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to scan the Slaughter God saber and felt that the specter's face was flattering again. It seemed to be even more intimate with Yi Qinghan. Since Lord Devour had arranged everything, he bade farewell and left. He teleported to the Myriad Water Mansion and Li Quan before heading to the Star Sea. After Yi Qinghan left, Madame Jiao looked at Lord Devour worriedly and asked, "Lord, can your small restriction make the Slaughter God saber explode?" For the past 3 days, Madame Jiao had been by Lord Devour's side. She knew that Lord Devour had only casually refined the Slaughter God saber for 6 hours before bringing Madame Jiao to sit in the secret chamber for 3 days. Now that Yi Qinghan had left, Madame Jiao asked curiously. "The Slaughter God saber's material is even more special than a supreme divine artifact. How can it explode so easily?" Lord Devour smiled faintly. His expression was extremely relaxed as he leisurely drank his tea. Madame Jiao's expression changed as she thought about that terrifying specter. Lord Devour's small restriction could not explode the Slaughter God saber. If the specter rebelled, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when she saw how relaxed Lord Devour was, she did not know what to feel. Her lips moved a few times, but no words came out. After a long time, she finally said, "My Lord, if that monster betrays us, it will be a big problem. Ah, Jiao, you have followed me for so long. Why can't you understand? When have I ever harmed little Han?" Lord Devour looked at Madame Jiao with an amused expression. He knew what Madame Jiao was thinking inside. "Although I can't explode the Slaughter God saber, if the specter rebelled, my restriction will activate and give little Han some time to escape. As long as little Han and Xiao He escape, I don't care about the lives of the rest." Hiss. Lord Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Qinghan rushed into the Star Sea. Lord Devour had asked him to continuously use the Slaughter God blade to try and evolve the specter. If specter had evolved and rebelled, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He would have escaped. However, given how powerful specter was, it was likely that countless of the Misty Army would die in an instant. Madame Nine knew that besides treating his fellows, Lord Devour was always cold-blooded and heartless. Especially to his enemies, he was like a cold wind. But who would have thought that she would be so heartless, and could even be said to be vicious? Sigh. Lord Devour shook his head, his eyes resolute. He sighed deeply. "Ah, Jiao, there are many things you don't understand. In your eyes, I seem to be a little vicious. You will understand in the future. This netherworld is too strange, I have to take a gamble." Lord Jiao looked at Lord Devour's lonely back. Suddenly, she felt that it was a mistake to think that Lord Devour was vicious. This woman had been arranging many things in silence, moving forward alone in the dark night. She carried so much pressure, but no one understood her. Even her closest friend doubted her. Lord Devour didn't look at Lord Joe, but he seemed to know what she was thinking. He casually waved his hand, putting down the teacup. Looking at the wandering sea in the distance, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He mumbled, "I don't need anyone to understand me. I'm just doing what I should do for that man. After I'm done, I will go and accompany him. This is enough." Lord Joe choked with sobs. She turned her head, sobbing softly as if she didn't want Lord Devour to see her crying. Very quickly, Yi Qinghan and Venerable Li Quan returned to the Star Sea. Misty Mist's army advanced tens of thousands of miles, and the encirclement started to close. Little Han, pay attention during this period of time. Mo Shanghuang from the northwest sent a message. Yesterday, they suffered a sudden attack from 1,000 Azura kings. If it wasn't for the Ice Queen bringing people over, their losses would have been incomparably heavy. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had arrived, Ji De immediately reported the latest battle situation. Then, he looked at the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hand and couldn't help but ask, "This blade, is there any problem?" "It's fine." Lord Devour refined it again. Yi Qinghan nodded his head as he spoke. After which, he transmitted a few words to Blackie and continued to rush into the black fog. He was prepared to use the slaughter god blade as much as he could so that he could completely understand and control this blade. If he could master this blade, it would be a great help to him. He released his divine sense and used the spatial fluctuations to sense the situation and the surroundings. Yi Qinghan was extremely cautious as he surveyed the situation and the surroundings. He didn't know how to teleport. If he was surrounded by the Azura kings or met a devil monarch, it would be troublesome. "Come out, spirit." Following which, Yi Qinghan swung his slaughter god blade in front of him, and a few meters tall, translucent figure appeared. However, its face was translucent, and one could see its eyes, nose, and mouth clearly. It looked like a human but also like a beast. It was extremely strange. After the spirit appeared, it didn't attack. It only opened its mouth and squinted its eyes. It looked like a dog slave. With a thought from Yi Qinghan, the spirit instantly expanded and turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. It killed all the evil demons and Azura that were trembling in fear. Then, it condensed on the spot and pouted its mouth as if it hadn't eaten its fill. With a thought from Yi Qinghan, the spirit slowed down and rushed towards a devil king in the distance. At the same time, his divine sense locked onto the spirit and observed it carefully. With a look, he was shocked again. When the specter attacked the devil king, it only used its translucent body to wrap around the devil king. As soon as it touched the devil king's body seemed to be corroded, turning into demonic aura that was instantly absorbed by the specter. Devour. Yi Qinghan recalled a book that he had flipped through in Floating City. There was a description of the Nether Realm's creatures. The Nether Realm also had the same ability. When it attacked its enemies, it would envelop them and slowly corrode them. Finally, it would devour them and turn them into its own energy. However, wasn't his weapon soul devouring too fast? It was almost an instant kill. If the Nether Realm fought against human martial artists, would it have the same ability? Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze to the right. A cold smile appeared on his face. From the black fog on the right, a low roar came along with a strong pressure. An Azura king had arrived. Just in time. This was a good chance to test out the might of the Nether Realm. If it could really instantly kill an Azura king, then this Nether Realm would truly be heaven-defying. Go! The spirit that had been smiling foolishly in front of Yi Qinghan all this time suddenly received Yi Qinghan's order and immediately turned into a gust of wind. Without any fear, it rushed towards the right. And on the other side, a massive dark blue figure was faintly discernible as it rushed towards Lin Ming like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1031. Yi Qinghan had one side of his soul sense lock onto the specter while the other side used the power of space to sense the surrounding situation. The nearby abyssal Asuras didn't dare to move as they sensed the aura of the specter and the Asura king. The situation was clear. Nether aggressively rushed towards the Asura king, not fearing it at all. It was as if this colossus in front of him was no different from an ordinary little demon. On the other hand, the several hundred-meter-tall Asura king revealed a hint of dread in its icy cold eyes. Without hesitation, it hurtled towards Nether. Nether turned into a ghostly wind and collided with the Asura king in the next second. There wasn't a fierce collision, but rather, it was like a giant fist smashing into cotton. Nether also revealed his true form and began to tangle with the Asura king. The Asura king's demonic energy shot out from its body. As long as a human martial artist touched this demonic energy, they would instantly be demonized. But as this demonic energy struck the specter, it was directly swallowed up by the specter. The Asura king brandished its claws and waved its sharp claws and thick thighs, attacking the specter with no effect at all. This situation was like a martial artist falling into the sea. The martial artist stretched out his fists and legs and smashed them into the water, but besides causing a splash, there was no response at all. Nether didn't attack the Asura king like it did the abyssal Asura king and corrode its body. Instead, it constantly swallowed up the demonic energy emitting from the Asura king's body. From the outside, it looked like two vixens were fighting. You grabbed my arm and I pulled your hair, neither side able to do anything to the other. Yi Qinghan's eyes shined. Although it seemed as if the specter couldn't do anything to the Asura king, Yi Qinghan knew that if this continued, then the one to win would be the specter. This was because the specter was constantly swallowing up the Asura king's demonic energy. Demonic energy was the foundation of all life forms in the demon world. When the Asura king's demonic energy was completely swallowed up, the Asura king's death would come. However, Yi Qinghan also felt a bit regretful. This specter's striking power seemed formidable at the start, sweeping away all the abyssal Asuras. Yi Qinghan had thought that his striking power had reached the level of a demon monarch, but looking at the current situation, his comprehensive strength should only be above that of an Asura king. However, this specter seemed to have a very special ability. When the creatures of the demon realm attacked it, it almost didn't die. And it seemed like nothing had happened at all. He didn't know if he could smash it to death with the power of space. Less than an hour later, the Asura king's struggling speed began to slow down and its body began to wither. As for the ghost, its eyes became increasingly bright. It opened its massive mouth and revealed a ferocious expression. The aura around its body became increasingly terrifying. After another moment, the Asura king's body began to fade away. With a deep roar that struck the heart, the Asura king completely faded away. Ghost let out a sinister laugh that reverberated in the surroundings. He swept his gaze across the surrounding demons and Asuras, and finally condensed in front of Yi Qinghan with a fawning and silly smile. Dog thing. Seeing this smiling face, Yi Qinghan felt disgusted and cursed softly. However, that smiling face became even more cheerful, as though Yi Qinghan was praising it. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses to carefully examine the ghost's body again. He discovered that the ghost had swallowed an Asura king, but there were no changes. He didn't know if this ghost could continue to evolve or if it needed more demons to evolve. Laugh, laugh, laugh. You only know how to laugh. In the future, I will call you Dog Thing. Lord Devour had refined the slaughter god's saber again, so Yi Qinghan didn't have any scruples anymore. He continued to let the ghost hunt the demons without restraint. He hoped that this monster could swallow more demons and increase its striking power. He waved his hand and shouted, "Dog thing, attack at will and swallow all the demons in the vicinity." After wandering in the black fog for a day, the ghost with the nickname, Dog Thing, swallowed countless demons and asuras. However, it didn't encounter any asura kings. On the contrary, almost all the demons and asuras in Yichinghan's direction were killed. This greatly reduced the pressure on the ethereal mist army. Boss. The two figures beside Yichinghan gradually condensed. Yichinghan didn't mind and smiled at them. Yichinghan stayed in the evil aura for a whole day. Through the power of space, the ethereal mist monarch could roughly sense Yichinghan's figure. However, Xiao He was anxious. Ever since Xiao He turned into a human, Yichinghan had nothing to do. Under normal circumstances, he would cut off the soul connection with Xiao He so that Xiao He could control his own life. Xiao He didn't know about Yichinghan's situation, so he begged the ethereal mist monarch to bring him here. Jide also felt strange. What was Yichinghan doing? Coincidentally, he brought Xiao He over, and the two of them teleported over. However, when they saw the huge gust of wind in front of them, they got a shock. Jide was still fine, but Xiao He's mouth was wide open in disbelief. A gust of wind wantonly flowed through the black fog in front of them. Everywhere it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. It was like a big brush covered in white paint was brushing back and forth on a black cloth. The Demon King Azura watched helplessly as the wind corroded and swallowed them. The speed of the wind was even faster than a machine gun firing at the refugees. Boss, what is that? Xiao He looked at the indifferent Yichinghan and shouted in fear. Halfway through his sentence, he hurriedly lowered his voice as if he was afraid of disturbing the monster in front of him. Little Han. Jide's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Then, he thought for a while and asked, "Is this the Slaughter God Blade's artifact spirit? You dog, come over." Yichinghan smiled at the two of them and shouted into the distance. The gust of wind immediately changed direction and blew towards Yichinghan. Then, it condensed in front of Yichinghan and looked at Jide and Xiao He with a murderous aura. Then, it immediately changed its expression and smiled foolishly at Yichinghan. Its face was filled with flattery. Xiao He and Jide were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They had seen the artifact spirit of a transcendent-grade divine weapon before. Jide also had a few transcendent-grade divine weapons. However, Jide had never seen an artifact spirit with human intelligence. Furthermore, it was able to show such an exquisite expression. Hee hee. When Yichinghan saw the two of them looking at him as though he was a monster, he rubbed his nose embarrassedly and smiled. Big brother Jide, you also know that this Slaughter God Blade has a strange origin. The strange artifact spirit that it gave birth to has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me like that. Jide and Xiao He's eyes flashed with disdain. It was obvious that it had nothing to do with Xiao Qin. There were so many transcendent-grade divine weapons in the divine world, but there were no problems with the others and only Xiao Qin's. Removing the seal on the sealed God Valley, using the Slaughter God Blade, and comprehending the eternity of space. Which person in the divine world could do such a thing? Yichinghan was a genius that was publicly acknowledged in the divine world. Now, an artifact spirit had appeared in the Slaughter God Blade, and it was a monster. In any case, anything that was related to Yichinghan was not strange. Little Han, this artifact spirit has already formed a simple intelligence. Will it evolve? How strong is it now? Will it betray us? Jide asked worriedly again. There's no need to be afraid if it betrays us. My lord has already refined it. If it betrays us, the Slaughter God Blade will explode, and this artifact spirit will be destroyed. Yichinghan knew what Jide was worried about and explained. Then, he looked at the artifact spirit in front of him and shook his head. I don't know if it will evolve or not. However, it has not evolved yet. Even after devouring so many demon world creatures, its strength has not increased. Currently, it is only slightly stronger than the Azura King. I wonder what will happen if it fights against a supremacy. Jide became silent. After a while, a determined look appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, in that case, we will continue to kill demons and see if it can evolve. If it can evolve to the monarch level, it will be a great help to us. If something happens, let's talk about it again. Chapter 1032. Kid asked Yi Qinghan to continue letting the specter devour the demons while he went back to oversee the situation. However, he was a little closer to Yi Qinghan, just in case. Xiao He did not go back. He stayed by Yi Qinghan's side and watched the specter devour the demons with interest. His face was full of amazement, and he even shouted from time to time. Dog, there's an Azura over there. Hurry up and kill it. Dog, you're a dog. You don't listen to orders. Dog, kill, kill, kill. These demon world dogs have killed so many people from the divine realm. Kill them all. Therefore, Yi Qinghan listened to Xiao He shouting at the side every day. He could not be bothered with him and continued to command the specter, dog, to kill the demon Azura. During this period of time, the East Sea of the Star Sea was very peaceful. No Azura kings appeared. At the same time, Kid communicated with the sovereigns in other directions. He also discovered that since the last time 1,000 Azura kings attacked Mo Shanghuang's army in the northwest, the countless Azura kings in the Star Sea seemed to have fallen silent. After a month, there was still no Azura king. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Lord Qingshan ordered all the legions to speed up the cleanup. They strived to completely clean up the demon forces in the Star Sea in 2 months. They also reminded the legions to be vigilant at all times and watch out for sneak attacks from the Azura kings. According to the preliminary investigation, there were more than 3,000 Azura kings in the Star Sea. The last time they attacked the northwest, they killed hundreds of them. Including those killed by the legions, there were less than 1,000 left. Where did the other 2,000 Azura kings go? This question was like a sword hanging over the heads of the sovereigns. Yi Qinghan received Kid's message and became even more careful. He did not dare to go too deep. He only continued to let Netherworld devour the demons in the black fog that the misty army's divine sense could not detect. This dog had already devoured hundreds of thousands of demon Azuras, but it didn't show any signs of evolution. It only became more intimate with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, as soon as Yi Qinghan willed it, it would immediately respond. It seemed as if it had completely become a slave of Yi Qinghan, attacking wherever he pointed. After a few months, all the demonic beasts in the continents were finally cleared. This time, not only the demonic beasts that attacked the cities, but even the demonic beasts in the depths of the mountains were all cleared. The number of casualties from the demonic beast rampage had also been roughly calculated. The number of casualties in the god realm had reached hundreds of billions. Although most of them were low-level martial artists, it was still a painful lesson for the divine world. Countless martial artists lost their loved ones, countless tribes were destroyed, and countless small cities lost their city lords. The hatred of the god realm martial artists towards demons had reached a terrifying level. At the same time, he was furious at the Supreme Island for causing this. Countless battle gods even withdrew from the Battle God Pavilion. Countless martial artists in the Battle God Pavilion begged the Chief Pavilion Master for an explanation. The Battle God Pavilion was established to kill demons and protect the people of the God realm. Now, as the sacred ground of the Battle God Pavilion, the Supreme Island caused this calamity. Moreover, after the incident, the Star Sovereign still didn't give any explanation. Countless low-level martial artists protested in the Battle God Pavilion's branches. Countless high-level battle gods also joined in. The pavilion masters of the various pavilions were extremely anxious. Countless messages were sent to the Supreme Island like snowflakes. However, in the end, all the pavilion masters received the same message. The chief pavilion master was in seclusion and would give the god realm an explanation after he came out. This explanation wasn't convincing at all. However, the elites of the various continents had all gone to the Star Sea. If there was another riot in the Battle God Pavilion, the god realm would be in chaos again. Countless people would die. Therefore, all the sovereigns had no choice but to give out sovereign orders to temporarily appease the angry martial artists. Even so, countless sovereigns hated the Star Sovereign even more. The mistake that the Supreme Island made not only caused the God Realm to suffer heavy losses, but they also had to clean up after themselves twice. 1 month later, Lord Qingshan led the 18,000 cavalrymen and tore a hole in the black cloth above the Starry Sea. His army attacked the inner sea of the Starry Sea. There were still no demons in the inner sea. The sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. The demons seemed to be extremely afraid of the inner sea and didn't step in. This situation made Lord Qingshan extremely wary. After personally patrolling the inner sea, he gave out another order to attack at full speed. His 18,000 cavalrymen split into 2 groups and swept toward the east and west. 5 days later, the ice guards that the Ice Queen brought also pierced through the black fog and reached the inner sea. They also split into 2 teams and started to sweep towards the east and west. The demon army was also split into 2 and was surrounded by countless armies from the god realm. It was as if victory was right in front of them. Yi Qinghan didn't find anything strange about the demon army. He continued to let the dog continue to swallow the demons. Similarly, he didn't meet a single Shura king. The dog didn't change at all. This made Yi Qinghan a little depressed. After eating so much, even a pig would gain some weight, right? This dog didn't change at all. Its body also didn't show signs of becoming real. If there was any change, it seemed like it was more flattering, more annoying, and more like a dog. Boss, you dog, why do I feel like you are becoming more and more like the guards in the Cold Heart Pavilion in the Fire Dragon Continent? I really want to beat you up when I see your expression. Xiao He was also a little annoyed. He also lost interest in commanding the dog and just stood at the side. Without the Shura King, there was no show to watch. Looking at Spectral killing the small fries wasn't exciting at all. Xiao. Suddenly, the space beside him fluctuated. Jide teleported over with a solemn expression. He said to Yi Qinghan, something happened. What's going on? Yi Qinghan waved his hand to let Spectral enter the Slaughter God Blade and asked hurriedly. Jide sighed deeply and said, something happened in the West Ocean. An hour ago, there was an intense tremor in the sky above the West Ocean. There was also a terrifying pressure. Lord Qingshan said that the remaining 2,000 Shura kings were all gathered in the sky above the West Ocean's Evil Wind Island. They tore a giant space crack and forcefully allowed a devil monarch to descend. Devil monarch. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. Xiao He didn't dare to say anything. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment before asking, is a devil monarch so terrifying? We have so many grade 9 martial emperors, can't we suppress a devil monarch? It's not that we can't suppress it. Jide shook his head and said, just now, Lord Qingshan and Ice Queen searched inside. They only found numerous Shura kings but not the aura of the devil monarch. If the devil monarch fights head-on, we won't be afraid even if there are 10 of them. But if he hides, it will be troublesome. Hides? Where can he hide? There are so many of us, can't we find his true body? Yi Qinghan asked in surprise. Logically speaking, the devil monarch should be able to find his true body easily. Once all the demons were cleaned up, where could he hide? No, little Han, you don't understand. Jida's eyes were filled with worry. He looked up at the sky and said, demons are actually formed from the condensation of demonic aura. Didn't you see that after a demon is hit, it will instantly erode? The Devil King and Shura are the same. The Shura King also uses demonic aura to form a new body. As for the Devil Monarch, he is even stronger. As long as there is demonic aura, he won't die. Similarly, as long as there is demonic aura, he can hide within the demonic aura. Originally, the demonic aura in the god world wasn't strong. But during this period of time, the demonic aura in the god world's heaven and earth essence energy has become very thick. So, this Devil Monarch can hide anywhere in the god world. Or he might be hiding right beside us. As long as he doesn't make a move, no one knows where he is. Chapter 1033. When Yi Qinghan heard the Misty Monarch's words, he felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. He was not afraid of enemies in the open, but he was afraid of assassins in the dark. With such a ticking time bomb in the divine world, no one knew when or where it would explode. It was truly a terrifying thing. The Devil Monarch was the supreme existence of the devil world. Furthermore, it had an almost immortal body. As long as it had the aura of a devil, it could revive infinitely. Furthermore, no one knew if it had any other powerful abilities. Even the Ice Queen couldn't be on guard all the time, right? If it was a sneak attack, the outcome would be tragic. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He quickly kept the Slaughter God's saber and threw it into the War Imperial Palace. Jida had said that the reason why the devils came to the divine world was to save their ancestor devil. A small part of the reason was because of this saber. It was still unknown if the specter dog could evolve. If a Devil Monarch kept thinking about it, it wouldn't be a good thing. Big Brother Jida, what should we do? Should we rush to the Evil Wind Island now? Yi Qinghan's face turned solemn. If he didn't suppress this Devil Monarch, he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. No need. Jida shook his head and said, wait for Lord Qingshan's news. He and the Ice Queen sent a message. They are searching with all their might. If there are any clues, they will inform everyone immediately and suppress the Devil Monarch. Continue to eliminate the devils quickly. You go and take command. I will do my best. Yi Qinghan nodded. Jida brought the two of them and teleported out. Then, a purple spear appeared in Jida's hand. At the same time, he shouted, Reserve team, follow me to battle. Jida didn't bring a single venerable and let them continue to eliminate the devils. He only brought 100,000 ordinary 5th grade and 6th grade war gods. The purple spear trembled and let out a soft sound. It was obviously an overclocking divine weapon. However, Jida didn't let the weapon spirit fight. Instead, he casually danced in the air. As he danced, a light breeze blew. A light breeze caressed their faces, making them feel comfortable. However, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Others could only feel a gentle breeze blowing past them, but he could clearly sense that the surrounding spatial energy was flowing along with Jida's spear. It quietly gathered around Jida's body and began to revolve around him in a certain position. The power of space can be controlled like this. Use. Yi Qinghan's knowledge had been broadened. He felt that the power of space was like a tamed dragon. It was divided into strands and very docile as it circled around Jida's body. Furthermore, it was extremely relaxed. Kill. Gid's silver robes fluttered in the wind. His scholarly aura vanished without a trace, and his entire body erupted with a tyrannical aura of slaying gods and demons. His body was like a dragon as he charged forward. Chi! With a wave of his spear, Yi Qinghan could feel that the power of space around him had turned into roaring dragons that silently attacked the black mist in front of him. In an instant, the black mist in front of him was crushed like gravel being crushed by a road roller. The demons hiding inside were also ruthlessly erased. Behind him, countless streams of space power continued to revolve around him, forming a cycle. Jide's spear danced like an elegant dancer as he danced in front of him. His movements were very elegant, and he didn't seem to have any lethality. However, wherever his spear pointed, the black mist was immediately torn apart, and the demon realm creatures inside died one after another. It was ridiculously strong. You can think of space power as a different kind of god power. The origin energy is the sharpest weapon, and the principle is the most powerful move. In this case, you can use the smallest amount of power to create the greatest lethality. Yi Qinghan recalled Lord Devour's words and thought about the way he used space power. Suddenly, he felt like a barbaric barbarian. He had god power, but he didn't know any martial techniques. It seemed like he had time to explore his own way of using space power. Only the one that suited him was the best. Yi Qinghan knew that Lord Devour and Jide didn't teach him because his comprehension of the principle was different from theirs. Moreover, it was easier for him to comprehend it himself and use it. With Jide leading the way and killing the powerful Shura and Demon Kings, the 100,000 ethereal legion behind him was very relaxed. It was like they were cleaning up the battlefield behind Jide. As soon as Jide took action, the speed of killing the demons increased. Yi Qinghan observed Jide's use of space power while checking the situation around him. Xiao He enviously looked at Jide's back. His pair of bright eyes kept turning around as he sighed. He was thinking about how many women would fall under his robe if he was so strong. Because of Jide's help, the ethereal legion's energy increased and their attack speed increased. The two huge pieces of black cloth above the starry sea were slowly being nibbled away by countless cultivators, becoming smaller and smaller. Star Sea West Sea. The majestic Lord Qingshan and the ice sculpture like Ice Queen stood proudly in the sky. Although Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan were like a monkey and a gorilla, looking from afar, Ice Queen didn't look small. But looking from afar, Ice Queen didn't seem small. Instead, her petite body gave off a majestic feeling. Although the two of them were standing in the sky, their divine senses were constantly sensing the massive black mist below them. Their cultivation bases were extremely formidable. Their divine senses could fuse with space power, so they could easily sense the situation below. The space cracks in the sky and the suction force from within seemed to have no effect on the two of them. Their robes didn't move at all. The two of them were solemn. Ice Queen even closed her eyes. The two of them had been standing in the sky for 3 days and had been checking the situation below. But, it was a pity that although there were countless demons and Asuras down below, as well as over 2,000 Asura kings that were so powerful that they could strike fear into the hearts of countless people in the divine world, there was no sign of the devil monarch. Abruptly, Ice Queen opened her eyes. Under her snow-white robe, her proud twin peaks trembled slightly. However, Lord Qingshan didn't look at them. Although he craved them and wanted to play with them, he didn't want to die. Therefore, his eyes suddenly widened and shot out 2 golden beams of light that were almost tangible. The Shura King army below moved. Lord Qingshan looked for a while and a mocking smile appeared on his face. However, he couldn't help but glance at Ice Queen's pair of prideful treasures. As a result, a chill instantly enveloped Lord Qingshan. He immediately frowned, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. With a hint of flattery, he looked down again and said in a loud voice, "Icy Snow, you're smart. You've guessed correctly. This foolish devil monarch actually wants to save his ancestor. Should we follow him or watch from the sidelines? I am warning you for the last time. If you call me Icy Snow again, I will flatten that green mountain of yours." The Ice Queen's bone-chilling voice rang out. Then, her body disappeared on the spot. However, her cold voice echoed in the air again, "Although the Star Sovereign's soul is heavily injured, it's impossible for a trash like you to charge into the Nepha's abyss. Let's clean up these demons first. Chapter 1034. Qing Shan smiled. His body disappeared and he started to send a message to the other rulers. The various armies were to continue clearing out the remaining evil demon army. The evil demon army on Star Ocean's West Ocean was surrounded on 3 sides. Only the inner ocean wasn't surrounded because the evil demon army didn't attack it. Under the leadership of the 2,000 Shura kings, half of the evil demon army on the West Ocean side headed towards the inner ocean. Qing Shan and Ice Queen didn't care and continued to clear out the remaining evil demon army. In just 5 days, the West Ocean sky turned clear once more. The warm light of the evil sun shone on the sky above the West Ocean once more. Qing Shan and Ice Queen gave orders once more. The army headed towards the East Ocean and ignored the inner ocean. They started to help the East Ocean martial artists to clear out the remaining evil demon army. The black mist above the Star Ocean became lesser and lesser. The shadow that covered the God World sky was about to be swept away. However, the shadow in Yi Qing Han and the others' hearts became thicker and thicker. Qing Shan and Ice Queen didn't spread the news of the Shura kings heading to Supreme Island. Only when all the evil demons were cleared did Qing Shan order all the armies to surround the inner ocean. Then, watch the show. Watch the show. When the rulers heard these 2 words, their eyes lit up. The whereabouts of the 2,000 Shura kings were clear now. They headed to the inner ocean and the devil monarch would definitely follow them. Ji De and Yi Qing Han exchanged glances with one another and a smile appeared in their eyes. Yi Qing Han didn't have a good impression of Supreme Island at all. At least there was someone he had to kill there. If he had a chance, he would definitely attack. Supreme Island was to blame for the God World's calamity. Did Qing Shan and Ice Queen purposely lead the 2,000 Shura kings and devil monarch to the inner ocean? Or did the devil monarch have such a plan? Why did they go to Supreme Island? Yi Qing Han looked at Qing Shan's majestic body in confusion as well as Ice Queen's body beside him. He started to think. No. Yi Qing Han squinted his eyes. Although Qing Shan and Ice Queen were strong, they weren't strong enough to control the devil monarch's tracks. If they could, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. There was only one explanation. The demon monarch and Shura king wanted to go to Supreme Island themselves. Their ancestral fiend was on Supreme Island. Their ancestral fiend was suppressed in the Nepha's abyss. Yi Qing Han recalled the scene he saw in the War God Pavilion. The scene where the 3 demon monarchs fought against the 3 pavilion masters of the War God Pavilion. It was highly possible that the Nepha's abyss was there. Also, the Soul Emperor had died. Lord Devour said that she and the Soul Emperor had accidentally entered a place and obtained 2 heaven-defying treasures as well as the Slaughter God Blade. Since the Slaughter God Blade was the weapon of the demon sovereign, it should also be stored in the Nepha's abyss. The venerable who used the Slaughter God Blade was most likely a venerable from the Supreme Island. The fact that the Soul Emperor could obtain the Slaughter God Blade meant that he had been to the Nepha's abyss before. Moreover, the formidable enemy that Lord Devour had mentioned, and the Star Monarch was the strongest in the divine world. Didn't that fulfill the conditions? That's right. Lord Devour said that their enemy was trapped in a place and couldn't get out. Didn't the Star Monarch stay in seclusion for a long time? Furthermore, the island had been sealed all this time. Everything matched up. From the start, Yi Qing Han suspected that the Star Monarch was the enemy that Lord Devour had mentioned. Now, everything was clear. The Star Monarch. The chief pavilion master of the War God Pavilion, the strongest person in the divine world. He was most likely a grade 9 supreme martial artist. Even Lord Qing Shan and the Ice Queen didn't have the will to fight against him. Yi Qing Han felt as though a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. At this moment, he felt a little suffocated. His eyes narrowed even more. He raised his head and looked at the sea of stars in the distance. He straightened his back slightly, but a towering battle intent exploded in his heart. Yi Qinghan had always been the type of person who would be more motivated the more pressure he felt. When faced with an insurmountable mountain in front of him, he would first feel suppressed and suffocated. After that, a crazy evil aura would erupt from within their bones, a tyrannical and unreasonable battle intent. This had nothing to do with the heart of an expert. This was just the ruthlessness of a small character who had climbed up from the bottom. It wasn't easy for him to climb up to such a height and enjoy the benefits of power and strength. Now, someone wanted to beat him back to his original state. Wanted to destroy everything he had. Was it possible that he wouldn't risk his life to fight with you? Yi Qinghan didn't reveal much on the surface, but Jide, who was beside him, could feel the crazy battle intent that was released from his bones. He knew that Yi Qinghan understood something, but he didn't explain. Instead, there was a flash of appreciation and gratification in his eyes. The army began to move towards the inland sea. Kid patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder. The two of them looked at each other and exchanged glances. They smiled at each other. At this moment, Jide felt that he and this young man, who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, had a feeling of mutual appreciation. For some reason, Jide thought of a saying that went, "There will always be talented people in every generation. The new generation will replace the old, and the new generation will replace the old. I wonder if the old generation will die on the beach." The army advanced really quickly. Without the obstruction of the evil demons, the army was made up of Emperor God experts, and they weren't far from the inland sea. All the sovereigns brought their own armies and surrounded the inland sea. Then, they started to retract the encirclement. 5 days later, when Yi Qinghan and the rest could sense 9 Guardian Island with their divine senses, Lord Qingshan, an Ice Queen, gave the order to stop advancing and the army to stand guard. Normal martial artists wouldn't be able to sense it, but they could see the black fog in the distance, as well as the blinding 7-colored shield of Supreme Island that was giving off a sky-piercing light. Yi Qinghan and the other level 9 experts started to use their space power to sense the situation around Supreme Island. In Lord Qingshan's words, they were standing here to watch a good show. The place where Yi Qinghan and the rest were standing wasn't too far away from Supreme Island. His divine senses might not be able to sense it clearly, but his space power could easily sense it. In front of him, there were hundreds of thousands of evil demons surrounding Supreme Island. However, there wasn't a single person on 9 Guardian Island. There weren't any demons either. It was obvious that they had all retreated into Supreme Island. At this moment, more than 2,000 Shura kings were surrounding the 7-colored shield of Supreme Island, attacking it non-stop. There were also countless Shuras that surrounded the giant shield of Supreme Island. Giant iron fists smashed onto the shield, causing a deafening explosion. Countless evil demon auras turned into sharp arrows that rained down on the 7-colored shield. The barrier flickered with light, as dazzling as lightning in the dark night, and burst out with a terrifying aura. There were so many Shura kings, so many Shuras, and they had been attacking for at least a few days, but the shield was still standing. Looking at the light, it didn't seem like much energy was used up. Hee. If the Devil Monarch doesn't attack, I don't know if they can break this shield even after a month. Jide squinted his eyes and smiled at Yi Qinghan. So strong. A strange look flashed across Yi Qinghan's eyes. More than 2,000 Shura kings were equivalent to more than 2,000 venerables. The shield of Fiery Dragon City was designed by Lord Devour himself. It was said that it could only withstand one attack from 100 venerables at most. Hee. Jide smirked coldly. He then sent a voice transmission and said mysteriously, "This shield can replenish itself by absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, and it can replenish itself very quickly." I heard a rumor that this shield was built by a mysterious expert in the God of War Pavilion, and this expert is even stronger than the Star Monarch. He calls himself the Emperor of War. However, I've never seen this person before, so I don't know if this voice transmission is true. Chapter 1035. Battle Emperor. Yi Qinghan's body trembled. His expression did not change, but a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He knew that this voice transmission was likely to be true. After all, it was not a big deal for someone who could build such a powerful restriction like the Sealed God Valley to build such a protective shield. Battle Emperor claimed to be the best in the immortal world in terms of restrictions. As for the rumors about Battle Emperor's strength, Yi Qinghan was also skeptical. Because the third layer of the seal on the black stone in his divine crystal could only be unlocked when the Battle Emperor was at the 9th grade. And from his tone, 9th grade was nothing. This meant that Battle Emperor's strength was definitely high when he was alive. It was not impossible that he was stronger than the Star Monarch. This was the first time Yi Qinghan heard that a dead person's soul could survive. A trace of Battle Emperor's soul was still in his divine crystal. He even said that he would meet him after he unlocked the third layer of the seal. What if he needed 1,000,000 years to reach the 9th grade? Battle Emperor's strength was unfathomable. However, the Star Monarch was likely a 9th grade supreme martial artist. If he was stronger than a 9th grade supreme martial artist, what kind of realm was that? Yi Qinghan did not dare to imagine. What's wrong? Little Han. Ji sensed Yi Qinghan's strangeness. She revealed a puzzled expression and sent a voice transmission. Have you heard of this Battle Emperor? Yi Qinghan nodded and sent a voice transmission back. The Sealed God Valley was built by this Battle Emperor. The restriction of the Sealed God Valley can suppress a venerable. Unfortunately, he has passed away. This was the first time Yi Qinghan told someone about the story of Battle Emperor. If Lord Devour had asked, Yi Qinghan would have selectively told her some of the story. Unfortunately, Lord Devour did not ask. After Gid heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He had an expression that said, "So that's how it is." Yi Qinghan did not continue, and Ji did not continue to ask. Moreover, this information would not be spread out. Since Battle Emperor was the master of the Sealed God Valley, this voice transmission was very real. In other words, the Battle Emperor was related to the Battle God Pavilion, which meant that he was related to the Star Monarch. If this matter were to spread to the Battle God Pavilion, it would be very disadvantageous to Yi Qinghan. The two stopped talking and continued to investigate the situation on the Supreme Island. Hundreds of millions of experts were also excitedly observing the battle in the distance, although they couldn't find anything. Some people even took out fine wine and spiritual fruits from their space rings, as if they were going to watch a good show from the sidelines. It was a different situation on Supreme Island. The Star Army and the residents on the island all raised their heads and stared at the demonic creatures that were as dense as locusts on the colorful shield with grave and aggrieved expressions. The Supreme Island was known as the Sacred Island in the God world. Ever since the Battle God Pavilion was established on Paragon Island had always been the sacred island in the hearts of the battle gods. Then, this person became the Pavilion Master of the Battle God Pavilion. After the Sovereign of Stars unified the Starry Sea became the overlord of the immortal world. Usually, it was difficult for ordinary 5th grade or 6th grade war gods to come to the Supreme Island to take a look, let alone be attacked. Today, the Star Army of billions of people from the Starry Sea was forced to stay on the sacred island. Not only were the residents of the Starry Sea slaughtered by the demonic creatures, but they were also attacked on the sacred island. It was a great humiliation. Moreover, many of the Star Army's relatives were on the island in the Starry Sea. Although Li Kong and the rest had blocked the news, they knew that they were definitely in trouble. In an instant, the eyes of countless Star Army soldiers were bloodshot. They were filled with murderous intent, as if they were going to riot at any time. If it wasn't for Li Kong's repeated orders, and if it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't get out of the shield, they would have gone out to fight with the demons. In the city lord's residence, which was also the main hall of the battle god pavilion, the dozens of venerables gathered again. Li Kong's eyelids were still drooping, like a huge mountain, entrenched in the huge lion chair at the top. "Sir, what should we do? If we allow these bastards to continue attacking, the shield will be broken sooner or later. By then, with so many Azura kings attacking at the same time, the Supreme Island will be razed to the ground. Qing Shan, Jide, those bastards are watching the show from afar. When the sovereign comes out of seclusion, we'll definitely teach them a lesson. Inku, that ingrate. He used to treat the sovereign like a grandson, but now he's watching the show from afar too. Preposterous. Preposterous. Sir, give the order. Issue the battle god order and summon the war gods of the realm of divinity to come and save the sacred island. Sir, hurry up and ask the sovereign to come out of seclusion and lead us to kill all these despicable creatures that are desecrating the sacred island." The hall was in a state of panic. Countless venerables stood up and spoke to Li Kong anxiously. Of course, there were also a few people who remained silent. Their expressions could not be seen, but they would occasionally lower their heads, revealing looks of disdain and shame. They were all ashamed of the shameless words of these people. "Idiots, all of you shut up." Li Kong, who was sitting on the seat of honor, finally raised his head, revealing a slit in his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, sending chills down one's spine. Li Kong looked at the dozen venerables who spoke just now and was incomparably furious. The fat all over his body wriggled, looking very frightening. These idiots did not understand the situation outside, and yet they dared to insult Qing Shan and the others. Did their brains get caught in a door? Qing Shan brought all the sovereigns and the armies of the various continents and stood outside the Supreme Island to watch the show. Needless to say, the demons in the Star Sea had already been cleared. If they really wanted to watch the show, why didn't they do it in their own territory? Why did they have to come here to watch the show? Although Yi Qinghan, whom Li Kong hated the most, was among the crowd outside. But Li Kong still felt that these idiots were too ill-mannered. If these words were to spread, the Star Sea would become the public enemy of the realm of gods. Issue the war god order. This was a suggestion made by people who were even more stupid than low-level demonic beasts. Didn't they see the snowflakes of messages from the various pavilions not long ago? This was the most critical time since the establishment of the God of War Pavilion. Countless war gods' faith in the God of War Pavilion was starting to waver. Issue the war god order now. And ask them to save the Supreme Island. The God of War Pavilion, which had been established for thousands of years, would probably become history once this order was issued. Li Kong's furious voice instantly silenced everyone in the hall. Although Li Fei of the Li family had died and the green hell armor had been smashed by Yi Qinghan, the aura of the number one venerable for so many years was still frightening. Li Kong was also very troubled. The Star Sovereign hated to disturb him for no reason. Because of Yi Qinghan's matter, he had been disturbed several times in the past 1,000 years. Not long ago, he went down to ask for instructions again. Now, he was going again. He did not know if the Star Sovereign would tear him apart in his rage, however. If he did not ask for the Star Sovereign's help and allowed these demonic beings to attack, they would all die if the barrier was broken. Even if Qing Shan and the others came to save them, the Supreme Island would definitely be filled with blood. By then, he would also die. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally took out a communication jade talisman. Of course, he was not sending a message to the Star Sovereign. Even if he wanted to, he could not. He was sending a message to Inku, asking him to tell Lord Qing Shan to help clear out the demons. In the future, when the Star Sovereign came out of seclusion, he would definitely reward him generously and give him countless empty promises. In the end, Inkue did not reply. Lord Qingshan and the others were still standing outside, watching the show. The demonic army was still attacking non-stop. Although the rainbow barrier could quickly replenish its energy from the heaven and earth yuan qi, the replenishment was not as fast as the destruction. The rainbow light was gradually weakening. Although the weakening was very slow, if it continued, it would definitely break. After more than 20 days, the barrier on the Supreme Island was almost transparent. There was no longer any rainbow light on it. Instead, it was a dim white light, like the white spots on an old man's face. Li Kong finally could not sit still anymore. He was prepared to teleport towards the palace below the Supreme Island. At this moment, he unexpectedly received a message from South Mountain Sovereign Inkue. After reading it, Li Kong's expression changed. He stood on his tiptoes and cursed. The fat on his body started to shake. He brought dozens of venerables and charged towards the giant teleportation formation on the square. Inkue's message to Li Kong was instructed by Ice Queen. It was just a short sentence: there is a demon lord hiding in Shura King. If the Star Sovereign doesn't come out, Supreme Island will be wiped out. Chapter 1036. That bastard Inkue has completely sided with that living dead woman. He didn't even send us a message beforehand. Quick, go and report to the Devil Monarch. If the Devil Monarch attacks, no one on the island will survive. Li Kong's fat body was like a meatball, but his speed was faster than teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the unguarded giant teleportation portal on the square. The black triangular stone in his hand shot out. Just as the last venerable entered the teleportation portal, the teleportation light lit up. Countless martial artists on the square looked at the venerables who lost their composure and looked at each other. Then, they looked at the barrier in the sky that was getting thinner. They were extremely nervous, as though the sky was going to collapse. Countless people started trembling. In the giant lava cave thousands of miles below Supreme Island, a beautiful palace was still floating on the lava that was emitting green smoke. It swayed left and right along with the lava, but it still didn't look like it was going to sink. Green flames shot out from the fiery red walls from time to time. Even the air was curled up under the flames. It was obvious how hot the flames were. In mid-air behind the palace, there was a giant red stone platform with a complicated teleportation portal on it. At this moment, the teleportation portal shone brightly, and a group of people appeared in it. At the front was Li Kong, who was as big as an elephant. The corner of Li Kong's mouth twitched slightly. The origin energy revolved around his body. He could not care less about the green flames that were spewing out from the walls around him. He rushed forward and finally prostrated himself in front of the palace. Just like last time, he prostrated himself on the ground and was extremely respectful. Li Kong requests to see the monarch. After all the venerables prostrated themselves on the ground, Li Kong said in a trembling voice. He closed his eyes tightly and didn't dare to look forward. However, some venerables who had never been here before were probing forward carefully. They knew that this was the place where the Star Monarch went into seclusion. They also knew that there was an entrance in front of the palace. It led to the evil abyss, the most dangerous place in the realm of the gods, and also the most blessed land in the realm of the gods. A huge pressure came over quietly, scaring the venerables who were probing, and they quickly retracted their divine sense, afraid that they would anger this overbearing overlord. A pair of golden eyes stared at the palace silently. There was no sign of life in the eyes, only coldness and arrogance. An emotionless voice resounded, "Li Kong, give me a reason why I shouldn't kill you." His voice was emotionless, and there was no killing intent in his eyes. However, the bodies of the 50-odd supremacies began to tremble. They felt as if their souls had fallen into an ice cellar. Every single cell on their fat bodies began to tremble at this moment. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His lips quivered as he said with difficulty, reporting to the sovereign. More than 2,000 Azura kings have been attacking the barrier for almost a month. The Ice Queen of Green Mountain and most of the sovereigns of the Immortal Realm are watching the show from outside the island. Inkue sent a message saying that there are devil sovereigns among the devils attacking the island. We really have no other choice but to come and ask for your forgiveness. Forgive me, sovereign. All the supremacies shouted at the same time. They knew very well that if the person in front of them wanted to kill, he wouldn't care about anything. Demon Monarch. The voice of the Star Sovereign drifted over. This time, there was a tinge of emotion in it, but it was full of contempt. After a moment of silence, he didn't say much. However, his eyes suddenly turned and locked onto a white-haired middle-aged venerable behind Li Kong. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the pair of golden eyes. Like lightning, it entered the head of the white-haired middle-aged man. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the venerable's body trembled slightly. He actually flew towards the pair of eyes slowly. However, there was no expression on the venerable's face. Moreover, there were no pupils in his eyes. It was obvious that he was dead. Li Kong's body trembled even more violently. It was hard to imagine a scene where his fat body was trembling non-stop. The venerables behind also noticed this weird situation. Their teeth started to chatter. Killing someone wasn't scary, but killing someone invisibly was unheard of. The white-haired venerable floated into the pair of giant eyes. Then, a weird scene happened. The pair of giant eyes actually burrowed into the body. A moment later, a violent aura was released from the venerable's body. The pupilless eyes of the venerable actually started to move. Suddenly, there were 2 more pupils. 2 golden pupils. The Star Sovereign actually forcefully snatched someone else's body. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, he completed this weird technique silently. Li Kong and the rest were dumbfounded. What kind of weird secret technique is this? I've never heard of such a magical secret technique in the ancient times. However, they didn't dare to let out a single fart. They didn't dare to think too much. I haven't appeared for 1,000,000 years. Do you all think that I, Shintu Xiong, am dead? Why are you still kneeling? Humph, a bunch of trash. The white-haired venerable's pair of golden eyes swept across everyone coldly. Everyone felt their souls tremble, as though they were attacked by an invisible soul skill. Everyone understood that the person in front of them wasn't the venerable from before. He was the Star Sovereign, Shintu Xiong. Li Kong's reaction was the fastest. His round body climbed up immediately. He forced a flattering smile on his fat face and followed behind the white-haired middle-aged man. All the venerables behind him heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at the back of the figure that had his spine straight and was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed. They all straightened their spines and rushed towards the teleportation formation. The Supreme Island sky was still dark. Countless martial artists on the island still had a look of despair on their faces. The barrier in the sky was already as thin as a woman's undergarments. The Azura King's hideous face on the barrier looked like it was about to pounce down and tear them into pieces. Countless people who were kneeling started to stand up and pick up the weapons in their hands. They prayed for a month, but their lord didn't descend. Their chief pavilion master, their sovereign, was still nowhere to be found. The Star Sovereign had been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. Li Kong had always been the one sending messages. He didn't even appear at such a crucial moment. Most importantly, when the evil demon descended, the Supreme Island ordered everyone to retreat back to the island, allowing the evil demon to ravage the people of the Star Sea. Countless people didn't know if the legendary number 1 person in the God Realm was still alive. Was he still protecting the Holy Island and his people? Since the pavilion master wasn't around, Li Kong and the rest couldn't be relied on. They could only rely on the weapons in their hands. Supreme Island, Nine Guardians Island. Lord Qingshan and a group of sovereigns stood side by side. All of their faces were extremely solemn. The barrier was about to be broken. If the Star Sovereigns still didn't make a move, they would have to. Although they hated the Supreme Island, and some of them even hated it, the people on the island weren't guilty. However, the ordinary people on the island weren't guilty. Most importantly, they couldn't just watch as the alien races killed their own people. Yi Qinghan stood there expressionlessly, but he was constantly sending messages to Lord Devour in private. Not long ago, Lord Devour started sending him messages non-stop, asking about the situation here. Yi Qinghan didn't know why Lord Devour didn't come personally, but he still sent messages to Lord Devour about the situation every day. The communication jade talisman vibrated. Yi Qinghan took a glance and squinted his eyes. There was only one sentence in the message: the Star Sovereign will definitely come. If the situation isn't right, crush the life-saving jade talisman immediately. Remember. Jide's communication jade talisman also vibrated. He took a glance, then turned to look at Yi Qinghan. Both of them nodded. They clearly received the same message. Although they decided to do as Lord Devour said, they were extremely confused. Would the Star Sovereign dare to harm them in front of so many sovereigns? Chapter 1037. Ping. A crisp sound spread across the area. The barrier on Supreme Island shattered like a bubble under the sun. Countless faces with complicated expressions were revealed underneath. Hiss. Jia. In an instant, the countless Azura kings let out hair-raising cries. The eyes of the fiend devils and devil kings shone with a bright red light, as if they were wolves that had spotted a lone lamb. The Azura king's black and white eyes turned bloodshot. They already had intelligence. They were different from low-level demonic creatures. Their eyes seemed to be able to see through the island of Supreme and see the ancestral fiends in the lava cave below, waiting for them to rescue them. Countless evil creatures swarmed downwards like locusts. There were also countless warriors below who raised the weapons in their hands and flew towards the evil creatures with the determination to die in their eyes. The scene at this moment was like a thunderbolt igniting the underground fire. A black cloud was about to press down from the sky. Below, the Star Army in fiery red armor and the God of War in the God of War's robe rose to the sky like a black and red burning cloud. The scene was extremely shocking. Lord Qingshan and the countless kings exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. They were prepared to act. Although the Star Lords and Devil Lords didn't appear. But they couldn't just watch as the people on Supreme Island die. Wait, Shintu Xiong is coming out. Just as Lord Qingshan's body turned illusory and he was prepared to forcefully use a large area of space to freeze the space on the island. The Ice Queen spoke. Qingshan's mountain-like body solidified once more. The countless kings were shocked and they looked toward Supreme Island. Yi Qinghan and Jide looked at each other and took out a green jade talisman at the same time. Then, they looked at the Supreme Island. Wang. A gigantic teleportation formation on the square lit up at this moment. Along with the light of the teleportation formation, a fiery red radiance could be seen. As the fiery red radiance lit up, the spatial energy of the entire Supreme Island froze. The demon realm creatures that swooped down from the sky and the black cloud froze in the air. Countless Star Army soldiers also maintained the posture of charging upward. Countless Azura kings showed hatred and resentment in their eyes. Although the facial muscles of the Star Army couldn't move, their eyes were shining with ecstasy and devotion. They knew that their chief pavilion master, their king, was here. He didn't give up on his people. Countless divine senses locked onto the dozens of people in the giant teleportation formation on the plaza. In the end, they all locked onto a white-haired middle-aged man in front of Li Kong. Many people knew this white-haired middle-aged man. He was an elder of the War God Pavilion. Although he was an important person in the War God Pavilion, his ranking was much lower than Li Kong's. At this moment, he was standing in front of Li Kong with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky calmly. His pair of fiery red eyes were radiating with light. He was domineering and looked down on the world. Qing Shan and Ice Queen exchanged glances. Both of them knew that the soul in this honorable one was Shen Tu Xiong, or rather, Shen Tu Xiong was temporarily controlling this body. That was because they were all too familiar with this gaze. The domineering aura in Star Sovereign's bones couldn't be hidden even if he was parasitizing a low-grade beast. Star Sovereign didn't say anything. He kept his hands behind his back and looked into the sky. There was no emotion in his eyes. It was as if he wasn't facing tens of thousands of high-level demons and there weren't countless Star Army soldiers around him. He was standing on the peak of a mountain and looking into the endless void. Yi Qinghan's gaze passed through the black mist and looked at the fat Li Kong behind Star Sovereign. A look of hatred flashed in his eyes. Li Kong. Without the need for Ethereal Sovereign to explain, he recognized him right away. That was because Li Kong's fat body was famous in the god world. Not only did Li Kong destroy Fire Dragon City and kill millions of people, but he also killed Xiao Hei's mother. He was someone that Yi Qinghan had to kill. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan's hatred for the Star Sovereign was not as deep. Looking at the Star Sovereign's body that was like a sharp sword, a faint desire to fight began to emerge in her bones. She did not hide it, but instead, it became more and more intense, somewhat wild and unrestrained. Jide was the first to react. He frowned and didn't say anything. Ice Queen and Qing Shan's eyes were filled with praise. Although they said that a newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger, it was rare to have such a challenging heart. South Mountain Sovereign laughed coldly and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Wind Moon Sovereign Emo Shanghuang and the others were worried. Such crazy fighting intent, if the person inside sensed it, it wouldn't be a good thing. Xiao. Emo Shanghuang and the others were worried about really happened. Star Sovereign's gaze, which hadn't moved since he appeared, suddenly turned his head and shot towards Yi Qinghan. His gaze was like lightning, piercing through the dim light and locking onto Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan felt pain in his eyes, as well as in his soul. He was secretly shocked. The number one person in the divine realm was really awesome. He could actually injure a level 9 expert from such a long distance with just 2 gazes. If it was a normal person, he would have immediately shifted his gaze and avoided it. However, Yi Qinghan was stubborn. Although the gaze made his eyes hurt and his soul tremble, he was still stubborn. However, he still stubbornly clenched his teeth and braced himself to meet that gaze. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if he wanted to compete with the legendary overlord opposite him. Jide's expression was solemn but he didn't say anything. Mo Shanghuang and the others were even more worried. The mocking smile on Inkuei's face was even more obvious. His eyes were filled with the desire to stir up trouble. Ice Queen and Lord Qing Shan became silent. However, Ice Queen took a step towards Yi Qinghan. For the first time, a smile appeared at the corner of the Star Sovereign's mouth. It was elegant and somewhat charming. Li Kong said softly, "Sovereign, he is Yi Qinghan." Ha! The Star Sovereign's smile widened a little, and his smile became even brighter. His gaze swept over Yi Qinghan, and he actually looked away. Li Kong followed behind him and smiled. He didn't dare to say anything. He reported everything that happened in the past few years to Star Sovereign. He knew that he didn't need to say anything and Star Sovereign would know what to do. Because he was very familiar with this smile. The brighter the smile on Star Sovereign's face, the thicker the killing intent in his heart. As expected, Star Sovereign moved. A saber appeared in his hand. A huge saber. A saber that was twice as long as the Slaughter God's saber. Chapter 1038. The moment the Star Sovereign moved, numerous eyes lit up. What kind of shocking scene would happen when the top person in the god world made his move? Yi Qinghan tensed up. He tried his best to sense the ripples of the spatial energy of the Supreme Island. He really wanted to know how terrifying his opponent's strength was. Lord Qingshan, Ice Queen, and the other sovereigns all had solemn expressions on their faces. A few of them even closed their eyes and started to sense the situation. The eyes of the numerous people on Supreme Island started to burn with passion. Although they couldn't move, they could sense it with their divine senses. Their sovereign lord was going to make his move. How could they not be excited? The terrifyingly long saber in the Star Monarch's hand waved in the air for a few times. Then, the saber turned into an afterimage and slashed down at the sky. Then, the blade suddenly disappeared from Star Sovereign's hand. Star Sovereign placed his hands behind his back and continued to look into the sky like he didn't even slash down. Confusion flashed in the eyes of the numerous cultivators on Supreme Island. Even the numerous venerables behind him blinked their eyes as they looked at the Star Sovereign and then at the sky. They didn't know what the Star Sovereign was doing. Only Li Kong's fat head started to move. His eyes that could only be seen through a slit were terrifyingly bright. Apart from Li Kong, numerous other people's expressions changed. Even Ice Queen's cold face flushed red. Yi Qinghan gulped a few mouthfuls of saliva and his face was filled with disbelief. Pooh! Just as the numerous cultivators on Supreme Island were confused, the sound of cloth being torn spread out from the sky. Then, the bodies of the countless Azura King Abyssals in the sky began to crack open and fall down. Just as they hit the ground, these fragments turned into powder and slowly floated down. A strange black rain began to fall from the sky. At this time, all the martial artists in the city discovered that their bodies could move at this moment. They looked at the black powder that was rustling down and then swept the air with their divine senses. All of them were frightened, as if they had seen a ghost. The hundreds of thousands of demons and thousands of Shura kings in the sky had all disappeared. So many terrifying creatures, powerful creatures that could turn the Supreme Island into a river of blood, were all killed by Star Monarch with a single slash. There was no need to doubt the strength of a monarch. However, didn't monarchs all wave their palms and forcefully use the power of space to crush their enemies? They didn't even see anything, yet they were all dead. The monarch is invincible, long live the monarch. Chief Pavilion Master is invincible, long live Chief Pavilion Master. Although countless people didn't understand, not even Li Kong. But that didn't stop them from revering the Star Monarch more and more. Everyone knelt down on one knee respectfully, one hand on their chest, and shouted in unison to express their highest respect. Amateurs enjoy the show, while experts appreciate the artistry. All the sovereigns outside had clearly sensed the domineering and brutal slash from the Star Sovereign just now. When Kid attacked, he could transform the power of space into giant dragons that circled around him. As he attacked, they tore apart the enemies in front of him. However, Star Monarch only used a very small portion of the power of space around him. This massive power of space actually compressed as he waved his long saber. Finally, he slashed towards the sky. This massive power of space instantly turned into a silent giant arrow that shot into the demons in the sky. This sharp sword formed by the power of space suddenly exploded in the black fog. It turned into thousands of small arrows that shot towards every demon in all directions. It was as fast as lightning, at least 10 times faster than Kid's speed. Then, as expected, all the demons turned into powder and floated down. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Qinghan compared it. Not to mention himself, even Kid's method of using the power of space was worlds apart from Star Monarch's. Not to mention the terrifying speed of the giant arrow formed by the power of space and its terrifying penetrative power. Star Monarch only used a small portion of the power of space to achieve such a terrifying attack power. This was already unparalleled. If Star Monarch gathered more power of space and created a sharp sword that was 10 times or 100 times bigger than the one before, how could he block it? Could he block it? Would the giant palm that he created with the power of space be pierced through? If he created billions of such arrows, where could he hide in the world? Who could block it? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to imagine. Moreover, Lord Devour said that the power of space that Star Monarch controlled could reach the size of the entire star sea. How terrifying was this power? Not to mention his strange way of using the power of space. Even if he used the most barbaric method to create a giant palm, it could easily smash him into pieces. Actually, only Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan knew that Star Monarch's power was just the tip of the iceberg. A soul that was heavily injured and living in a foreign body could only use a fraction of its original power. Both of them knew that this man who looked down on the world had unfathomable power. They didn't think that he would reveal such a skill that shocked them. Once he regained his full strength, how strong would he be? Besides Ice Queen, Lord Qingshan, and Yi Qinghan, everyone else took a few steps back. Although taking a few steps wouldn't make them safer, they felt that at least they would be safer behind Qingshan and Ice Queen. Kid took a step back. Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't retreat, he gritted his teeth and stood up behind Yi Qinghan. Xiao He, enter the beast space. Yi Qinghan didn't retreat. Although he felt a bit of fear, he knew that Star Monarch wouldn't attack them if he didn't destroy the Devil King. Also, he believed Lord Devour's words. Since Star Monarch was injured, he definitely wouldn't be so stupid to fight so many kings. Although he didn't retreat, he started to prepare and send a message to Xiao He. Xiao He didn't hesitate. His eyes shone with an unknown expression. Although he was usually mischievous and sometimes even more stubborn than Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't mess around in such a situation. However, it wasn't enough to mess around in such a situation. His body turned into a shadow and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's chest. However, before he entered the beast space, he strongly requested Yi Qinghan to open the soul connection between them. He wanted to pay close attention to the situation through Yi Qinghan's soul. Supreme Island. The black mist in the sky started to dissipate. All the kings started to sense the situation nearby. They all knew that the Devil Monarch would either make a move or quietly escape. Otherwise, once the black fog completely dissipated, it was very likely that his real body would be discovered by these powerful sovereigns. Then, his fate would be very tragic. All warriors, retreat 100,000 miles. Lord Qingshan hollered. A glowing iron rod appeared in his hand. A white jade sword appeared in Ice Queen's hand. All the monarchs had their best weapons in their hands. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but he didn't take out any weapons. The atmosphere in the sky became really tense. Everyone was waiting for the guest who came from afar to appear. Chapter 1039. When the last patch of black mist was about to dissipate, the guest that came from afar finally appeared. A face appeared in the sky, a really clear face. This face was really beautiful and one couldn't tell if it was male or female. It was really devilish and captivating. There was a charming smile on his face like the most elegant gentleman. His eyes were really clear like a pond of spring water. He didn't look at anyone and just stared at the giant teleportation formation behind Star Sovereign. The sovereigns on Qingshan's side didn't move. Instead, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Since the Devil Monarch had appeared, then there was nothing to worry about. Their space powers had already frozen the surrounding region. This Devil Monarch couldn't escape. Yi Qinghan looked at that face that was even more seductive than the enchantress and frowned slightly. The Devil Monarch was said to be as intelligent as humans, so why was he so stupid to reveal his true body? Even if he wanted to enter the teleportation formation, even if he wanted to save his ancestor demon, he had to be alive to do so. Numerous martial artists on Supreme Island didn't bother to wipe off the dust on their bodies. They all looked curiously at the face in the sky. Was this the legendary Devil Monarch? His face looked like a human's. It didn't look special at all. Star Sovereign's golden eyes lit up. His white hair moved without any wind and danced in the sky. That long blade appeared in his hand once more. Without hesitation, he waved it and slashed down towards the sky. Pang! The devilish face in the sky was smashed into pieces in front of everyone's eyes. It turned into black dust that fell to the ground. It landed on numerous shocked faces. Dead? So simple. This devil monarch wasn't much stronger than Shura King. Yi Qinghan and the others were also extremely puzzled. A famous demon monarch couldn't have died so easily, right? Lord Qingshan and Ice Queen frowned and looked around warily. They knew that the devil monarch definitely wasn't dead as he only revealed his face. If the devil monarch didn't reveal his true body, then they definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. Just at that moment, Star Sovereign did something that everyone was really confused about. He actually closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them. His eyes shone so brightly that no one dared to look at him. At the same time, Lord Qingshan shouted, "Not good." Bang! Countless black flames silently blossomed on the island, like a white lotus blooming in the dark night. It was incomparably beautiful and dazzling. And it wasn't just one or two black flames that bloomed. Instead, they bloomed in every corner of the Supreme Island. All the cultivators who came into contact with the black powder of the demon earlier started to burn silently at this moment. He started burning without any warning. There wasn't even a scream. In that instant, at least hundreds of millions of martial artists had turned into raging black flames. Countless high-level warriors had used their divine power to shake off the black powder at the first moment and were lucky enough to escape. Of course, there were also warriors as strong as 7th-grade war gods who didn't care about the black powder that was no different from dust and also turned into black flames. Instantly, the entire Supreme Island turned into a living hell. Countless cultivators screamed in fear and flew into the sky to avoid the demonic black flames. The black flames began to spread in all directions, and countless houses, forests, and grasslands were spread out. Smoke began to fill the air. The Supreme Island was in a mess. The beautiful sacred island had turned into hell. Humph! You are digging your own grave. The Star Sovereign spoke for the first time. His furious humph echoed through the sky. Even Yi Qinghan and the rest who were far away felt their eardrums hurting. He still didn't move. Li Kong and the rest behind him flew up and shouted to calm everyone down. They gathered all the surviving cultivators at the left corner of the city. The Star Sovereign moved again. He suddenly appeared in mid-air and swung his saber a few times at lightning speed. Then, he swung his saber downwards. The saber was extremely fast. Other than the 9th-grade experts, even Li Kong only saw a flash of white light. Boom! As the saber slashed down, the entire Supreme Island felt like it was hit by a giant meteorite. The entire island shook, and the surrounding blood-red seawater stirred up huge waves. All of the buildings on Supreme Island turned into dust and flew everywhere. A huge mushroom cloud rose up and covered the sky. It blocked the vision of countless martial artists in the sky and blinded their eyes. But at this moment, a teleportation formation on the plaza lit up. It wasn't the kind of light used for teleportation. Instead, it was a white light that looked like a protective shield. It protected the teleportation formation. This teleportation formation was the one that teleported them down to the lava cave. Before the smoke settled, everyone could sense what was happening below the Supreme Island. The Supreme Island was flattened by the Star Sovereign using his power of space. It was even flatter than a plane. The entire Supreme Island sank more than 10 meters into the sea. The black flames that were ignited earlier had all disappeared without a trace. At this moment, not only the Star Sea martial artists above the Supreme Island, but even Yi Qinghan and the rest looked at each other in shock. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the white-haired man in midair. Yi Qinghan was thinking that if the fiery dragon city was attacked by the demons, he would definitely flatten the entire city. But he wouldn't be as decisive as the Star Sovereign. After all, the Supreme Island was his island. It was where the God of War Pavilion's General Pavilion was located. Supreme Island was where the God of War Pavilion's General Pavilion was located, an ancient city that had existed for tens of millions of years. Not to mention the precious documents stored inside and the rare treasures in the mansions of the major clans, just the ancient buildings on this island that had stood for God knows how many years were already an immeasurable amount of wealth. The Star Sovereign actually slapped it just like that, but in the next second, Yi Qinghan was attracted by a white figure that was slowly forming beside the teleportation formation. All the black powder on the island gathered towards the center of the island and formed a white figure. She was dressed in white, and her hair was whiter than snow. She had an enchanting smile on her face, and she looked at the Lord of Stars in mid-air and smiled brightly. He actually revealed his true form. Is he asking to die? Qing Shan hollered. His face was filled with shock. When Yi Qinghan and the others heard this, they were all confused. Even the Ice Queen was confused. What was this demon monarch thinking? He still couldn't help but reveal his true form in such a situation. How could he still smile? Did he think that he still had a chance to sneak into the evil abyss to destroy the seals that were suppressing the demon monarch? The Star Sovereign's expression changed. The giant blade in his hand slashed down towards the demon monarch. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the demon monarch actually stood on the spot and didn't move. Black flames burned on his body as he charged towards the giant teleportation formation. Pang! Star Monarch controlled the space power and turned it into a giant dragon. It was a giant dragon that was hundreds of times larger than the giant dragon that Kid had created. Moreover, this giant dragon even materialized. It wasn't just roaring silently, but it gave out a sky-shaking roar. It was so powerful that even Yi Qinghan felt suffocated as it pressed down towards the demon monarch that was covered in black flames. Hong long long. It was as if Supreme Island had suffered a magnitude 12 earthquake. The blood-red ocean water around formed tsunamis. The demon monarch that was covered in black flames was smashed into pieces. But the demon monarch still had a bright smile on his face before his body was ripped into pieces. Qing Shan, Ice Queen, why aren't you coming over to help? This teleportation formation is used to suppress the demon monarch. The Star Sovereign looked at the white light from the teleportation formation and his expression changed. He roared towards Qing Shan and Ice Queen. The bright white barrier on the teleportation formation started to give off black lines. The white and black intersected and it was extremely eye-piercing. Chapter 1040. Formation Base. Qing Shan's expression changed. Ice Queen's face turned even redder. If she was a goddess above the 9 heavens in the past, then she was now a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. It made one's heart palpitate. However, no one paid attention to Ice Queen. They were all thinking about what Star Sovereign meant. Just as everyone was thinking about it, Qing Shan and Ice Queen had disappeared from their side and appeared outside the teleportation formation. At the same time, Star Sovereign teleported outside too. The three of them didn't care about the gazes of others. Their 6 hands waved in the air. In the end, their hands were filled with source energy and they attached it to the white barrier outside the teleportation formation. Li Kong and the others exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know what the three of them were doing. However, Yi Qinghan and the other Grade 9 experts could clearly sense the surrounding spatial force rushing towards the three of them like a tide. Finally, through their hands, the spatial force was continuously injected into the teleportation formation's protective shield. The snake-like black lines on the teleportation formation barrier were originally spreading really quickly. However, under the three of them's control, it started to slow down. It seemed like the situation was alleviated. Brother Jide, what is going on? Yi Qinghan was still holding the green jade talisman tightly. If the situation wasn't right, he would crush it right away. He stared at the black lines on the barrier. Without even turning his head, he sent a voice transmission to Jide. I'm not sure, but I think the Devil Monarch sacrificed himself to cause some changes to the teleportation formation. It seems like the teleportation formation is suppressing the Devil Monarch in the evil abyss. It is a very important item. Once the black line spread all over the barrier, the seal suppressing the Devil Monarch might loosen. If not, the three of them wouldn't be so nervous. Jide's eyes were filled with seriousness and confusion. He took in a deep breath and sent another voice transmission, Little Han, let's retreat. The Devil Monarch has been killed. If Star Sovereign stabilizes the situation and attacks us, we will be in trouble. Retreat? Yi Qinghan's brow furrowed. He looked towards the elephant-like shadow in the corner of Supreme Island. Li Kong. The culprit who had caused the deaths of millions of people in Flame Dragon City, the culprit who had murdered Xiao Hei's mother. Now that there was such a good opportunity, if he were to slap it with his palm, then Li Kong would definitely die. Then, he would immediately let Kid teleport him away. The Star Sovereign wouldn't attack him at such a critical juncture, right? Even if he made a move, his current strength would definitely be greatly reduced, right? Kill. Or not to kill. Yi Qinghan hesitated. Next to him, Jide saw Yi Qinghan's gaze turn towards Li Kong and knew what he was thinking. He immediately transmitted his voice anxiously, Little Han, there will be opportunities in the future, don't do stupid things. If Yi Qinghan resisted, it would be impossible for Kid to teleport him. Otherwise, Kid would have teleported back to the Misty Continent with Yi Qinghan a long time ago. Kill. Boss, was my mother really killed by that fat pig? At this moment, an extremely angry voice sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. Yi Qinghan was shocked and forgot that he had opened the soul connection with Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei knew exactly what he was thinking just now. At this moment, Xiao Hei was roaring and transmitting his voice. Yes. The Enchantress and your aunt both said that your mother was killed by Li Kong. Your father searched everywhere for opportunities and treasures to enhance his strength because of your mother's death, and died in the end. Since Xiao Hei knew, Yi Qinghan didn't intend to hide it from him and transmitted his voice. He knew that although Lord Devour told Xiao Hei about his background, he didn't tell him how the Soul Emperor and his wife died. Kill him, boss, kill him. I beg you. You must kill him. Kill him. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, Xiao Hei's furious roar sounded in his mind. He could also feel that Xiao Hei was jumping around in the beast battle space crazily. His pair of intelligent eyes turned blood red as if he wanted to rush out of the beast battle space and kill this enemy who killed his mother himself. All right. Yi Qinghan's eyes became determined, and his body emitted a faint murderous aura. Kid was shocked. He knew that Yi Qinghan had made up his mind. He took out the communication jade talisman and began to transmit a message to Lord Devour. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan, asking him to crush the green jade talisman immediately if anything went wrong. He also transmitted a message to Mo Shanghuang, Monarch Yanran, and the Hidden Monarch, asking them to retreat together. Swoosh! Just as Kid, Hidden Monarch, Mo Shanghuang, and Monarch Yanran's bodies disappeared at the same time. Killing intent exploded from Yi Qinghan's body. Under the shocked gazes of the remaining monarchs, Yi Qinghan's body slowly turned illusionary. A giant face appeared in the sky and a furious voice rang out, "Li Kong, die." Monarch Wind Moon was furious and hollered, "Monarch Hanya, don't do anything stupid." "Ha, you asked for it." South Mountain Monarch Ing Kuei laughed sinisterly. His body teleported 1,000,000 miles away. The other monarchs were afraid of being implicated, so they all teleported far away. In the end, Monarch Wind Moon also teleported away helplessly. "This idiot!" Ice Queen scolded. She looked at the vicious smile on Star Monarch's face. She wanted to say something but didn't say anything. She sighed helplessly. Lord Qingshan didn't even look at the giant face in the sky. He continued to maintain the teleportation formation like he didn't want to interfere in the grievances between Yi Qinghan and Supreme Island. This time, Yi Qinghan didn't slap down. Instead, he used his giant palm to grab Li Kong. Li Kong's fat body started to tremble. His eyes, which had been narrowed into a slit, were now wide open. His eyes were filled with fear. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan using the power of space to suppress him, he would definitely shout at the top of his lungs to ask the Star Monarch to save him. Star Monarch would definitely save him even without Li Kong's shout. If his top general was killed in front of so many people, then no one would follow him in the future. His white hair started to dance in the wind. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth and his face became vicious. How many years had it been since someone dared to behave so arrogantly in front of him? The pride of the top person in the god world couldn't be challenged. Yi Qinghan had been provoking him. Star Ocean's top overlord title was stepped on by this person. He still wanted to slap his face in front of everyone. Originally, he wanted to wait for his soul to fully recover before wiping out these clowns. But now he couldn't care so much. Even if his injuries got worse, he had to kill this clown. Star Monarch's hands were still on the barrier, but his white hair danced even more intensely. In the sky, a sharp arrow condensed from the power of space appeared out of thin air and shot towards Yi Qinghan's huge palm. Before the palm could grab hold of Li Kong, the two collided violently. Pang! Yi Qinghan didn't expect Star Monarch to save him at such a crucial moment. The giant hand and the sharp arrow collided violently. A huge gust of wind blew. Li Kong and countless martial artists from the Starry Sea were instantly blown away by the gust of wind. Countless martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood, and the waves below rose to a height of tens of meters. Yi Qinghan's body shook, but his eyes lit up. Star Monarch didn't know if it was because his soul was injured or because he was living in someone else's body, but he couldn't use much space power. The sharp arrow clashed with his giant palm and dissipated in the air. They were evenly matched. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with madness. He formed another giant palm and smashed it in Li Kong's direction. At the same time, a black saber appeared in his hand. He held the Slaughter God's saber in one hand and the green jade talisman in the other. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed in Li Kong's direction. Green jade talisman, I'm counting on you. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot. Since the battle had started, there was no room for friendship. He didn't dare to touch Star Monarch, but Li Kong had to die. The Star Monarch could once again destroy his palm that was formed by the power of space. Could he defend against the two-pronged attack of Spectral Spirit? Chapter 1041. Yi Qinghan is such an idiot. On the rooftop of the Soul Devourer Palace, Lord Devourer smashed the book in his hand on the table. The square jade table was smashed into powder, and the beautiful grape trellises around were smashed. Countless grapes fell on the rooftop, and the enormous energy tore them into pieces, scattering everywhere. Lord! Miss Jio's face turned pale. She had followed Lord Devourer for a long time, but she had never seen Lord Devourer angry, let alone this furious. Even when Yi Qinghan almost died in the mysterious spirit cave mansion, Lord Devour still drank his tea calmly. But now, he was furious and turned the entire rooftop into a mess. Lord Devour didn't speak, but the coldness in his eyes made Miss Jo's heart shiver. She thought for a while, then quickly sent a message to Jida, asking him to tell her everything about the current situation. Although Jida was standing a million miles away from the Supreme Island, Lord Devour's tone was extremely fierce, so he didn't dare to be careless. He spread his space power to check the situation in the distance. While he was checking, the Ice Queen and the Lord of Stars continued to pour space power into the teleportation formation, using the purest energy in the world to suppress the black lines in the formation. Yi Qinghan waved his palm for the first time, and the Lord of Stars also started to dance, creating a sharp arrow. The two were evenly matched. Jida heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that even if Yi Qinghan couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. He quickly sent a message to Lord Devour. Little Han is such an idiot. How dare he ignore my message? Even if Shintu Xiong's soul possessed another warrior, how could he deal with him? Lord Devour knew Yi Qinghan's stubbornness. He knew that even if he sent 100 messages, Yi Qinghan wouldn't respond. He was so angry that he was shivering. Luckily, Jida said that Shintu Xiong could only use a small part of his real strength. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. No. Isn't the teleportation formation suppressing the Supreme Devil Array? Isn't it under the magma? This teleportation formation. Could it be the restriction array suppressing Shintu Xiong's real body? Oh no. All of a sudden, Lord Devour's eyes opened wide. He shouted loudly. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly shouted, "Xiao Yu, activate the second retreat plan. Ah Zhou, go to Fiery Dragon City immediately. If the Enchantress tells number 2 the retreat plan, we'll have to deal with it." If he didn't let all the martial artists with the cyan jade talismans crush them, the rest of them would have to return to the Fire Dragon continent through the Carefree Pavilion. Immediately. Quick. Xiao. Before Madame Zhou could react, Lord Devour had disappeared from the rooftop. Countless figures instantly flew out from the City Lord Manor. The one in the lead was Emperor Yu. His loud roar, which was amplified by his divine power, resounded through the entire soul-devouring city. Everyone who has been bestowed with the soul-devouring jade talisman, gather in the plaza. Now! Emperor Yu directly flew into the plaza, and his divine power surged out, sending countless people flying. At the same time, the countless guards quickly surrounded the empty space that Emperor Yu had cleared out. The divine power in Emperor Yu's hand increased, and he directly slapped the empty space in the plaza. The green stone slabs scattered in all directions, and a ray of light lit up, revealing a huge teleportation array. Emperor Yu's face sank as he shouted, "Everyone with the soul-devouring jade talisman, enter the teleportation array immediately." "Ah Zhou, what are you doing here? Still not going to Flame Dragon City?" Madame Zhou was startled. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that something big had happened. Earth-shaking, earth-shattering event. She didn't dare to think about anything else, stepping into the teleportation array and flying to Flame Dragon City. The Flame Dragon City was already in chaos. Lei Zhen seemed to have received the news. At this moment, when Madame Zhou appeared and explained the situation, Lei Zhen's face became even darker. Countless citizens of the Flame Dragon Island and the Flame Dragon Island were arranged to enter the teleportation formation in the City Lord's mansion. Then, they entered the Sealed God Valley. Finally, they all stepped into Yu Qingchang's open door of the Carefree Pavilion. "Madame Zhou, what happened? Where's Qinghan? Where's Xiaohei? Why aren't they back yet?" When Madame Zhou appeared in the Sealed God Valley, Yu Qingqing, Peach Blossom, Li Shubai, and the others immediately surrounded her. Their faces were filled with panic, but they forced themselves not to show it. In fact, the ninth madam was also in a daze at this moment. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what happened either. This is an order from the Lord. After you arrange for the citizens of the Fire Dragon Continent's Fire Dragon City to enter, immediately crush the green jade talisman that the Lord gave you. As for Little Han and Xiao He, Lord has already rushed over. There shouldn't be any big problems." The calmest person present was Yao Ji. She said lightly, "There's no need to crush the jade talisman. It's a waste for me to crush it here. Besides Lei Zhen and Qingqing Aozhou, the others don't resist. I will teleport you all in." With a wave of Yao Ji's hand, Yi Sihan, Peach Blossom, Li Shuwei, and the others suddenly disappeared. Then, Yao Ji waved her hand again, and the elders of Flame Dragon City also disappeared from the Sealed God Valley. Countless people of the Flame Dragon Continent and the descendants of the Night Emperor were puzzled. However, Yi Qinghan had said that when he was not around, they would listen to Lei Zhen. They didn't ask anything and quickly teleported back to the Flame Dragon Continent from the Carefree Pavilion. "Lord Yao Ji, do you know what happened?" Lei Zhen asked Yao Ji when he saw that most of the people had teleported. Yao Ji sighed deeply and said, "The Star Sovereign is likely to come out. Although he might not have recovered from his serious injuries, since Jiao Wu has activated the second evacuation plan, it means that our lives will be in danger at any moment. The Soul Emperor stole two of the most precious treasures from him in the past. He will definitely take revenge. I will explain this to you later. Let's go." "No." To everyone's surprise, Lei Zhen shook his head and said, "You go first. I will stay in Flame Dragon City." Yao Ji looked at the determined look in Lei Zhen's eyes and shook her head slightly. Then, she brought Yu Qingqing and Madame Jiao and disappeared from the Sealed God Valley. Lei Zhen was silent for a moment. Then, he teleported out and gave some instructions to a senior elder who stayed in the city. Then, he stepped into the transmission array to Dragon Sun City. Within Soul Devourer City, tens of thousands of warriors with Soul Devourer Jade talismans were constantly entering the teleportation array. The teleportation array on the plaza was constantly flashing, sending out batches of Soul Devourer City's experts and low-level warriors with great potential. When the last group of people was teleported in, the dark-skinned but handsome Emperor Yu's eyes flashed with the same light as Lei Zhen's. He said to Emperor Yi and his wife, "Zhao Shanshan, you two go in. Second brother, you're not leaving." Although Emperor Yi didn't understand many things, he knew what Emperor Yu wanted to do at this moment. He called out anxiously. On the contrary, the beautiful senior elder, Zhao Shanshan, didn't say a word. She stepped into the transmission array and her eyes met with Emperor Yu's. Emperor Yu's face was filled with a bright smile. He didn't say anything and only looked at his wife. Then, he kicked Emperor Yi into the transmission array and decisively activated it. When Zhao Shanshan's figure disappeared into the transmission array, Emperor Yu retracted his gaze. The smile on his face also turned bleak. Divine power revolved in his hands and he directly smashed the transmission array to pieces. Then, he looked at Soul Devourer City and leisurely said, "Soul Devourer City, I will be with you." Chapter 1042. Xiao Han, it's dangerous. Crush the Jade Talisman. Stop killing. Above Supreme Island, Yi Qinghan formed a giant palm and smashed it down towards Li Kong. At the same time, his body was like lightning as he flew towards Li Kong from another direction with the Slaughter God blade in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot. Yi Qinghan acted like he didn't hear Jida's furious voice transmission. He shouted, "Dog, it's up to you now. Li Kong, die." The dog thing specter turned into a gust of wind and whistled through the air. It didn't look very powerful, but Yi Qinghan knew that Li Kong was frozen by his own space power and didn't have any source of energy to protect his body. Once he was attacked, there was a high chance that he would be killed. Star Sovereign, who was beside the teleportation formation, waved his white hair even more recklessly. The fresh blood at the corner of his mouth made his hideous face look even more terrifying. Ice Queen looked coldly at the crazy Yi Qinghan and the hideous Star Sovereign. She felt helpless. Although she liked Yi Qinghan, she couldn't defend the top person in the god world just for Yi Qinghan. Lord Qing Shan acted like he didn't see anything as he focused on suppressing the black lines on the barrier. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there weren't many black lines left on the barrier. If the formation's cornerstone was destroyed, the demon sovereign of Nifa's abyss would emerge and the divine world would most likely be destroyed. Lord Qing Shan, Ice Queen, Lady Jia Wu said that this teleportation formation isn't used to suppress the evil demon sovereign but to suppress Shintu Xiong's main body. Stop. If not, Shintu Xiong's main body will come out from the evil abyss. Two voice transmissions rang out in Ice Queen and Lord Qing Shan's mind. This was Ji De's voice transmission. The two of them frowned at the same time, but their hands didn't stop. They continued to clear the black lines within the barrier. However, the two of them slowed down the injection of space power. You are asking for death. The viciousness on Star Sovereign's face became thicker. He suddenly hollered and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body instantly exploded. At this moment, the power of space behind him had reached a terrifying level. Lord Qing Shan and Ice Queen were both stunned and their expressions changed. This was because they realized that the terrifying space power that Lord of Stars had condensed by exploding his body and burning part of his soul was not directed at Yi Qinghan, who was in the air. Instead, it was injected into the white barrier. There weren't many black lines left in the shield. What he did was completely unnecessary. There must be something wrong with things that were abnormal. As the Star Monarch's powerful spatial energy entered the barrier, the black strands disappeared completely. The white light on the barrier grew brighter and shot into the sky. The entire Supreme Island suddenly started trembling, and it was even more intense than when the Star Monarch slashed at the Supreme Island with his saber. The world shook. He had been fooled. At this moment, both of them understood. Without hesitation, he teleported away. At the same time, Ice Queen shouted towards Yi Qinghan, run. Run now. In the blink of an eye. Actually, when Yi Qinghan waved his palm and flew towards Li Kong with the Slaughter God blade until Ice Queen teleported away, it all happened at the same time. Hong. Along with Supreme Island shaking, Yi Qinghan's palm smacked onto Li Kong's elephant-like body. The strong space power directly turned Li Kong's body into dust. Even the tens of thousands of experts around him turned into a blood mist. Li Kong, dead. However, Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly stopped in midair, and the gust of wind formed by that dog also stopped in midair, condensing into his flattering smile. He was somewhat at a loss, as if he hadn't even made a move. How did his target die? Yi Qinghan was also at a loss. Why didn't Star Sovereign save Li Kong? Was the energy that he gathered an illusion? Since he didn't want to save him, then why did he do so? Yi Qinghan, run. Run now. Ice Queen's voice rang out in Yi Qinghan's mind. Yi Qinghan looked down at the teleportation formation that shone brightly. Wang. Just at that moment, the teleportation formation shook once more. The entire Supreme Island quietened down. The surrounding blood-red seawater was still surging with raging waves. A golden-haired, golden-armored male appeared in the teleportation formation. His eyes met with Yi Qinghan's. At this moment, a pair of golden eyes appeared. There was no emotion in those eyes, but there was a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Yi Qinghan had seen these eyes before and they were extremely familiar. Star Sovereign Shintu Xiong's eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood many things. Without hesitation, he crushed the green jade talisman in his hand. At the same time, he sent a message to Yao Ji to pull him into the illusion palace. The reason why he wanted to kill Li Kong so crazily was because of these two things. He believed that no matter how strong Star Sovereign was, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Star Sovereign laughed. He laughed in an unrestrained manner. The disdain and mocking intent in his laughter was extremely obvious. The way he looked at Yi Qinghan was like a lion looking at a rabbit that was running away. His golden curly hair that reached his waist fluttered slightly. A small golden palace appeared in his hand out of thin air. The moment the palace appeared, it disappeared. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body also disappeared from the sky. The remaining martial artists and venerables on Supreme Island were dazzled and confused. Things were developing too quickly. They couldn't understand it at all. They looked at the man who hadn't appeared for 1,000,000 years and were confused. Why was he smiling so brightly after Yi Qinghan escaped? Lord Qingshan and Ice Queen Wu Yi, who were watching from afar, were confused. But in the next second, everyone was shocked. A giant golden palace appeared in the sky. The palace gave off a 7-colored glow. Yi Qinghan, who had disappeared, appeared on the spot once more. His face was filled with confusion and then it turned into terror. "Ha, my main body is out and you still want to escape. Bastard, continue to run, continue to crush the jade talisman. If you can escape today, I, Shin Tu Xiong, will write my name backwards, how about that?" Star Sovereign walked towards the sky like there was an invisible staircase in the air. His footwork was really elegant and the smile on his face was really carefree. After being trapped for 1,000,000 years, he finally came out. Why was he so unhappy? Not only did he come out, but he also obtained the top treasure of the God world with the help of Qingshan, Ice Queen, and the Devil Monarch. How could he not be happy? He was able to kill this clown that slapped his face the moment he came out. What reason did he have not to be happy? Is this the legendary Eternal Hall that can totally freeze space, the Eternal Hall that can freeze the connection with parallel space? Lord Qingshan's trembling voice started to transmit his voice to Ice Queen. Ice Queen didn't say anything, but her face turned a shade of red that could make all the men in the world go crazy. When Lord Qingshan saw Ice Queen's expression, a sad and regretful expression appeared on his face. He waved towards Blood Knight Sovereign in the distance and transmitted his voice, "Stop fleeing, come over. With this palace, there is no place in the God world that we can hide in. If there is a need, submit to Shin Tu Xiong." Ice Queen also transmitted her voice to Wind Moon Sovereign. South Mountain Sovereign teleported over. Yanran Sovereign, Mo Shanghuang, and Hidden World Sovereign gritted their teeth. In the end, they didn't crush the green talisman in their hands. The other sovereigns also teleported over helplessly like a defeated rooster. Jida looked at Yi Qinghan, who couldn't move at all. He sighed helplessly and crushed the green jade talisman in his hand, disappearing into the air. Chapter 1043. The important figures of Soul Eater City and Flame Dragon City gathered in the Soul Emperor Pavilion's Dream Palace on Soul Emperor Island. All of them looked anxious. Even Yu Qingqing, who had always been calm, looked gloomy. After Jida crushed the blue jade talisman, he was teleported here. He didn't explain to the others. He just sent a message to Yao Ji, explaining the situation. Eternal Palace. Yao Ji murmured. She didn't have any information about this palace, but she knew it was very serious. She had used the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restriction to teleport Yi Qinghan here, but it didn't work. She wasn't surprised. As long as a 9th grade expert froze the space, Yi Qinghan couldn't teleport. However, Yi Qinghan crushed the blue jade talisman made by Lord Devour, but he didn't teleport. This shocked her. Lord Devour had followed the Soul Emperor for a long time and learned many things. Lord Devour had tested the blue jade talisman. Even if he used the power of space to freeze it, he could still teleport. However, Yi Qinghan failed. This meant that the restriction in the Eternal Palace that Jide had mentioned was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that it could cut off the connection between that space and the parallel space. This wasn't important. What was important was that Yi Qinghan and Xiao He couldn't escape. They would die. Jide knew the situation. He closed his eyes helplessly. 9th grade experts. They had 3 9th grade experts on their side. As long as they were confident, they could increase the number of 9th grade experts on their side to 6. The hidden sovereign, Mo Shanghuang, and monarch Yanran would definitely take action if they had the slightest chance of winning. However, the moment Monarch Star appeared, he knew they didn't have the slightest chance. At that time, he wanted to take a gamble, but Lord Devour sent him a message to leave. Obviously, Lord Devour didn't have the slightest chance either. Therefore, no one could save Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. Although the people in the Dream Palace didn't know the specific situation, they could guess something from Yao Ji and Jide's expressions. Yu Qingcheng closed her eyes, fireworks started to sob, and Yi Yao Rao's aura became even colder. Of course, there were even more people who were at a loss and felt infinite fear because of the unknown. Yao Ji's lips were as red as blood. She closed her eyes, using the Soul Emperor Pavilion's barrier to send a message to Lord Devour. The content of the message wasn't much, just one sentence. Let's give up. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to leave. Lord Devour wasn't in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He was hovering above the sea of stars. 1,000,000 miles away from the Supreme Island. Her red robe looked even redder under the reflection of the blood below. Her face did not show the anger that she had shown on the rooftop of soul-devouring city. Instead, she looked calm. She looked at the sovereign island in the distance with her beautiful eyes, although she couldn't even see the inner sea with her eyes. Above the Supreme Island, Star Monarch was clad in golden armor. Together with his golden hair and golden eyes, he was so dazzling that no one dared to look at him directly. He stood proudly in the air. He didn't wave a giant palm or condense a sharp arrow to kill Yi Qinghan, who was below the Golden Palace. He looked around at the seawater that was slowly calming down and the blue sky above the seawater. He opened his arms, closed his eyes, and twitched his nose. He smelled the air in an intoxicated manner and murmured, "It's been 1,000,000 years. Old thing, you've trapped me for 1,000,000 years. Today, I, Shin Tu Xiong, am finally out. The air in the divine realm smells so good. Sweet, fragrant, with a faint fishy smell. So comfortable. So comfortable." Then, he suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was ear-piercing, savage, and carefree. He still raised his hands high and roared, "Old thing, I'll definitely protect this plane of the divine realm for you. I'll definitely lead the people of the divine realm to fulfill your unfulfilled wish. Don't worry. Of course, before that, I need to clean up a few disobedient bastards." Before he even finished his sentence, the weather changed. A piercingly cold wind blew across the entire star ocean. Giant waves rose up in the blood-red seawater. An extremely suppressive aura condensed in the sky above the star ocean. Then, Star Sovereign's body disappeared. A giant face appeared in the sky, a giant face that covered the entire internal ocean. Submit or die. This pair of giant golden eyes didn't look at Yi Qinghan, who was below the palace. Instead, it looked at the rows of grade 9 experts standing at the border of the internal ocean. The coldness in his eyes could freeze the seawater. Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan didn't have any expression on their faces. However, the sovereigns at the side were all shocked and terrified. They looked at the giant face in the sky that was hundreds of times bigger than the one they had condensed. They knew that this was Star Sovereign showing off his strength to them. But they couldn't resist. They couldn't even muster up any will to fight. If Shintu Xiong, the top person in the divine realm, was lying, then he was undeniably the top person now. Greetings, sir. South Mountain Sovereign was the first to kneel down. He knelt down completely, on both knees. Greetings, sir. The two small-sized Secret Realm sovereigns knelt down without any hesitation. To them, it didn't matter who was the boss in the divine realm, as long as they could protect their own land. Sir. Lord Qingshan's giant body suddenly became shorter. He knelt down on one knee and Blood Knight Sovereign also knelt down with him. Sir. Ice Queen's face didn't flush red anymore. She was ice cold and didn't kneel down. She just slightly lowered her head. It could even be considered a bow. Mo Shanghuang, Wind Moon Sovereign, Yenran Sovereign, and Hidden World Sovereign exchanged glances with one another. Helplessness flashed in their eyes. They all knelt down on one knee and lowered their noble heads. Greetings, sir. In the face of absolute strength, nothing could go against it. In the face of life and death, all dignity could be sold. Greetings, Sovereign. Greetings, Head Pavilion Head. A heaven-shaking roar rang out from Supreme Island. The remaining Star Ocean martial artists all knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. However, their shouts were filled with endless excitement and joy. At that moment, they seemed to have understood many things. They understood why the Lord of Stars didn't care about the martial artists in the Galaxy Sea when the demons arrived, why he didn't care about everything on the Supreme Island and razed it to the ground with a slash. Because as long as he was here, as long as he came out, the entire God world would belong to him, to Star Ocean. There was no joy on Star Sovereign's face. He didn't even have any expression. He didn't continue to look at the sovereigns who knelt down. He also didn't look at the low-grade martial artists on Supreme Island. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan, who was below the palace. His giant lips curled up and he laughed. Moments later, the laughter stopped. What replaced it was a bone-chilling voice. Shameless woman, do you think you can hide from me with your invisibility technique? I will count to 3. If you don't show yourself and return the things in the Soul Emperor Pavilion to me, I will tear this so-called top genius of God world into pieces. Chapter 1044. Shameless Woman. Qing Shan and Ice Queen frowned. They instantly understood who Star Sovereign was talking to. Then, the other sovereigns also knew who this shameless woman was. Devouring Butterfly Dance. Soul Emperor and Lord Devour had barged into Evil Abyss and snatched 2 treasures from the soul-extinguishing lava. Many people knew that Lord Devour had used it, which had boosted her from the peak of level 7 to the upper level 9 in just 100 years. The other one was stored in the 9th floor of Soul Emperor Pavilion. Everyone knew this secret, because all the monarchs could clearly sense the terrifying and incomparably pure energy contained within the supreme treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor. However, when Soul Emperor placed Soul Emperor Pavilion on Soul Emperor Island, he said that if anyone wanted to obtain it, they had to follow his rules. Otherwise, Soul Emperor Pavilion would self-destruct and everything would be thrown into the space turbulence. No one would be able to obtain it. No one in God world doubted Soul Emperor's restriction and artifact crafting skills. Although they were sovereigns and wouldn't die in the space turbulence, if they lost their way, they might have to wander in the space turbulence for the rest of their lives. Star Sovereign said that Lord Devour was shameless and he wasn't wrong on the surface. He wasn't wrong when he said that the items in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion belonged to him. This was because the Nephis Abyss had always been guarded by the Battle God Pavilion. Therefore, the items in the Nephis Abyss belonged to the Battle God Pavilion, which meant that they belonged to the Star Monarch. But was Devour Butterfly Dance here? Everyone used the power of space to sense, but they couldn't find Lord Devour. Even Ice Queen couldn't find him. They couldn't help but be shocked. Was Star Sovereign talking nonsense? Or did Lord Devour have some secret treasure? Could he avoid their detection? Yi Qinghan's body did not move. Although he could move, there was no panic on his face, nor was there any fear of being in a desperate situation. Everyone would die. At least he killed Li Kong today. He could answer to the millions of people who died in Flame Dragon City and Wind Emperor Mount Wu. Of course, the most important thing was that this was Xiao Hei's request. Li Kong was the culprit who killed Xiao Hei's mother. He had never been able to reject Xiao Hei's request. Without Xiao Hei, there would be no Yi Qinghan today. As the seventh son of the Yi family, it was worth it to be able to become the monarch of the divine world today. He had no regrets. Of course, he would not resign himself to his fate. He was calling out in a frenzy. He wasn't calling Lord Devour, the Enchantress, or the God Emperor. Instead, he was calling out to someone who might not even be able to hear him. War Emperor. At this very moment. He knew that with his abilities, he had no chance of escaping. At this moment, Lord Devour didn't send him any message. Apparently, Lord Devour didn't have any solution. The Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan had also submitted. He knew that even if he gave it his all, even if he self-destructed, he would not be able to hurt the Star Sovereign. Therefore, he didn't do anything stupid. He only placed his hopes on the War Emperor in the black stone inside the divine crystal. He didn't know how strong War Emperor was, but he had a feeling that he was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than Star Monarch. He wasn't sure if the War Emperor could hear his call, so he could only do this. Shintishiong. All of a sudden, a familiar voice echoed in Yi Qinghan's head, causing two of Yi Qinghan's souls to shiver. However, he didn't let his expression change. He was just waiting for the War Emperor's next words with ecstasy. He has refined my things. No one in the divine world is his match now. It's useless for you to call me. I've told you, I'm just a remnant soul. I don't have any energy. Let alone Shintishiong, I can't even kill an ordinary warrior. I didn't expect that you would meet him so early. Sigh. This is your fate, and also mine. However, the Battle Emperor's voice transmission made Yi Qinghan feel despair, even though he knew that the Battle Emperor was just a remnant soul. Although he knew that the War Emperor was just a remnant soul, he still had some hope in his heart. At this moment, it was completely shattered. Big brother, don't be afraid. We two brothers will go to the Netherworld realm together. Xiao Hei, who was lying in Yi Qinghan's beast space, was restless and impatient. However, after he got the answer from Yi Qinghan's soul, he calmed down. Xiao Hei's thoughts were simple. If he could stay with Yi Qinghan, even if he had to die, he wouldn't be lonely. Phew. Then, let's go together. Being able to live like this is worth it. Yi Qinghan exhaled. He opened his eyes and scanned around as if he wanted to see the last time in this world. 1. The Star Sovereign's cold voice arose like the bell ringing in the doomsday, reminding Lord Devour that his patience had a limit. Lord Devour was still standing where he was. His red robe fluttered in the wind, but at this moment, his body had a faint purple halo. It was this purple light that blocked off the other sovereign's probing. When she heard the Sovereign of Stars shout, 1, a trace of helplessness and pain flashed through her beautiful eyes. In the end, she took out the communication jade talisman and closed her eyes. 2 streams of tears fell silently, buzz. Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he felt the vibration in the messaging jade talisman. His soul consciousness scanned, but he was so skeptical. Did she send a message to Lord Devour, asking Xiao Hei to destroy the ring that she had given him? Star Monarch, who was hovering in the sky, easily found that someone had sent a message to Yi Qinghan. However, he didn't mind it. Quite the contrary, the mocking smile on the corner of his mouth widened. In front of absolute power, all schemes and schemes were just like the floating clouds. When the Fire Dragon City was built, Lord Devour had killed White-Browed Venerable. Then, on the rooftop of the city master's mansion, he had given Yi Qinghan 2 rings, asking him to give them to Xiao He. One ring was magical. A drop of Xiao He's blood had disappeared into his body. Yi Qinghan knew that it was a treasure that Lord Devour had given to Xiao He to protect himself. It had the same effect as the love of the dancing butterfly. However, Lord Devour had asked Xiao He to destroy it. This message was very baffling. At this moment, what could destroying a ring change? Although it was inexplicable, Yi Qinghan did as he was told. Although Xiao He was also skeptical, he just shook his small head and took out the ring from his body. Then, he used his claw to crush it. The moment he crushed the ring, Xiao He's spirited eyes suddenly lit up. A moment later, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A rather desolate smile. "Boss, you're saved. Wait for me." Xiao He sent a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. Then, he closed his eyes and rested his head in the beast's space. "I'm saved." Yi Qinghan was not surprised. Instead, the doubt in his eyes deepened. He had a very bad feeling, but he did not know what would happen. But, could there be anything worse at this moment? 2. Star Sovereign said coldly again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the space and the distance shook violently. The space and the distance began to tremble violently. Then, a beautiful palm suddenly appeared and cut through the sky. It did not strike at the Star Monarch, but at the palace above Yi Qinghan's head. "Humph, you still want to save him." Star Sovereign's eyes did not show any fear. He snorted coldly. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Yi Qinghan and sneered, the #1 genius in the god realm. "What a pity. Die." The giant face in the sky didn't change. Below it, a sharp sword appeared out of nowhere. It was a sharp sword and not an arrow. It was a sword that was sharper and more domineering than an arrow. This hundreds of meters long sword was formed by space power. The compressed space power within caused Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan to frown. The other monarchs all felt like they were suffocating. The sharp sword broke through the sky. It didn't attack the beautiful hand, but Yi Qinghan who was below. The beautiful hand and the sharp sword were both really quick. Based on their speed, they would hit their respective targets at the same time. Maybe the palace would be smacked away by the beautiful hand, but Yi Qinghan would definitely be smashed into pieces by the sharp sword. There was no surprise at all. What a waste. Ice Queen sighed and closed her eyes. Sadness flashed in Monarch Yenran's eyes. Who knew if it was for Yi Qinghan or for herself? Mo Shanghuang closed his eyes in pain. South Mountain Sovereign smiled brightly. His eyes opened wide as he waited for Yi Qinghan's body to turn into a blood mist and scatter in the air. Wang. Just at that moment, an extremely strong power surged out from Yi Qinghan's body. This aura caused Ice Queen to open her eyes once more. It also caused Star Sovereign's eyes to be filled with shock. This shock turned into rage. No. Xiao He, no. We agreed to die together. No. At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly understood many things. He cried out in terror and roared out from the depths of his heart. Hong. That beautiful giant hand lightly smacked the golden palace. The palace wasn't smacked away but it started to shake. That sharp sword hit Yi Qinghan. The 10-meter wide sharp sword clashed with Yi Qinghan's small body. Instantly, Yi Qinghan was swallowed up. However, what shocked countless people was that at this moment, a set of strange black battle armor appeared on Yi Qinghan's body. The battle armor wrapped around Yi Qinghan's entire body, and there was a black horn on his head, which made him look even more strange. The battle armor emitted a dazzling light, as if Yi Qinghan had transformed into a black demonic sun, which no one could look at directly. Hong! The sharp sword formed from space energy smashed onto Yi Qinghan's body. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yi Qinghan's body was only flung backward. Under such a strong power, his body was actually perfectly fine. Demon Lady! Teleport! A delicate voice rang out. A red figure appeared on the starry sea and then instantly disappeared. Yi Qinghan, who had been smashed into the air by the sharp sword, also disappeared along with it. The Star Monarch's face turned ferocious. Violent space power swept across the star sea. The blood-red seawater was raised into 1,000-meter-tall waves. The Star Monarch's deafening roar reverberated throughout the divinity realm. Soul-devouring transformation, it's that damned soul-devouring transformation again. I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all. At the same time. The Soul Emperor Island suddenly shook, causing the several supremacies to jump in fright. Then, something even more horrifying happened. The Soul Emperor Pavilion that they had protected for countless years actually moved. It turned into a black shadow that tore through space and vanished into the turbulent flows of space. Chapter 1045. Soul-devouring transformation. Many people were really unfamiliar with this, but a few sovereigns knew about it. That was because this was the overpowered technique of the Soul Emperor. The soul-devouring beast's soul-devouring world was already overpowered, but this soul-devouring transformation was definitely overpowered. That year, the Soul Emperor used this technique to block Star Sovereign's palm with peak grade 7 strength and snatched the 2 treasures from the tiger's mouth. Everyone thought back to Yi Qinghan's little soul-devouring beast, the one that had just transformed. Who knew that black devouring beast, whose soul realm was only a god-emperor realm and whose laws were so pitifully low, could actually use the soul-devouring transformation and block Star Sovereign's furious strike? The sharp sword that Star Sovereign formed contained terrifying energy. Apart from Qing Shan and Ice Queen, none of the sovereigns present had the confidence to take it head-on. One could imagine how overpowered this soul-devouring transformation was. Looking at the raging Star Sovereign, everyone was silent. When they felt a giant space ripple in the south, everyone was shocked once more. Soul Emperor Pavilion disappeared. Ripped open space and entered the chaotic space flow. Although Ice Queen and the others didn't have any expression on their faces, they really respected that woman. Not only did she arrange so many things, at the crucial moment, she didn't hesitate at all and ran. She also respected Jida for abandoning a continent just like that and running away. If Jida didn't run and chose to submit to Star Sovereign, he might still be able to sit on his ethereal monarch. Now, he was following Lord Devouring to wander. Who knew if he would be able to return to the god world in this life? Many things were just a matter of thought. But after enjoying so many years of riches and power, how many of them would be willing to give it up just like that? At least, Mo Shanghuang Hidden Monarch Miss Yenran couldn't. At that moment, there was a ripple in the air. Star Sovereign's giant face disappeared and a golden-armored Shintu Xiong appeared in the air. His face wasn't as angry as before. He was calm, his golden eyes were as deep as the ocean. One couldn't guess what he was thinking about. After a short while, he turned his head and looked toward Supreme Island. In the end, his eyes locked onto a middle-aged man who looked similar to Li Fei. He said coldly, "Li Tao, right? Bring some people to the Misty Continent. From today onwards, you will be the Misty Continent sovereign. Whoever dares to defy you will be killed without mercy. Blood Knight Monarch, help him shake things up." Li Tao was Li Kong's younger brother. The Li clan had 3 venerables, but 2 of them had been killed by Yi Qinghan. Now, he was the only one left. Originally, his eyes were filled with sorrow and anger, but when he heard this, his face was filled with wild joy. He hurriedly kowtowed towards Yi Qinghan, and hot tears of incomparable sincerity appeared on his face. Of course, the Blood Monarch wouldn't say anything. He knew clearly that Lord Devour had escaped in such a short time. Her and Yi Qinghan's relatives must have already made arrangements to escape. With Kid gone, who else in the floating continent would resist? Sir, since the Demon Monarch has been killed, the Supreme Island should be rebuilt immediately. Inkue is useless, but I'm willing to help rebuild it. After the Blood Knight Monarch left with Li Tao and more than 10 supremacies, the South Mountains Monarch immediately bowed down in a flattering manner. He bowed slightly like a loyal family dog. We are willing to help rebuild the Saint Island. Lord Qing Shan and Ice Queen exchanged glances, then led the other monarchs behind them to bow and shout. Since they had already submitted, then they had to show the proper attitude. Everyone in the Star Ocean, help Qing Shan and Icy Snow to rebuild the Supreme Island. Report to me once it's done. The Star Monarch was satisfied with their performance. He didn't say much, nodding his head and entering the Golden Palace. Then, the palace started to disappear in the sky. Looking at the disappearing Eternal Palace, all the monarchs looked at the sky above the Star Ocean and sighed in their hearts. The sky of the Divine World was going to change from today onwards. The Divine World was originally filled with warlords, but with the appearance of the Star Monarch and his sudden increase in strength, it was going to be unified. In just a short time, the Divine World would belong to Shintu. The space turbulence was the isolation zone of every parallel space. The space turbulence was filled with space-shattering blade currents that could easily mince martial artists below the venerable realm into minced meat. There were also dark whirlpools that could trap even monarchs and prevent them from escaping. There were also black holes that could swallow everything. It could be said that space turbulence was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Even the Star Monarch didn't dare to go deep into it. Once you were swallowed by the black holes, you would be completely lost. It was possible that you wouldn't be able to find your way back to the Divine World for the rest of your life. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a single plane. The space turbulence wasn't like the space cracks in the Divine World. It was dark and gloomy. Once you entered the space turbulence, you would realize that there were shining objects everywhere. Many places were extremely beautiful, just like the endless stars. At this moment, countless people in the Dream Palace were shocked by the surrounding scenery. The restriction of the Dream Palace could easily simulate the surrounding scenery. At this moment, the world in front of Fireworks and the others had subverted their understanding. They even forgot about their worries. Lord Devour sent a message. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had been rescued and were on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Ji De and the Enchantress had also been teleported there. Although Lord Devour told them not to worry, they were still very worried since they hadn't seen Yi Qinghan in person. The elders of the Soul Eater City weren't as worried as Fireworks and the others. As long as Lord Devour was there, they had nothing to fear. So what if they had to wander in the space turbulence forever? At this moment, they were all looking at the shocking scenery outside. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and they were all in awe. There were countless blade-like gusts of wind sweeping in the air. There was also a white whirlpool that was 10 times bigger than the Supreme Island. The airflow beside the whirlpool was extremely fast. Let alone a person, even a giant beast that was tens of thousands of times bigger than the sky-shaking Chungchi beast would be sucked in. They had read about this in the books of the Soul Eater City, so they weren't surprised. What surprised them was that there were countless shining objects that looked like stars around them. Behind them, there was an even bigger shining object. At least, they couldn't see the full appearance of the shining object behind them. They could only see countless white airflows. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion had been traveling at high speed in the space turbulence for half a day, and they were getting further away from the white airflow, they felt that the world behind them was getting bigger and bigger. Could it be that behind us is our Divine World? What is that white airflow with a shiny surface? It must be. It wasn't obvious just now. Now, we're getting further away from that huge object. It should be our divine world. We just got out of that white airflow. If this is the plane of the God realm, then are those countless glowing objects in the distant material planes? It's so magical. Oh right. Why do I feel that the airflow on this plane looks like the origin energy? It can't be, right? It can't be the origin energy. How could there be so much origin energy? Exclamations arose from time to time. They felt like frogs jumping out of a well. It was the first time they saw the outside world. It was so magical, so unbelievable. Chapter 1046. Although they were racking their brains to make their imaginations more vivid, no one could give them a definite answer no matter how hard they guessed. Many people turned their heads to guess. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion where they were staying, there were many flying tools in the divine world, such as the Crying Phoenix, the War Chariot, and many other magical things like the dragon boats that could soar in the sky or tunnel underground with god power. However, they had never heard of a flying tool that could enter the turbulent space current. Moreover, in the turbulent space current, the speed was very fast. Although they didn't know how fast it was, they guessed that it was at least as fast as a grade 9 monarch. The most important thing was the toughness of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Countless broken space saber currents came, but the Soul Emperor Pavilion didn't even try to dodge them. It resisted them directly. Even a venerable wouldn't dare to resist them continuously, right? Every time they used the power origin, it would decrease. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew fast in the turbulent space current, getting further away from the white air current behind them. However, they still couldn't see the whole picture behind them. Moreover, the glowing object in the distance seemed to be getting closer, but it seemed like it would never reach it. After watching for several nights, they lost interest. Instead, they felt a little bored. They didn't know where their final destination was, and how long would they stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Many people started to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, there were still many people who were worried, their imaginations running wild. Emperor Yi and Senior Elder Jiao Shanshan were worried about Emperor Yu's life. Fireworks was worried about Yi Qinghan and Lei Zhen. Madame Zhou, Yi Qingqing, Blue Rain, Yi Qingguo, and Yi Sihan were worried about Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. Of course, they were all worried about their unknown fate. They didn't know why Lord Devour had ordered them to leave their homeland. They didn't know what had happened. However, they knew something was wrong. Something big had happened. They could never return to the divine world for the rest of their lives. They didn't know if the expert that had scared Lord Devour would come after them. Lord Devour, Yao Jide, Yi Qinghan, and Xiao He hadn't shown up for 10 days. Without a leader, many people started to let their imaginations run wild. Yu Qingqing and the others sat on Yao Ji's big bed in silence. They didn't send messages or discuss anything, just waiting for Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and the others. Sitting at the corner of the bed, Li Shubei's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She gently stroked her abdomen with one hand and revealed a trace of kindness at the corner of her mouth. However, this trace of benevolence was incompatible with the deep worry and fear hidden in her eyes. She didn't know if Yu Qingqing and the others had an ominous premonition, but she didn't dare to ask. She would rather believe that the feeling in her heart was wrong. If Lord Devour said that Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had been saved, they should be all right. But why was her soul constantly throbbing? The atmosphere in the illusory palace became exceptionally solemn as everyone unconsciously released their auras. In fact, the atmosphere in the 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was even heavier. The 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was really beautiful. It had a big hall and several smaller halls. Also, there were so many rooms, which made it look like a magnificent palace. At this moment, in a luxuriously decorated room, some people were surrounding a green jade bed in the corner of the room. A man was lying on the jade bed, a young man with a handsome face. Unfortunately, his handsome face was pale, without any color of blood. His eyes were closed, and his breath was so weak that it was almost inaudible. It looked like he was dead. A woman in a red robe was sitting by the bed. Her beautiful hand was placed on the young man's forehead. Two people were standing next to him. One of them was a white-veiled woman with an enchanting charm, and the other was a scholarly middle-aged man. Both of them wore solemn faces, their brows furrowed. The other person didn't look at the man on the bed, nor did he come over. He was sitting on a stone bench in the corner of the room. Both of his hands were holding his head. His fingers were threaded into his hair, making it messy. He stooped, so no one could see his face. However, from his slightly bent back, they could see that he was in a gloomy mood. Yao Ji looked at Xiao He, who was getting paler. Then, she looked at Lord Devour, who had been sitting by the bed with his eyes closed for 10 days. Eventually, her eyes shifted to Yi Qinghan, who was sitting in the corner of the room. She wanted to say something, but her lips, which could make any man in this world crazy, moved a few times. Eventually, she didn't say anything. Thousands of words turned into a deep sigh. Jida also glanced at Yi Qinghan from the corner of his eyes. He pursed his lips, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao He, whose face was getting paler. A gleam of reluctance flashed in his eyes. After half a day, Lord Devour finally opened his eyes. At the same time, Yao Ji and Jida turned to Lord Devour. At the same time, Yi Qinghan, who was sitting in the corner, lifted his head, revealing an emotionless face and a pair of hot eyes. Lord Devour didn't have any expression on his face, but his eyes had a gleam of pain and a sigh. He shook his head, speaking in a low voice, "He can live for 1 month max. I will force him to wake up. After 1 hour, bring Shui are here." 1 month. Enchantress and Kid shuddered. Although they had roughly guessed the outcome, they still felt extremely cruel when the answer was announced. Their faces changed. They looked at Lord Devour, then at Yi Qinghan. It was needless to say that Lord Devour and Xiao He had a close relationship. However, Lord Devour's character was so resolute. When the Soul Emperor died, she didn't fall. She just silently took revenge. And now, Xiao He was about to die, but she could say it in such a calm tone. It meant that no matter how bitter and painful her heart was, she could endure it. They were worried about Yi Qinghan, and they knew the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. It could even be said that Yi Sihan, Yi Qinghan's biological son, didn't have as deep a relationship as the two of them. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's temperament was no different from a bull's. He was so stubborn. If he walked into a dead end, Yi Qinghan did not speak, nor did he shed tears. He did not even glance at Little Black. He only extended a hand to cover his eyes and lowered his head once again. His body did not tremble in the slightest, but his back seemed even more desolate. Soul-devouring transformation. It was the most heaven-defying innate ability of the soul-devouring beast. That year, when Lord Devour and the Soul Emperor intruded the evil abyss, Lord Devour insisted on taking the 2 supreme treasures of heaven and earth. He was almost killed by the Star Sovereign. In the end, the Soul Emperor used the soul-devouring transformation to resist the fatal attack. The two of them escaped successfully. However, this innate ability that could allow a Soul Emperor at the peak of the War God realm to resist the attack of an upper 9th grade Star Sovereign was too heaven-defying. Even the heavens were jealous of it. Thus, the soul-devouring beast could only use this ability once in its life. After using it, it would die for sure. That year, the Soul Emperor had the strength of a peak 7th grade Soul Emperor. That was why he had survived for 3 years before dying. But now, with Xiao Hei's strength, the Star Sovereign had become a ninth-grade supreme being. Thus, the reason why Xiao Hei could live for another month was because of Lord Devour's forceful use of his mind power. Lord Devour pondered for a while. A green light emitted from his beautiful hand. Then, this light slowly patted Xiao Hei's head. Not long after, Little Black's face, which was as pale as snow, slowly turned red. It was a very unhealthy kind of red. After a moment, his closed eyes suddenly opened. Although his face was a little sick, his eyes were as lively as ever. Chapter 1047. The moment Xiao Hei woke up, Yi Qinghan lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot as if he was possessed by a murderous aura. For the first time, his face changed. It became distorted as he gazed at Xiao Hei's eyes, not saying a word. Ji De and Yao Ji also had complicated feelings as they looked at Xiao Hei. Lord Devour, on the other hand, revealed a natural and loving smile. She gently patted Xiao Hei's shoulder and said softly, "After 1 hour, I will send Shui Er here." Then, Lord Devour turned around to look at Yi Qinghan, who had a ferocious face. She nodded to Yao Ji, who understood her meaning. She took her and Ji De and disappeared from the room. Xiao Hei sat up and looked at Yi Qinghan's face. He forced a smile, pouted his lips, and said casually, "Big brother, why do you look at me like that? Did I, Lord Xiao Hei, become more handsome?" This joke wasn't funny, so Yi Qinghan didn't laugh. He still looked at Xiao Hei with a ferocious face as if he was looking at his father's murderer. Xiao Hei also forced a smile. Seeing Yi Qinghan's face, he couldn't laugh anymore. Instead, he tried to avoid Yi Qinghan's eyes. "It's not fair." Yi Qinghan kept silent for a while and finally opened his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse. Besides being hoarse, there was nothing different. There was no sorrow or loneliness in his voice. It was just low and hoarse. "Big brother." Xiao Hei shook his head and laughed again. This time, he looked much more relaxed. He shrugged and said indifferently, "There's no such thing as fair or not. At that time either I died, or both of us died. If so, I will go to the 9 Nether Realm to find a way. Moreover, big brother, your life is more meaningful than mine. You're the #1 genius in the god world. Perhaps you can take revenge for me and my father. This is unfair." Yi Qinghan also shook his head slightly. His expression did not change at all as he stubbornly spoke. When he saw that Xiao Hei was about to speak again, he directly and tyrannically cut him off and said, "You, Xiao Hei, are favored by the heavens. I, Yi Qinghan, am the 7th son of the Yi family. The 7th son of the Yi family is not even comparable to a servant. If it wasn't for you, Xiao Hei, I wouldn't even know that I would be muddling through my life in that small city in the Fire Dragon continent. It's very likely that I would have already become a pile of dirt. Why do I have to take all the fame, benefits, and women along the way? Why are you always the one who helps me more? Why did you have to die to save me? This isn't fair, very unfair. Unfair, unfair." Yi Qinghan was almost roaring towards the end of his sentence. His loud roar reverberated throughout the room, causing Xiao Hei's eardrums to hurt. It also made Xiao Hei's body feel more relaxed. "Wrong. Boss, you're wrong." Xiao Hei stood up, slowly walked over, and sat down on the stone bench next to Yi Qinghan. His footsteps were very relaxed. Apart from a sickly flush on his face, he looked no different from usual. His pair of intelligent eyes were still as lively as before. He very naturally sat down, looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile and said, "Boss, you're wrong. Your achievements today are all earned by yourself. Think about it. How many young people in the Fire Dragon continent can endure the pain of all the meridians in their body exploding? How many people can stay in the God-slaying mountain for 5 years at the age of 16? Who can break through the God-slaying mountain? Who can endure the pain of their soul being torn and walk out of the evil stream? Who can survive after their soul is split in two? Who can fuse the mysteries of different elements? Who can comprehend the eternity of space? Only you, boss. There's only you in this world. Yi Qinghan wanted to say something, but this time it was Xiao He who interrupted him with a smile, and continued to say, I, Xiao He, am a fatherless and motherless child. Back then, my aunt was refining that treasure of heaven and earth and threw me into the fog swamp. I was extremely lonely, extremely lonely. Those years, I lived very hard, and I was very afraid. If you didn't summon me, I don't know if I would have gone crazy. Along the way, you've sacrificed so much, but I only used the soul-devouring beast's innate ability to help you a little. You helped me kill Li Kong, so you don't owe me anything. I've always felt that acknowledging you as my boss is the luckiest thing that has happened to me, Xiao He. Of course, if you continue to be so sentimental, I will think that everything I've done is not worth it. If you're still my boss, Xiao He, and still the young master from back then straighten your spine and avenge me. Avenge my father, this is what young master should do. Yi Qinghan fell silent and buried his head again. Xiao He didn't say anything, but he didn't lower his head. Instead, he leaned against the wall. The two of them just sat there quietly, just like how they used to sit together in the past, looking at the sky, looking at the sea, and looking at the beautiful world of the God realm. After an hour, Yi Qinghan raised his head. His eyes were not bloodshot, and there was no malevolence on his face. Instead, his expression was calm, and not even a trace of sadness could be seen in his eyes. He patted Xiao He's shoulder, sighed deeply, and forcefully turned his head away. His hoarse voice continued to ring, there's still 1 more month. Accompany Shu Wei, well, when the time comes. I'll send you off. Amen. Xiao He nodded, looking at Yi Qinghan's bent back, which made him look like an old man. Then, he slowly walked out of the room. He stood up, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. He moved his body and stretched the muscles on his face. He even laughed to make his countenance more natural. Xiao He. Not long after, a delicate and slightly trembling figure sounded behind Xiao He. Xiao He's body trembled slightly, and he let out a deep breath again. He turned around with a smile and hugged the graceful figure behind him. After spinning a few times in the air, he directly fell onto the bed and said with a smile, "Wife, you haven't seen me for so long. Did you miss me? I missed you so much." "No, let's do it first." Xiao He was smart. Of course, he knew that Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan would hide his affairs from Shu Wei. After chatting with Yi Qinghan for 1 hour, he felt much more relaxed. As he knew that he was going to die, he didn't have to worry about anything. Thus, he resumed his playful and mischievous appearance. Although, his movements weren't as natural as before. "Ah, you're a bad guy. Stop." When Li Shuwei saw Xiao He's pair of eyes that were as lively as before, her tensed heart finally relaxed. Although Xiao He's face was a little red, Li Shuwei didn't mind it because Lord Devour had told her that Xiao He was slightly wounded. "Don't press me. You're hurt, but you still dare to mess around. Be good and lie down." Li Shuwei's face showed a gleam of shame and anger. However, she didn't kick Xiao He off the bed like before. She didn't mind Xiao He's mischievous hands under her skirt. Instead, she gazed at Xiao He's face, revealing a sweet smile. "Xiao He, if you don't stop, I have a secret that I won't tell you." "What?" Xiao He was so surprised. He stopped, looking at Li Shuwei, who was behaving strangely. He asked skeptically, "What secret?" You're so mysterious. If you're lying to me, haha, this young master will use the spear technique of the Devour family to whip you to death. Haha. Li Shui flipped Xiao He aside, then sat up. She adjusted her skirt, placing her hands on her smooth belly. Her face was shy and affectionate as she said softly, Xiao He, I want to give you a surprise. Don't be too excited. I'm telling you, you're going to be a father. Boom. It was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. Xiao He's body shivered. His face blushed even redder. For the first time, his lively eyes started to tear silently. In the end, he closed his eyes tightly, and his entire body started to tremble. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes again, and a trembling hand moved towards Li Shui, or his smooth abdomen, but it stopped in mid-air, and continued to tremble non-stop. Chapter 1048. Xiao He, what's wrong with you? Li Shui looked at Xiao He's strange behavior and was shocked. Although this was a surprise, she did not send a message to Xiao He at the start to make him happy. However, wasn't Xiao He's behavior a little too strange? Xiao He quickly came to his senses and wiped the tears on his face in a hurry. He revealed a smile and looked at Li Shui's belly. He reached out and touched it, saying carefully, No, no. I'm too happy. Shui, am I really going to be a father? Pfft. Li Shui looked at the silly little black and pursed her lips into a smile. A motherly glow appeared on her face, causing her originally beautiful face to look even more alluring. She looked at Xiao He, who was lying on the bed with his head against her belly. She smiled and said, Why would I lie to you? Actually, after you and Big Brother Yi went to the Starry Sea, we already confirmed it. It's just that I didn't send a message to you. Xiao He, in the future, you will be an adult in the truest sense of the word. You can't be naughty. In the future. Xiao He had originally placed his face against Li Shui's smooth belly, trying to listen to the pulse of the little life in her belly. When he heard her words, his body trembled slightly again. Then, he slowly turned his head and nodded vigorously. He said softly, I won't be naughty anymore. I'll listen to my wife. In the future. I won't be naughty anymore. Li Shui caressed Xiao He's head and smiled. She had heard that if a man became a father, he would become more mature. It seemed like this saying was true. Xiao He's temperament had become more mature than before. Oh, right. Xiao He suddenly looked up at Li Shui and said, Shui, when will our child be born? Can it be born in a month? I really want to see our child. Pfft, idiot. Li Shui looked at Xiao He's hopeful face and felt that Xiao He was silly and adorable. She stretched out a hand and pointed at his forehead, I've only been pregnant for a few months. The children of divine beasts like us would normally gestate for more than 10 years. Ordinary female heavenly gods would need to gestate for 3 to 5 years. Child, the longer you stay in your mother's womb, the better your physique will be, and the smarter you will be. 10 years. Xiao He's eyes narrowed, but this time, he didn't reveal any strange expression on his face. Instead, his face was filled with a brilliant smile. He suddenly leaned forward and kissed Li Shui madly. However, his hands and feet didn't move, and he could only passionately kiss her. Li Shui's beautiful face was as red as a peach blossom, and she was panting, her beautiful eyes blurred. What made Li Shui extremely astonished was that Xiao He, who was usually as thirsty as a hungry wolf, actually did not impatiently climb onto her body and do some embarrassing things this time. Instead, he climbed up from the bed, frowned, and started to wander around the room. From time to time, he would stop and murmur a few words, as if he was thinking about an extremely important matter. Li Shui sat up and looked at Xiao He in confusion. She tidied up her clothes, and after a while, she saw Xiao He was still wandering around. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaohei, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about the name of our child. Xiaohei turned his head and looked at Li Shuier, then continued to wander. After a while, his eyes brightened, and he smiled. I've got it, Shuier, if our child is a boy, he will be called Devouring Heaven, and if it's a girl, he will be called Devouring Demon. What do you think? Not bad, huh? I, Lord Xiaohei, am quite knowledgeable. Pfft. Li Shuier held her stomach and laughed out loud, and her tears almost fell. Devouring Heaven. Devouring Demon. Only Xiaohei would come up with such a name. What's wrong? Not nice. How about Devouring Heaven and Devouring Demon? If you really don't like it, you can name it. I'll listen to you. Xiaohei scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Li Shuier rubbed her stomach again, and looked at Xiaohei, who had indeed changed a lot. She revealed a charming smile, and looked at Xiaohei lovingly. All right, we'll do as you say. If it's a boy, he will be called Devouring Heaven, and if it's a girl, she will be called Devouring Demon. Xiaohei rubbed his hands, and then his eyes brightened again. He said, Shuier, you're pregnant now. I can ask Auntie to find a few maids to serve you. You can't slack off. You must take good care of your body. Oh, right, where are we now? Where is this place? Li Shuiyer's eyes revealed a trace of worry, and she frowned. I don't know where we are, but I think we're in the space turbulence. Oh, right. Xiaohei, what happened? Why didn't my father come in with us? Did something happen to him? You should ask Auntie quickly. Xiaohei scratched his head. Of course, he couldn't tell her what happened on the Supreme Island. Just as he didn't know what to say, a voice transmitted in his head, Xiaohei, we're in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and we're in the space turbulence now. We'll reach a safe place in about half a year. Tell Shuier about Li Quan. She should be fine. Moreover, I've given Li Quan some things to protect her life. Don't worry about the future, just stay with Shuier. I'll arrange everything well. Of course, the voice came from Lord Devour. Xiaohei nodded, and showed a grateful smile. Although his aunt wasn't close to him, she was really nice to him. Presumably, she would treat Shuier and his children better in the future. Shi Yan walked over and hugged Li Shuier, comforting her. Under Xiaohei's comforting, Li Shuier calmed down. These days, she had been worried, and she was so tired because of her pregnancy. Now that she could see Xiaohei, she was relieved. After being comforted by Xiaohei, she fell asleep in his embrace. The smile on Xiaohei's face didn't disappear. Looking at the soft woman in his embrace, he caressed Li Shuiyer's smooth belly again. A gleam of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he sighed deeply. Little kid, why do you need 10 years to be born? It would be great if you could be born in 1 month. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was spacious, and it was divided into 3 parts. Xiaohei's room and a few smaller halls were part of it. At this moment, Yao Ji had cut off all connections with the outside world, so the two of them could enjoy their last happy moments together. In the middle hall, Yi Qinghan sat silently on the main seat. Yu Qingqing, Fireworks, Yi Sihan, Peach Blossom, and the others had all been teleported over. The whole family was gathered. However, although the hall was filled with people, no one said a word. Everyone was looking at Yi Qinghan, who was silent with his eyes closed and a solemn expression on his face. Everyone knew that something had happened. They were prepared to ask Yi Qinghan countless questions after seeing him, but at this moment, they were all silent. Even Yinling, who liked to pester endlessly, and Yi Qingyu, who didn't scheme at all, didn't dare ask, nor did they dare make a sound. Cherry Blossom wanted to open her mouth to break the oppressive atmosphere, but under Blue Rain's fierce glare, she shut her mouth in embarrassment. Everyone waited quietly for Yi Qinghan to speak. They all knew Yi Qinghan very well. He liked to share his wealth with his family and women, but he didn't like to share hardships. No matter what happened, he liked to silently shoulder it alone. He would hide in a corner alone, licking his wounds in solitude. In front of them, he always wore a carefree smile. He never liked to show it on his face, nor did he want them to be worried or afraid. But today, he didn't choose to hide from them. Instead, it was the first time he showed such a solemn expression in front of them. They had only met for so long, and it had already been 2 hours. He hadn't said a word or even looked at them. They all knew that something major had happened. Something that Yi Qinghan couldn't bear. Chapter 1049. Divine World, Ethereal Continent. Today, the air in the ethereal continent was especially oppressive. Rare black clouds floated in the sky. Although they were very faint, this was a weather that rarely appeared in hundreds of years. The low-level martial artists of the ethereal continent didn't know what was going on. The shadow of the demonic beast catastrophe had long passed. It was said that all the demons in the Star Sea had been cleared out a few days ago. The divine world was safe again. Countless people cultivated, continued to train, continued to pick up girls, and continued to visit brothels. They continued to spend large amounts of divine stones after nightfall. However, the experts of the large families on the ethereal continent all sighed as they looked at the black clouds in the sky. They all knew that the ethereal continent had changed. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before it became the Li Tao continent, ethereal city. Jida left, but he didn't bring anyone with him. He didn't bring any of the 3,000 beauties in the luxurious palace on Ethereal Peak. However, everyone received Jida's message. The moment he received the message, Holy Sky Supremacy went to Ethereal Peak alone and took away more than 10 concubines who were willing to leave. Then, he fled far away and entered a mystic realm that only Holy Sky Supremacy knew about. Supremacy Moonchaser, Supremacy Fragrance, another Supremacy, and thousands of beauties didn't leave. They waited obediently in Ethereal City, waiting for their new master. Supremacy Li Tao. Jida's message only had one sentence. Those who were willing to wait for him could go to the mystic realm and hide for 1,000,000 years. Those who weren't willing should not resist. Otherwise, all of them would die. He wouldn't blame them. Everyone had the right to choose their own life. There were 1,000,000 ethereal army soldiers on the plaza and countless prefecture lords. Of course, there were also countless prefecture lords. However, there were still some people who didn't come. For example, Supremacy Li Quan, the Archu, the Arch Lei Jin, and the Arch Xiang, swish. Countless figures appeared in the sky above Ethereal City. Blood Knight Monarch, who was wearing blood-red armor and had blood-red hair, was at the front. Behind him was Supremacy Li Tao, who had brown hair, and more than 10 Supremacy Island Supremacy in war god robes. Blood Knight Monarch greets all lords. Venerable Moonchaser, Venerable Fragrance, and another Venerable looked at each other. In the end, the three of them sighed and led the 1,000,000 people behind them to kneel on one knee and shout in unison. The Blood Knight Sovereign looked at the three Venerables with slight disdain. Then, he gestured to Li Tao. Li Tao slowly flew out and looked at the cultivators below with a calm expression. Blood Knight Sovereign wasn't happy, but he still decided to go through with it. Since he was here, he had to show his attitude. He said coldly, "This is Venerable Li Tian. He will be the new Misty Sovereign in the future. All of us sovereigns have agreed. Do you have any objections?" Of course, Moonchaser and the others had objections. The Misty Continent originally had 3 9th-grade sovereigns, and they were extremely glorious. Now, it was a sovereign who was not even stronger than them. It was just that, although they had complaints in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. Otherwise, they would have already run away like the Venerable Saint Tian. "Greetings, Monarch." The three of them bowed again, but this time, they bowed to Venerable Li Tao alone. Following that, countless manor lords and misty army soldiers also bowed down. Their respectful roars sounded out in an earth-shattering manner, giving Li Tao enough face. All rise. Li Tao was incomparably agitated in his heart, but he had a calm expression on the surface. He knew that the Li family gained a blessing in disguise this time. But if he didn't do well, it would become a calamity again, a calamity that would exterminate the Li family. He didn't fly down and didn't enter the city lord manor that symbolized the highest authority of the misty continent. He just said indifferently, Moonchaser, Fragrance, Heaven Extermination, and all the manor lords present, follow me on a trip to soul-devouring city. Finishing, Li Tao turned his head and bowed respectfully to the Blood Knight Sovereign. Your Excellency, I still have to trouble you to make a trip. You're too courteous. Let's go. The Blood Knight Sovereign looked at Li Tao with some appreciation. This person was very smart, knowing to make use of his help to take the misty continent down a notch. Moonchaser and the other two had already submitted on the surface. The misty city's attitude was pretty good, so he couldn't suppress the three of them anymore. Hence, he chose Soul-Devouring City as the target to shock the misty continent. Soul-Devouring City didn't have the bustling of the past. There were much fewer people in the plaza. Occasionally, martial artists who hurried past had faces of panic and confusion. When the Blood Knight Sovereign brought a group of people and appeared in the sky above Soul-Devouring City, the martial artists in the city were even more horrified. Countless martial artists even started to flee out of the city. Swish! Countless martial artists flew out of the city lord manor. At the same time, countless black-armored soul-devouring army soldiers also flew out from the streets and houses in the city. All of them gathered in the plaza. They didn't have any expression on their faces, but their eyes were filled with fervor. Looking at the martial artists in the sky, they didn't conceal the hatred and rage in their eyes. The Blood Knight Sovereign didn't speak. Li Kong didn't speak either. He just used his peripheral vision to sweep at Moonchaser and the other two. Moonchaser and Heaven Extermination hesitated for a moment. Fragrance's eyes flashed with a trace of fervor. She immediately walked out and yelled at the martial artists in the plaza, Soul-Devouring Manor, where's the person in charge? I am the new Soul-Devouring Manor's Manor Lord. Everyone, what's the matter? A tall figure slowly rose into the sky. His face was incomparably handsome. Unfortunately, it was a little tanned, but it made him more manly. Emperor Yu calmly stood in the sky and didn't bow. He didn't even look at the Blood Knight Sovereign and Li Tao. Li Tao still didn't say anything. The Blood Knight Sovereign was no fool. Soul-Devour City was Jia Wu's territory, and if he did anything too excessive and Jia Wu snuck back in the future, even if she didn't kill him, she could easily wipe out all of his descendants. This woman's methods were too chilling. Fragrance was momentarily at a loss for words. She glanced at Li Tao and the Blood Knight Sovereign. Seeing that they had no intention of speaking, she could only embarrassedly smile and say to Emperor Yu, "This is the Blood Knight Sovereign, and this is the new Misty Sovereign, Lord Li Tao. Why aren't you coming over to greet them?" Emperor Yu didn't move. His eyes still didn't look at Li Tao or the Blood Knight Sovereign. He calmly smiled and said, "Sorry, in this life, I only greet my big sister and the Soul Emperor. When the kid sovereign first came to Soul-Devouring City, I didn't even greet him." Emperor Yu's words were very tactful, but they were very impolite. His meaning was very clear. Soul-Devouring City didn't recognize the Blood Knight Sovereign, nor the new Misty Sovereign, Li Tao. Humph. The Blood Knight Sovereign heavily harumphed, expressing his dissatisfaction. However, he still didn't say anything and didn't show any signs of attacking. Li Tao's expression didn't change. Instead, he revealed a slight smile. It was a bit cold. Fragrance looked at Moonchaser and the others behind her and found that they had calm expressions, as if they were old fools in meditation. She looked at the Blood Knight Sovereign and Li Tao and found that they still didn't show any signs of speaking. She then looked at the countless soul-devouring soldiers, who didn't seem to be hiding their cold smiles. His expression became incomparably ashamed and angry. He knew that he had done a stupid thing today. However, since he was stupid, he could only continue being stupid. Therefore, he revealed a ferocious killing intent as he gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Impudent. Emperor Yu, do you want soul-devouring city to be annihilated? Do you want to die? Soul-devouring soldiers below, do you all want to die as well?" Chapter 1050. Ha! Emperor Yu's reply was a burst of unbridled laughter. This laughter reverberated throughout the entire soul-devouring city. Even a pig could hear the mockery and disdain in his laughter. Following that, the soul-devouring army below also started laughing. For a moment, the entire soul-devouring city was filled with laughter, incomparably savage laughter. The Blood Knight Monarch's expression turned even uglier, but he became even more silent. Li Tao frowned slightly. Moon-chasing Sky Destroyer supremacy and the countless prefecture lords behind him looked embarrassed. Their evasive eyes revealed a tinge of shame that no one knew about. Emperor Yu pressed his hand down lightly, and all the soul-devouring army soldiers immediately stopped laughing. Emperor Yu did not look at anyone in the sky. Instead, he looked down at the soul-devouring army below him proudly. There are 400,000 soul-devouring army soldiers below. There used to be 1 million of them. They guarded the soul-devouring manor for countless years. The god bandits of the Wandering Sea trembled in fear at the mention of their name. During the demonic beast rampage, they went to more than 30 prefectures in a few days. More than 100,000 people died. After that, they all went to the Star Sea again and killed countless demon world beings. However, more than 400,000 of our brothers remained in the Star Sea forever. Today, if you want to kill, then kill us all in Soul-Devouring City. The entire Soul-Devouring army is here. Tell them, are you afraid of death? No. We are willing to be with Soul-Devouring City. What answered Emperor Yu was a series of earth-shaking but incomparably orderly shouts. The roar caused the entire Soul Eater city to tremble slightly. The voice seemed to have an inexplicable magic that shook the hearts of everyone in Soul Eater city. Even the Blood Knight Monarch revealed a look of astonishment. Swish! All of a sudden. On the streets, in the rooms, in the bushes, countless figures frantically gathered at the city plaza. Countless people quickly gathered on the originally empty street. The hundreds of streets surrounding the plaza were filled with a dense mass of people. Millions of soul-devouring city citizens all gathered at the city plaza silently. Their faces were expressionless, but their eyes were burning with passion and a fearless will. The extremely large city plaza originally had hundreds of thousands of people, but now it was packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. No one said anything. They just sneered at Venerable Fragrance, the Blood Knight Monarch, and Li Tao. Venerable Fragrance's expression became even more sinister and terrifying, while the Blood Knight Monarch's brows furrowed even more. Li Tao's expression finally changed slightly, while Venerable Moonchaser and the rest became even more silent. They all turned their heads away, not daring to meet the eyes of the cultivators below. Venerable Fragrance became even more humiliated and furious. Origin energy surged from her body. Although there were millions of people below, she could kill them all alone if she wanted to. Looking at Venerable Li Tao's gloomy face, he gritted his teeth again and made up his mind, roaring angrily, "Good, good. Looks like you guys really want to die. Fortune is found in danger." Venerable Fragrance was the weakest venerable under Gid. Now that Gid was gone, so was Venerable Heavenly Sky. Venerable Moonchaser was in charge of the law enforcement team, while Venerable Exterminate the Sky was in charge of the Misty Army. Now that Li Tao had come, he could only take a gamble and gain Li Tao's trust. Only then would he be able to become the #1 supremacy under him, the #1 supremacy of the floating mist continent. I beg Venerable Fragrance, grant me death. Emperor Yu's sneer became even thicker. Ever since he stayed behind, he never thought that he could survive. In the past, when the Soul Emperor became the soul-devouring Manor Master, he was the deputy city lord. The Soul Emperor loved to play, so he managed all the minor matters in the city. After Lord Devour took over Soul-Devouring City, he was still the deputy city lord. Similarly, the Soul-Devouring Manor was still managed by him. He had invested a great deal of effort into this city, and he also viewed the soul-devouring army below as his family. Therefore, everyone could leave, but he could not. He had to accompany his city, accompany his people, and forever remain on this land. I beg Venerable Fragrance, grant me death. As Emperor Yu's voice fell, millions of martial artists shouted in unison. They were incomparably orderly, without any emotional fluctuations. There were only countless sneering faces and fiery gazes that looked death calmly in the eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge teleportation array lit up. Transmission arrays were originally used for transmission, so it was normal for the transmission array to light up. But, it was not normal for someone to be transmitted over at this moment. Since you want to kill, you might as well kill a few more. A faint voice rang out. A purple-haired man walked out of the transmission array. He wore purple battle armor and held a silver spear in his hand. His body did not have any aura, but there was an invisible aura that looked down on the world. Lei Zhen. When Emperor Yu saw the transmission array light up, he knew who had arrived. He did not say anything and only looked at Lei Zhen with a faint smile. The two looked at each other and appreciated each other's talents. They laughed at the same time. Whoosh! The teleportation formation kept flashing. Cultivators were continuously being teleported over. They were all wearing azure battle armors and wielding azure spears. After being teleported over, all of them silently flew into the air and stood in one piece. Not long after, the transmission array dimmed. However, there were already 100,000 martial artists lined up in the sky. Lei Zhen's spear trembled and he directly teleported. He stood in front of the azure-armored martial artist and faintly smiled. Lei Zhen has brought 100,000 Yi family soldiers. I beg Venerable Fragrance to grant me death. I beg Venerable Fragrance to grant me death. Another uniform roar rang out, and the sky above Soul Eater City shook once more. It shook Venerable Fragrance so much that she nearly fell from the sky. Wang! At this moment, the sky trembled. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Lei Zhen. Behind her was a pair of beautiful rainbow wings, which made her look even more noble and elegant. She did not look at anyone. She only looked at the insufferably arrogant and domineering Lei Zhen and said with deep emotion, "Don't even think about leaving me behind in this life. Even if I have to go to the Netherworld realm, I will follow you." Yu Duanduan was the ruler of the Rain Butterfly race, the master of Rain Butterfly Island. Whoosh! In the distance, another transmission array lit up. A familiar figure appeared in the transmission array. It was a man. He looked very ordinary and gentle. He did not bring anyone with him. However, his figure suddenly disappeared from the teleportation formation. In the next second, he was standing in front of Lei Zhen and Yu Dun. He smiled at Venerable Fragrance, who was in front of him, and said indifferently, "Fragrance, are you going to kill me? Why didn't you call me over to watch such a lively event?" Fragrance. There were only a few people in the Misty Continent who could be called Fragrance. This man in front of her had the qualifications and strength. Venerable Li Quan. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Venerable Fragrance could have massacred the entire soul-devouring city by herself. However, she did not dare to do so even if she was given 10,000 guts. Let alone Lei Jin and Yu Duanduan, Venerable Li Quan alone could easily kill her. Venerable Fragrance's mouth moved, but in the end, she did not say anything. She was extremely embarrassed, angry, and sorrowful. Venerable Moon Chaser, Sky Destroyer, and the countless palace lords were even more ashamed. They turned around and did not dare to look over. The Blood Knight Monarch did not dare to make a move. He could easily kill these people with a single slap, but if Jiao Wu and Yi Qinghan returned, the first person they would kill would definitely be him. Li Tao's smile became even wider. He waved his hand, signaling for Venerable Fragrance to retreat. He walked to the front by himself. Chapter 1051. Li Tao was very depressed. If he had the strength of a monarch, he would not hesitate to slap. But he didn't, and he knew that even if he asked Blood Knight Monarch, he wouldn't dare. Shintu Xiong gave him great glory and position, and he knew that this was compensation for the 2 dead supremacies of Li family. He also knew that Shintu Xiong's body had not fully recovered. He wanted to unify God world. On the surface, it looked like he did, but it was just in name. He was thrown by Shintu Xiong to test the waters, or rather, he was Shintu Xiong's blade. The first to attack was Floating Continent. If Li Tao succeeded in conquering the Misty Continent, then the Li family would very likely become the true master of the Misty Continent. If not, Li Tao would still be the Venerable of the Star Sea, but his ranking would directly drop to the bottom. And if something happened during the process of taking it, if he caused an uproar in the Misty Continent, and caused an uproar in the entire God realm, then even if he, Li Tao, wasn't swallowed by the people who caused the uproar, he would still be slapped to death by Shintu Xiong. Star Monarch needed someone to help him take down Floating Continent, not someone to stir up trouble for him. The situation before him. There were already signs of a riot, and if he forcefully started killing, the consequences would be unthinkable, and he might need Star Monarch to clean up the mess. Although Star Monarch said to kill anyone who didn't agree, he didn't allow him to kill millions of people, and one of them was Supremacy Li Quan, who had a huge influence in Floating Continent. So he smiled, very calmly, dispelling the surging aura that Yudi Lei Jin and Li Quan gathered. He said plainly, I am the new Floating Continent Monarch. Star Monarch, War God Pavilion Chief Pavilion Master personally confirmed it, Lord Qing Shan, Ice Queen Blood Knight Monarch, and 7 other monarchs witnessed it. So I will definitely be the monarch. But I am not here to kill today. Hearing Li Tao's unyielding words, Li Quan smiled. He was under a lot of pressure today to come here. He wasn't alone, he had Li family and Li Quan estate behind him. Li Tao's words, especially the last sentence, showed that this Li Tao was not an idiot. Today, Yudi Lei Jin's life was saved. He had made the right bet. Li Tao continued to calmly smile as he said, I'll personally settle the enmity between the Li family, Shi Jiao Wu, and Yi Qinghan. You used to be their subordinates, but their crimes do not involve their relatives, let alone subordinates. I can let bygones be bygones, I just want to sit on my throne, do you understand what I mean? After Li Tao finished speaking, he turned silent and stared at Venerable Li Quan and the others. His attitude was very low, and his words were very clear. Venerable Li Quan took a deep look at Li Tao, his eyes revealing a trace of vigilance. Among the 3 venerables of the Li clan, although this one was the weakest, he was the most intelligent. A dog that knows how to endure silently is the one that bites the most. However, Li Tao had already made such a gesture today, giving them a way out. It could even be said that he had given them a resounding slap in the face, yet he was still speaking with a smile. Venerable Li Quan would be a fool if he didn't know how to take advantage of the situation. Thus, Venerable Li Quan was the first to cup his hands, bow slightly, and smile, greetings. Sovereign. Emperor Yu and Lei Jin looked at each other. Li Tao was delaying, but weren't they also delaying? If they didn't cross the line, they wouldn't be so stupid as to seek death. Thus, the two of them also casually cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, sovereign." Yu Duanfei smiled faintly as he looked at the three of them. These three men, even when they were going downhill, they were still so hesitant. "Greetings, sovereign." Not the Mishti monarch. Li Tao was a venerable, what kind of sovereign could he be? "Greetings, sovereign." Under Emperor Yu and Lei Zhen's signal, the millions of citizens of Soul Eater City and the 100,000 Yi clan soldiers all cupped their hands and greeted. However, it wasn't as orderly and dignified as before, and there were even a few people who were laughing quietly. The smile on Li Tao's face didn't diminish. Since they were willing to lower their heads, it was good. Although it didn't look good lowering their heads, didn't they still have a long way to go? Venerable Li Quan, Emperor Yu, Lei Zhen, and Yu Duanfei looked at each other and smiled faintly. Indeed, they still had a long way to go. The four of them secretly made up their minds. As long as they didn't cross the line, they would definitely live well. They would wait for the day when a 9-story treasure pavilion would tear through space and descend upon the God realm. Within a spatial crack, a 9-story treasure pavilion was currently protected by a layer of white light. It was rapidly shuttling through countless spatial blade streams and spatial whirlpools. It was lonely and persistent, advancing towards an unknown goal that seemed impossible to reach. Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor. There was a side hall with countless bookshelves. There were dozens of huge bookshelves, and on top of them were countless books. These were all collected by the Soul Emperor over countless years from countless continents and material planes. At this moment, there was a woman standing on top of the bookshelf. She was wearing a green robe and had waist-length green hair. She quickly flipped through the books, and her beautiful willowy eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness, making one's heart ache. In a corner of the small hall, there was a white jade round table and several chairs. There were 3 people sitting on the chairs. One was a woman wearing a fiery red robe, leisurely drinking tea. There was also an incomparably enchanting woman. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked down at the teacup in her hands, lost in thought. The last person was a middle-aged man. He was incomparably refined and elegant. However, he didn't seem to be able to sit still. From time to time, he would glance at the woman flipping through the books on the bookshelf. His eyes flashed with impatience and desire. "Kid!" The red-clothed woman put down the teacup and softly said, "Don't worry, calm down. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. There are some things that cannot be forced." Kid pursed his lips, turned around, and bitterly smiled. "It's already been 20 days. I've already flipped through all of Mo Xiaoxiao's books twice. How come there isn't anything I can do? Sigh, if Xiao He dies, Shu Bei heir will be in so much pain that she won't want to live. Xiao Han will probably never be able to recover." The enchantress lifted her head, sighing faintly. After using the soul-devouring transformation, Xiao Hei's body will wither unceasingly. It doesn't look like it, but his vitality will disappear quietly. The divine crystal will crack slowly. Once the divine crystal explodes, the soul will leave the body. Once the soul leaves the body, it will vanish in just a blink of an eye. It's an unsolvable situation. Sigh. Lord Devour's face was calm, and his emotionless voice arose. "It's the fate of this father and son. One died to save me, and the other died to save Yi Qinghan. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let Xiao He get out of the Fire Dragon continent that year. Mo Xiaoxiao, don't check anymore. Don't waste time." Mo Xiaoxiao didn't answer Lord Devour. Instead, she held a book, reading it carefully. Her 2 beautiful eyebrows furrowed more tightly. All of a sudden, Her eyebrows unfurrowed, and her face beamed a mesmerizing smile. However, her smile hadn't fully bloomed yet, and it turned into a forced smile. What? Lord Devour's body shivered. His eyes were as sharp as knives, shooting at Imo Xiao Xiao the moment her eyebrows unfurrowed. Swoosh! The enchantress and kid stood up at the same time, their fiery eyes gazing at Imo Xiao Xiao. Imo Xiao Xiao was a soul cultivator. Moreover, she was an unusual soul cultivator. She had used a soul cultivator's method to break through to the venerable realm. She had been here for 20 days, and her eyebrows had always been furrowed. But now, they were relaxed. Imo Xiao Xiao walked out. Her beautiful eyes were so fiery, but the corners of her mouth were bitter. She pursed her lips and said, "Madam, there's a way to save Master Xiaohei. But, the chance is slim. And it's extremely difficult." Chapter 1052. Say it. Lord Devour jolted up, his body shivering as he gazed at Imo Xiao Xiao. Xiaohei was the Soul Emperor's son, which meant that he was her son. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would risk her life to save him. "My lord, you know that after using the soul-devouring transformation, Xiaohei's bodily functions will start to fade. His divine crystal also began to crack. When the divine crystal completely exploded, when the divine crystal explodes completely, his soul will leave his body. Although I don't know if it will be sucked into the 9 nether realm, Xiaohei's soul will vanish in the divine world. Once the soul vanishes, this person will die." Imo Xiao Xiao said slowly, and the others didn't dare to breathe loudly. In the divine world, the one who had the deepest understanding of the soul wasn't Monarch Yanran, who had reached the 5th level of soul quietness, but the one in front of them. Although Monarch Yanran's soul had reached the 5th level, it was by chance. In fact, her soul attainment wasn't that high. And the one in front of them was still at the 1st level of God Emperor realm. She was the first genius in the divine world who had reached the venerable realm with her soul cultivation. The 3 of them didn't say anything. Imo Xiao Xiao paused for a while and then continued, "Xiaohei's divine crystal is broken. No one can change that. In other words, Xiaohei's body is finished. To save him, we have to start with his soul. First, we have to keep his soul from vanishing. Then, we will find a suitable body for him to possess. Keep his soul from vanishing." Lord Devour and Jida exchanged looks, both of them surprised. This idea was feasible in theory, but could it be kept? The soul was the root of a human being. When a person's body died, the soul would leave the body. A soul without a body was like a flower that had left the soil. It would wither and vanish instantly. Moreover, even if it could be kept temporarily, what kind of energy could keep his soul from withering and vanishing? The soul wasn't like anything else. It couldn't absorb ordinary energy. It needed the original life energy to keep it from vanishing. Every warrior had the original life energy, and every living creature had it. However, even if Lord Devour could capture countless warriors and creatures, he didn't know how to transfer their original life energy to Xiaohei's soul. Lord Devour knew that even Imo Xiao Xiao couldn't do it. He. "Milord, you've forgotten a treasure." Imo Xiao Xiao saw the skepticism in Lord Devour's and the others' eyes. He smiled and said, "Sir, did you forget that little Han has a strange saber?" There was a strange life form inside the saber. Most importantly, little Han can allow that life form to continuously maintain its vitality. Although this is very difficult, this is the only way. Slaughter God Blade. Artifact Soul Spectre. Lord Devour screamed in surprise. The hot light in her eyes illuminated the entire hole. Her eyes moved many times, and after a while, she looked so thrilled as she screamed. That's a good idea. It was definitely feasible. That nether was an incomparably strange life form, completely different from the transcendent artifact soul. He had simple intelligence, and most importantly, he could devour the creatures of the demon realm, seizing their life force to replenish his own energy and strengthen himself. I didn't think of that. As long as Xiao Hei's soul was moved there, Xiao Hei could devour that specter. Then, Xiao Hei's soul would have a place to reside. Moreover, little Han could continuously kill the devils to replenish Xiao Hei's energy and stabilize himself. This idea is feasible. It's feasible. Ha, Xiao, you've done a great service this time. After a moment of bewilderment, Jide and Yao Ji were ecstatic. Jide couldn't help but rub his hands. Although this idea looked complicated, and there were many difficulties, at least there was hope, wasn't there? Although Yao Ji was also ecstatic, her eyes had a little bit of worry. Milord. Mo Xiao didn't look happy when she received Lord Devour's compliment. Instead, she forced a smile and said, "Milord, there are many important things. If we don't do a good job, Xiao Hei's soul will perish." Lord Devour's face calmed down, but the excitement in her eyes didn't diminish. As long as there was a chance, she would do her best. She nodded her head solemnly and said, "Speak." Mo Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "First, when Xiao Hei's soul is extracted, we must ensure that he doesn't perish. Second, we must think of a way to suppress and weaken the specter in the slaughter god blade. Otherwise, before Xiao Hei can devour him, he might be devoured by the specter. Third, because Xiao Hei's soul has left his body, even with the slaughter god blade's protection, Xiao Hei's soul energy will be depleted very quickly. Thus, we must continuously kill the evil demon realm beings for him to devour to replenish his energy. Right now, we are in the space turbulence. How can we kill so many evil demon realm beings? Also, our Xiao Hei's soul has just come out, so it must be very weak. If we want him to completely stabilize, we will need a large amount of life force. After we leave the divine world, if we want to kill a large amount of evil demon realm beings, we must go to the 9 nether devil realm. As expected, it's extremely difficult. Lord Devour became silent, but Yao Ji sighed deeply. She finally understood what Mo Xiao meant when she said that the chances were slim and extremely difficult. The first and second points were not too difficult. Lord Devour's restrictions were very high, and together with Mo Xiao's strong soul cultivation, it should not be a big problem. The most important point was the third point. If they were still in the divine world, this point would be easy. They could just let Yi Qinghan kill all the evil demons in the baleful Yin stream a few hundred times. Then, they could kill a large number of evil demon realm beings and let Xiao Hei devour them easily. Jide was a little confused. He frowned and said, "Lord, aren't there always evil demon realm beings tearing space from the 9 nether devil realm to the divine world? Logically, they should travel through the space turbulence before tearing space in the divine world, right? As long as we intercept them halfway, wouldn't that be easy? We don't need to go to the 9 nether devil realm, right?" Lord Devour and Yao Ji looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Jide did not understand these things, but they did. In the past, they had sat in the Soul Emperor Pavilion with the Soul Emperor to travel through countless planes in the space turbulence. There were many things that the divine world didn't know. Lord Devour shook his head. "We can't intercept them. Although the evil demon realm is the biggest plane near the divine world, they don't go through the space turbulence to get to the divine world. They go through a material plane in the divine world. Moreover, there are 10 devil monarchs guarding that material plane. The 2 of us are too powerful, so we can't get in. If little Han goes alone, he will die. 10 devil monarchs." Jide looked bitter, sighing deeply. Then, the 9 nether devil realm has more devil monarchs, right? We can't go to the 9 nether devil realm. The 9 nether devil realm is 10 times bigger than the divine world. There are at least several hundred devil monarchs. And there are at least 10 devil monarchs at the 9th grade. Lord Devour also sighed deeply. The 4 of them were silent. Without the creatures of the evil demon realm to kill, Xiaohei wouldn't have any energy to replenish. Even if his soul could be preserved temporarily, he would still perish in the end. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Xiaohei's soul could be preserved temporarily, it would be extremely difficult to find a suitable body for him to resurrect. Ji De understood. His face darkened as he sighed. Mo Xiao, you're right. It's theoretically possible to save Xiaohei, but it's too difficult. It's even harder than getting lost in the space turbulence to find the way home. Save him. No matter how difficult it is, as long as there is a chance, we must save him. At this time, a resolute and ecstatic voice came from the door in the corner of the hall. Then, a blue shadow dashed toward them like lightning. Chapter 1053. Everybody was surprised by Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance. However, Lord Devour nodded faintly because he was the one who had sent Yi Qinghan a message. Xiaohei had to be saved. The slaughter god's saber belonged to Yi Qinghan, and only he could use it. Of course, he needed to discuss with him. These days, Yi Qinghan had been sitting in the main hall. He didn't disturb Xiaohei or look for Lord Devour. He was depressed and dispirited. He thought that since the Soul Emperor had died, Xiaohei couldn't be saved. However, he had received Lord Devour's message. Moreover, when he arrived, he heard that Xiaohei could be saved. Of course, his mood was stirred up. Recently, he had been thinking. If Xiaohei died, how would he face Li Shuwei? Firework had told him about Li Shuwei's pregnancy. These days, he had been thinking. If Xiaohei died, and Xiaohei's child was born, how would he explain it to Xiaohei's child? Could it be that your father had died to save me? At this moment, he had dashed in at his fastest speed. His body was shivering, and the light in his eyes could scare a low-level warrior to death. However, he didn't ask anything. He just looked at Lord Devour. Since Lord Devour had sent him here, he must have a solution. As long as there was a chance, he had to fight for it. Lord Devour didn't say anything. He just looked at Mo Xiao. Although reviving Xiaohei was difficult, he still had to do it. As for how far he could go, he would see when the time came. Even if he could let Xiaohei's soul live for one more day, it would be good enough. Mo Xiao quickly explained to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's eyes became brighter. When Mo Xiao finished, Yi Qinghan patted the round table in front of him. He looked at Lord Devour resolutely and said, "My lord, you can arrange everything. My lord, I'll leave everything else to you. If it really doesn't work, I'll kill my way to the netherworld demon world alone. Xiaohei must be saved." Yi Qinghan, survived even though it was a situation of certain death on the Supreme Island. I don't believe anyone can take my life. Since the heavens have arranged for such a perverted thing like the specter to appear, it means that Xiaohei definitely won't die. We can definitely save him. All right. Lord Devour nodded forcefully. A gleam of insanity appeared on his face. A malicious gleam flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "If we can't do it, I'll go with you to the 9 Serenities demon world. With the Soul Emperor Pavilion, we can move freely through the chaotic space basin. If we plan properly, it might not necessarily be a situation of certain death. Count me in." Ji De's loud and clear voice also resounded. It was incomparably firm. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said, "The netherworld demonic world has been attacking the divine world for so long and has killed billions of its citizens. However, the divine world has never retaliated. The 3 of us will represent the divine realm and teach the demon realm a painful lesson. Once we are strong enough, we will fight our way back to the divine world." Hee hee. Lord Devour's face was radiant. It seemed that Jide and Yiqinghan's words had stirred up his fighting spirit. He directly ordered, "Little Han, you go and talk to Xiao He. Also, tell Li Shui that he will have to face some things sooner or later. Tell him that we will never give up on him. Tell him to be at ease. Later, come here. We will plan properly. Jide, you go to the first layer of the illusory palace and comfort the warriors that we have brought here this time. Yao Ji, Mo Xiao Xiao, follow me. I will arrange an altar and design a high-level restriction to let Xiao Hei's soul enter the slaughter god's saber smoothly. We will try our best to save Xiao Hei. Then, we will think of a way to return to the divine world. Shen Tu Xiong, I will kill you." Under Lord Devour's arrangement, everybody's fighting spirit was high. Even Lord Devour, who looked like a living dead person, seemed to have a second spring. Although there was still a long way to go to save Xiao Hei and return to the divine world, they all had a goal. As long as they had a clear direction and worked hard, they might succeed one day. Of course, it was also possible that all of them would die. However, everybody was very confident. Not only did they have the #1 soul cultivator in the divine world, but they also had the #1 freak in the history of the divine world. There was still hope. A group of people was sitting in the illusory palace. Most of them were the soul-devouring city's senior elders, the fiery dragon city's senior elders, and Lan Yu's parents. These days, Lord Devour and the others did not appear. Fireworks and the others had quietly teleported away. The beautiful scenery around them had also become dull, and everyone's mood began to become incomparably pessimistic. They had left the divine world, where they had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and their future was uncertain. They did not know if they could return to the divine world in this lifetime. Perhaps, they would die in a foreign land. Buzz. When Jide appeared in the illusory palace, everybody's heart shivered. Their eyes locked on Jide, but no one dared to ask anything. However, the anticipation in their eyes was obvious. Jide's eyes scanned the crowd and then he said casually, "Don't resist. I will bring you to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I will give you an explanation in a while." Everybody nodded. Then, Jide sent a message. Yao Ji transported Jide and all the warriors in the illusory palace to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were many warriors in the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were about 70 to 80,000 people. They were all low-level warriors that Lord Devour had given the soul-devouring jade talismans to. There were God Emperor Realm warriors, King God Realm warriors, and even Heavenly God Realm warriors. However, all of them were the geniuses and elites of the soul-devouring city. These warriors were more worried and panicked than the senior elders in the illusory palace. They had come to this place inexplicably. Moreover, none of the senior elders had appeared, let alone Lord Devour. They did not know where they were or what had happened. At this moment, when they saw Jide and all the senior elders of the soul-devouring city and Flame Dragon City, they all stood up in an orderly manner. Jide did not speak. He just sent another message to Yao Jide to activate the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to simulate the chaotic space flow outside. Tens of thousands of warriors jumped in fright. Countless people were in an uproar, and many more were panicking. The senior elders in the illusory palace were all silent, waiting for Jide's explanation. Jide did not speak. He waited for everyone to adapt to the situation outside and gradually calm down. Then, he said, "I can tell you clearly that we have left the divine world. In the chaotic space flow, we were chased out of the divine world by the Star Monarch like dogs. Because if we don't leave, everyone will die. I can also tell you clearly, it is very likely that you will never be able to return to the divine world in your lifetime." The warriors below were even more panicked. Their faces were full of fear, especially some of the low-level warriors. Their faces were even paler. There were even some senior elders who had already guessed some things. After confirming it, they could not stay calm. Quiet. This time, Jida was silent for a long time. After half a day, he shouted in an extremely overbearing voice, "Our destination this time is a completely sealed parallel space. Or rather, a mystic realm that is not connected to the divine world, the reincarnation mystic realm. Where will you reach in half a year? Lord and the Soul Emperor have explored that place many years ago. It is even bigger than the floating continent. Moreover, the population is huge. There are humans and foreign races, but the strongest experts are only at the venerable realm. Moreover, they are Lord's subordinates. We will settle down there, and you will become the rulers and managers of that place. Because that mystic realm is extremely hidden and not connected to other planes, you will be very safe there." Chapter 1054. Reincarnation Secret Realm. Everyone quietened down after hearing Gid's ear-piercing roar. They all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Gid say that they were going to a mystic realm and that it was extremely safe. They were the absolute rulers of this place. Plus, there were humans inside, and the territory was huge. It wouldn't make them feel uncomfortable. Jida saw that the people around him had calmed down. Their adaptability was not bad. He admired Lord Devour's arrangement and the people he chose. It seemed that Lord Devour had spent a lot of effort on these elite seeds. But Jida pressed his hand down, drawing everyone's attention to him. He continued, "The reincarnation secret realm is not our final resting place. I can tell you clearly that our ultimate goal is to kill our way back to the divine world. Kill the Star Monarch and unify the divine world. Your commander, Venerable Mo Xiao Xiao, is the only soul cultivator who has reached the venerable realm. Our frigid Night Monarch is the first genius in the history of the divine world. He became a monarch after cultivating for less than 100 years. Jida. Even though I'm not as talented as them, I'll still work hard. And Venerable Butterfly Dance, the legend of the soul-devouring city. When we've accumulated enough power, we'll take you back to the divine world. Kill the Star Monarch, or chase him out of the divine world like a wild dog. At that time, you'll all become the rulers of the divine world. You'll be the ruler of a prefecture, or the monarch of a continent. Of course, the premise is, are you willing to fight with us?" What responded to Jida was a deathly silence. Then, there was an earth-shattering roar, "Yes." People always wanted to climb higher. The warriors of the divine world went against the heavens and changed their fates. Didn't they crazily cultivate to be above everyone else? To control great power and awe an entire region. The geniuses below were the geniuses of the entire soul-devourer manor. Geniuses were more ambitious than ordinary people to rule the world. Most importantly, they had Lord Devour, Jida, and frigid Night Monarch. Lord Mo Xiao Xiao, and countless great elders. Star Monarch. They more or less knew about him. The number one in the divine world had defeated South Mountain Monarch with one move. But the Star Monarch was also a human. If he could cultivate to such a high realm, why couldn't Lord Devour and the others? It should be known that Lord Devour had used several hundred years to reach level 9 from the peak of level 7, and Lord Mo Xiao Xiao had the supernatural abilities. Their idol, the legend of the God world, the number one genius in the history of the God world. They all knew that today's pathetic escape was so that they could return with their heads held high tomorrow. Once they had accumulated enough power, the entire God realm would tremble beneath their feet. Of course. Jida smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with the martialists and doyens below. Because of his words, their fighting spirit had soared. He decided to add fuel to the fire and shouted in a deep voice, "Not everyone is qualified to fight back with us in the future. Your strength is too low. Even if you were given the position of manor head, would you be able to sit firmly in it? Therefore, we will provide you with countless resources. The number one divine artifact below the God Emperor realm, the illusory palace. Anyone can use it. Countless profound diagrams, spirit fruits, and treasures can be given to you. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will be able to break through again and again. The lowest goal I'm giving you is to break through to the venerable realm. If you do not reach the strength of a venerable, all of you will die of old age in the reincarnation mystic realm. You are not qualified to follow us back to the God world. You are not qualified to enjoy the glorious moment when the entire God world looks up to us and trembles beneath our feet. The frigid night sovereign could become a sovereign in 100 years, but we are giving you hundreds of thousands of years and countless treasures. Is it difficult for you to become a mere venerable? Tell me, do you have the confidence? Yes. Another wave of earth-shattering roars sounded. The people below were like a pot of boiling oil, everything was boiling. There were even some young martial artists who started to roar hysterically with malevolent looks on their faces. It was as though they were not roaming around, but snatching treasures and women. Emperor Yi and Zhao Shanshan looked at each other and saw the passion in each other's eyes. The two of them looked at Jide, who was standing proudly in midair, and smiled knowingly. The worry they had for Emperor Yu also dissipated. The doyens of soul-devouring city also looked at each other and smiled. It was rumored that before Jide became the ethereal sovereign, he was the number one god bandit group in the god world. The god bandits under him were the most fanatical in the god world. Wherever Jide pointed, the million god bandits under him would kill without any fear of death. This rumor seemed to be true. Didn't you see Jide's casual words tricking the geniuses and elites of the soul-devouring manor to the point that they wanted to fight with the Star Monarch, in a room on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion? On the white jade bed, Xiao He was naked and sleeping soundly. His face was full of satisfaction. Beside the bed, Li Shuei was half lying on the bed in her undergarments. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her face was flushed. It was obvious that she had just experienced a fierce battle. As for the main attacker, Lord Xiao He had fought for too long, too intensely, and because of his body, he was so tired that he fainted. Li Shuei lay on the bed for a long time, waiting for the redness on her face and body to slowly fade. Then, she moved her eyelashes and opened her eyes. She gazed at Xiao He, who was sleeping soundly, and after her divine sense detected that Xiao He was completely asleep, 2 streams of clear tears suddenly fell silently from her eyes. After that, she suddenly pulled out a hand that was like a white lotus and forcefully covered her mouth. She desperately suppressed her body and didn't allow herself to cry out loud. 20 days. Xiao He had accompanied her for a total of 20 days. Every day, he treated her extremely well and stuck to her like honey. What's more, his mouth was full of sweet nothings. It was as if they were newlyweds and extremely intimate. She, Li Shuei, was not a fool. How many transcendent grade divine beasts in the god world could rely on their own cultivation to transform within 10,000 years? Not only was she not a fool, but she was also extremely intelligent. Recently, Lord Tianshi and the others didn't show up. Moreover, with Xiao He's strange behavior and his blushing face, as Xiao He's wife, how could she not find something? Several days ago, after Xiao He had fallen asleep, she had checked his body. She easily found out that Xiao He's bodily functions were declining, and his divine crystal had 3 cracks. Moreover, it was getting easier for him to fall asleep. During their wedding, Xiao He had tormented her body for 3 days and 3 nights. After resting for 1 hour, he got up again. His charcoal black penis was as straight as a mountain. However, he had only done it for an hour before he fell into a deep slumber. She didn't know what had happened. She just knew that her man, her Lord Xiao He, was going to leave her. She was smart. She knew that Lord Tianshi, Yi Qinghan, didn't show up these days because he wanted her to accompany Xiao He to spend his last moments. Lord Tianxia treated Xiao He like his own son. Yi Qinghan treated Xiao He even better than Yi Sihan. They were like father and son. There was also the gay demoness Mo Xiao Xiao. Since so many peak experts couldn't save Xiao He, a weak woman like her was even more helpless. Thus, she didn't go to Lord Tianxia, nor did she let Xiao He know that she had found out the secret of his body. She happily accompanied Xiao He every day. If Xiao He needed anything, she would do her best to satisfy him, since her man didn't want her to be sad and wanted to spend his last moments with her. Was there any reason for her not to let him spend his last moments with her? Even though this act was really hard. Chapter 1055. Li Shui's beautiful oval face was completely wet with tears. She looked at Xiao He's handsome face in a daze and didn't want to look away. After a while, she started to wipe her face slowly. She was afraid that Xiao He would suddenly wake up and see her like this. However, just as she wiped half of her tears, her hands suddenly paused in mid-air and her eyes widened abruptly. Because she saw a pair of black and shiny eyes staring straight at her. They were filled with guilt, but they were also filled with endless love. Li Shui wanted to hide it and turn around immediately to continue pretending. However, when she saw Xiao He's eyes that could see through everything, she understood that her man was actually an extremely intelligent person. She could discover his secret, and he had discovered hers too. Their eyes intertwined and didn't separate for a long time. Xiao He didn't explain anything, and Li Shui pursed her lips and didn't speak. Both of them exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Intelligent people often didn't need too many words. One glance was enough to understand. Shui, I'm sorry. I might not be able to wait for our child to be born. In the end, Little Black opened his mouth. His face was flushed, which made him look even more enchanting. Li Shui held back the tears in her eyes and said with a choked voice, I will raise the child well. I will tell them that his father is very handsome and great. Xiao He sat up leisurely and gently hugged the sobbing Li Shui. There was a trace of regret in his eyes as he said in a low voice, my mother was killed by Li Kong, so I asked boss to kill Li Kong at all costs. I didn't expect Star Monarch to come out in the end. Boss and I couldn't escape death at first, but Auntie taught me to awaken our soul-devouring beast's innate ability, soul-devouring transformation, so we escaped in the end. However, after using the soul-devouring transformation, my divine crystal will slowly crack. I think you must have sensed it. Auntie said I can only live for a month, but I don't regret it. I just have some regrets that I can't wait for our child to be born. Even if I can take a look at him. Li Shui's crying got louder and louder. The tears and sadness that she had been suppressing for the past few days were all released at this moment. Although Xiao He was very naughty and liked to look at pretty girls' breasts and butts, she knew that Xiao He really loved her. You can. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao He's mind. Xiao He's body shook and his eyes lit up. The voice came from Yi Qinghan. It was firm. Yi Qinghan would never lie to Xiao He. He had complete trust in Yi Qinghan. He couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, what did you say? Ha, Xiao He, you're saved. Open the room's restrictions, I'll come in first. Yi Qinghan sent a soul message over. Xiao He hurriedly got up and realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Li Shui was also only wearing her underwear. Xiao He hurriedly picked up the robe on the big bed and put it on. Seeing Xiao He's expression, Li Shui also hurriedly wiped her tears. She blushed and hurriedly put on her clothes like Xiao He. Yi Qinghan walked into the room. Seeing Xiao He's shining eyes and Li Shui's blushing face, he easily knew what they had just done. He smiled faintly and said, Mo Xiao Xiao and Lord found a way to save Xiao He. Xiao He, you definitely won't die. Believe me. Xiao He's eyes lit up even more. Li Shubai looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief and started to cry silently again. Although Yi Qinghan always liked to joke, he usually didn't joke about serious matters. Xiao He and Li Shubai looked at each other and hugged each other tightly. Yi Qinghan looked at the two's joyful expressions and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had never lied to Xiao He before, but this time, he was deceived. Mo Xiaoxiao's method was extremely risky. Forget about absolutely guaranteeing resurrection of Xiao He. In the end, even if there was a 30 to 40% chance of resurrection, it would be good. Xiao He, don't worry. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will let you live. Even if I'm trapped, even if I have to pierce through the sky, even if I have to kill a god emperor, I will definitely find a way to do it. Definitely. Yi Qinghan silently swore and muttered. Then, he waved at Xiao He and said, let's talk outside. Although Xiao He, you will survive in the end, the method is extremely complicated. You must be mentally prepared. Xiao He and Li Shuai hurriedly followed Yi Qinghan out and sat down in the small hall. Yi Qinghan was silent for a while before he said, Xiao He, you should understand your own situation. After you use the soul-devouring transformation, your body's life force will start to wither and the god world will start to crack. When you become a moon queen, the divine crystal will completely shatter. Therefore, this body of yours will be crippled and your soul-devouring beast's body will also be destroyed. You must be mentally prepared. The soul-devouring beast's body will be destroyed. Then won't I be unable to help you in the future? Xiao He scratched his head helplessly. If the soul-devouring beast's body was useless, then he would be completely useless. However, Li Shubei's face was filled with worry and confusion. If the divine crystal was destroyed, would Xiao He still be able to survive? However, when she thought about Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour's great abilities, Li Shubei did not dare to ask. She obediently sat beside Xiao He and anxiously grabbed his hand. Yi Qinghan flipped his hand and the slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. He poured in his godly power and a shadow emerged from the slaughter god blade. Slowly, it condensed into the dog's flattering face. He pointed at the dog and said, Xiao He, when the time comes, your aunt will extract your soul and use her ability to let you devour this spirit. This spirit is a very mystical life form, but if you devour it, your soul can only temporarily reside in the slaughter god blade. After that, we will find a suitable body for you to possess and revive. However, you might be able to maintain your soul state for a very long time. This is the only way. Xiao He and Li Shuwei sighed. However, both of them knew that being able to revive was already not bad. After all, Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan were only grade 9 experts. They were not the legendary god emperors who were invincible. Suddenly, Xiao He raised his eyebrows and asked in a serious tone, Boss, I want to ask you something. If my soul devours this spirit and resides in the slaughter god blade, will I lose my memory? If I lose my memory and can't remember the original things, I would rather not be revived. Probably not. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said with certainty, your aunt has already made arrangements. With your aunt's restriction skills and Mo Xiaoxiao's soul attainments, they will definitely not let such a situation happen to you. That's good. That's good. Xiao He grinned and was extremely happy. He turned to look at Li Shuwei and said, as long as I can see my child being born, I will be satisfied. Even if I have to live in the form of a soul for the rest of my life, I will still be happy to see all of you. Pfft. Li Shubai hurriedly covered Little Black's mouth with a reproachful look. She frowned and said, you're not allowed to say such inauspicious words. Little Black, you will definitely be resurrected. I will wait for you. When the time comes, the child and I will also be waiting for you, waiting for your return. Ha! Yi Qinghan stood up and laughed. Xiao He, you must believe in your boss. Boss can turn another piece of trash from the Yi family into a grade 9 monarch within 100 years. Moreover, this dangerous situation did not take my life. What else in this world can stop me? Believe me, you will definitely live well. I will also bring all of you back to the divine world to take revenge for you and your father. Prepare yourselves. The ceremony will probably start in 3 to 5 days. Chapter 1056. Yi Qinghan left Xiao Hei's place and sent a message to Lord Devour. Eventually, they arrived at a small side hall. Lord Devour was sitting alone, drinking tea. The enchantress, Mo Xiao, and Xiao Jide were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they were busy with the things that Lord Devour had arranged. Lord Devour glanced at Yi Qinghan, asking him to sit opposite him. Without saying anything, he waved his hand. All of a sudden, the surrounding walls, ground, and roof became transparent. Lord Devour had asked the enchantress to simulate the scenery outside. Although Yi Qinghan knew that they were in the turbulent space basin, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the surrounding walls were transparent, as if they were standing proudly in the void. It was really shocking. For example, if you sat on the ground and looked up at the starry sky, you wouldn't feel anything special. But if you stood in the void and looked at the stars in the sky, you would feel that it was different. It was vast and boundless. Although Yi Qinghan was strong, at this moment, he felt so small and humble. Look behind you. That's the divine world. Lord Devour continued to hold his teacup, drinking tea. He said faintly, this white air current is the origin energy. Every plane is covered by the origin energy. Look at the distance. There are countless small glowing objects like stars. Those are material planes. And the fire dragon plane is in that direction. The origin energy. Fire dragon plane. Yi Qinghan sighed again. A peak venerable only had the origin energy of a fist. Every single plane was enveloped by the power of origin. Not to mention the plane of the god world, even the amount of power of origin outside the material plane was frightening. The fire dragon plane was in that direction. Yi Qinghan took a closer look and discovered that there were countless material planes surrounding the divine world. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and the flame dragon plane seemed to be one of the bigger ones. Right. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan remembered something. He turned to ask Lord Devour, will the fire dragon plane be okay? If the King of Stars were to descend upon the fire dragon dimension in a fit of rage, he could easily destroy the fire dragon dimension. Humph. He can't destroy it. Lord Devour sneered and said, the monarch has a tremendous divine power. The material plane space isn't stable. Once a level 9 expert with will gets in there, he will be smashed directly. At that time, the laws of heaven and earth will directly kill him. Yi Qinghan frowned and said doubtfully, that's not right. My lord, it's fine for me to go back. You've been back too. We're different. We were all born in the flame dragon plane. Our souls are compatible with the space power of the plane. Of course, we won't be affected. Do you remember the Divine Master too? His Lord's will could suppress the strength of the heavenly god martial artists on the mainland, but it could not suppress the martial artists of the immortal world. It was because the native heavenly god martial artists were compatible with the power of space that they were suppressed. As for, did Lord of Stars mainly send the Venerable One? I'll kill them all. Lord Devour sneered and said faintly, didn't you ask me about the identity of the rabbit in the dark castle? Hee, that's my real body. My real body is the divine beast you too. When I first took human form, the Soul Emperor used a treasure to help me create an avatar. My clone can't cultivate, so it has the same strength as my real body. So, you don't need to worry about the flame dragon plane. With my real body here, no one can destroy the flame dragon continent. Originally, I wanted to bring all of you to the flame dragon plane. But considering that the place is small and that Jida can't enter, and that your cultivation speed in the material plane will be slow, I chose to go to the reincarnation secret land. Yi Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. That rabbit was Lord Devour's real body. No wonder the rabbit killed so many experts that Li Kong had sent there so easily. It was Lord Devour's real body. No wonder he hadn't seen this rabbit before. When Lord Devour went to the immortal world, this rabbit suddenly appeared. No wonder. With Lord Devour's real body and the fact that monarchs couldn't enter, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Also, with the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he could travel through the space turbulence at any time. In the future, he could also bring the immortal experts and disciples with potential to the reincarnation secret land. Now that the rear was completely safe, he could give it his all. Yi Qinghan looked at the material planes outside in a daze. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan turned to look at Lord Devour and said, "Lord, the arrangements are almost done, right? After Xiao Hei's soul enters the slaughter god blade, will he lose his memory? Also, how is he going to take over the body in the future? Do you have any secret techniques for this?" Lord Devour said faintly, "He shouldn't lose his memory. Mo Xiao Xiao and the Enchantress are preparing to leave in 2 to 3 days. This shouldn't be too difficult. As for taking over the body, to be honest, currently, I have no idea." No idea. Yi Qinghan frowned and asked, "That's not right. Can't the Star Monarch take over the body easily? Is it very difficult? In the immortal world, besides Shintu Xiong, I haven't heard of anyone who knows the secret technique of taking over the body. Jida also hasn't heard of it. Even Mo Xiao Xiao doesn't know it. This is an ancient secret technique that is extremely complicated. Even if Mo Xiao Xiao were to study it, it would be extremely difficult. So, Little Han, the only thing we can do now is to cultivate continuously and become stronger. When we are strong enough, we will kill our way back. Capture and kill Shintu Xiong, and force him to tell us how to take over the body. To be honest, no matter how hard Jida and I cultivate, the space for improvement is too small. So, we can only place our hopes on you. You have a long way to go. Yi Qinghan nodded and did not speak anymore. He looked at the countless material planes in the distance, the space knife currents, and the space vortexes. His gaze became more and more resolute. Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist would be his life's highest goal. 3 days later. Inside the largest hall of the 9th floor. The originally spacious hall had all the furnishings moved away. A complicated sacrificial altar appeared in the middle of the hall. Lord Devour, the Enchantress, Mo Xiao Xiao, Jida, and Yi Qinghan sat around the sacrificial altar. Xiao Hei sat alone in the middle of the sacrificial altar. Behind Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan stood a group of people. Li Shubai was surrounded by fireworks, Yin Ling, Yu Qingqing, and a group of women. Everyone was here. All of them looked solemnly at Xiao Hei, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the sacrificial altar. Xiao Hei looked relaxed. Li Shubai, who was in the middle of the group, also had a smile on her face. They thought that Xiao Hei would definitely die. Now that there was a chance for him to come back to life, the two of them were already very happy. Although Yi Qinghan and everyone else had told them that Xiao Hei would exist as a soul for a long time. But as long as Xiao Hei could come back to life, it was fine. As long as there was hope, it was worth the long wait. Let's begin. Lord Devour said calmly. Divine power burst out from his hand and hit the sacrificial altar. The entire sacrificial altar suddenly emitted a holy pure white light. Lord Devour shouted, "Little Han, cancel the soul contract with Xiao He." Chapter 1057. Yi Qing Han looked at Xiao He, exhaling deeply. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and cut off the soul connection with Xiao He. It wasn't the usual separation, but it was cut off forever. At the moment their souls were cut off, Yi Qing Han and Xiao He shivered at the same time. Yi Qing Han felt like something was missing in his body. He felt empty and uncomfortable. Xiao He's face reddened even more. His eyes were misty as if his soul was cut in half. Lord Devour was emotionless as he continued to shout, "Little Han, release Netherworld." Yi Qing Han was holding the slaughter god's saber in his hand. His god power surged, and the ghost appeared in the sacrificial altar, still wearing a flattering face. However, under this sacred light, the ghost felt a little uncomfortable. However, under Yi Qing Han's thought, the ghost didn't dare to move, hovering in the air above the sacrificial altar. Swoosh! Mo Xiaoxiao's two beautiful eyes shot out streaks of white lightning, continuously striking the specter's body. Every attack caused the specter's body to tremble. Yi Qing Han used his thought to control Netherworld, not letting the ghost move. However, the ghost's face became paler, and its body shivered. After a while, when the ghost was almost transparent, and its face didn't have any flattering smile anymore, Lord Devour shouted, "Xiao He, follow the method I've taught you. Get your soul out of your body and enter this ghost. Swallow his consciousness. Hurry." Xiao He looked at Li Shui. They didn't talk, just nodded. Then, Xiao He looked at Yi Qing Han and then at Lord Devour. Then, he closed his eyes resolutely, and his body burned with a raging flame. The flame grew bigger, and Xiao He's body was swallowed. Li Shui's smile was gone, but she didn't cry. She just pursed her lips and rubbed her belly. Deep in her eyes, there was a blood-soaked sorrow. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu, and the others next to her started to cry. Lord Devour didn't show any emotion, but his eyes were closed. Yi Qing Han didn't show any emotion, but the murderous aura in his eyes soared as if he could swallow people. Yao Ji and Kid couldn't bear it. Mo Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were so bright that they couldn't see what she was thinking. Boom. Not long after that, Xiao He's body was burned into ashes in the flame. Then, a translucent mass of air appeared in the air. At this moment, Lord Devour opened his eyes. His hands moved like lightning, shooting the god power unceasingly on the altar. The holy white halo on the altar became more dazzling. The white lightning in Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes. At the same time, the translucent mass of air that came out from Xiao He's body rushed towards the ghost. Finally, the translucent mass of air and the ghost fused together. Lord Devour's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Little Han, recall the ghost. Pay attention to the situation inside the slaughter god's saber." Yi Qing Han quickly moved his mind, and the dying ghost and Xiao He's soul, which had been attacked by Mo Xiaoxiao, were absorbed into the slaughter god's saber. Yi Qing Han held the saber with both hands, closed his eyes, and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense immediately entered the saber, and he focused on observing the situation inside. The light on the altar gradually dimmed. Everyone in the hall stared at Yi Qing Han, but they didn't dare to use their divine sense to check the situation inside the slaughter god's saber. Although Lord Devour and Mo Xiaoxiao didn't look worried, they were extremely anxious. They had done all the necessary preparations, and now it was time to see the final outcome. If Little Black couldn't devour the dog and was devoured by the dog instead, then Little Black's soul would completely disappear. His soul would scatter and disappear from this world forever. Yi Qing Han was the most nervous. Although Lord Devour and Mo Xiaoxiao had discussed for a long time and came up with all kinds of plans, this concerned Xiao He's soul. How could Yi Qinghan not be nervous? The divine sense of his two souls separated to check on Xiao Hei's soul and the ghost. After checking, Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Hei's soul had been strengthened by the slow burning of the divine crystal and the altar. As for the ghost, Mo Xiao kept attacking it with her soul skills, and it became extremely weak. The moment Xiao Hei's soul entered, it pounced on the ghost like a ferocious tiger. However, Xiao Hei's soul was too small, and Netherworld's soul was too big. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Xiao Hei's soul was extremely strenuous. Although it was strenuous, Xiao Hei's soul was slowly devouring the ghost's body. Yi Qinghan kept controlling the ghost to not resist. At the same time, he used his divine sense to send a message to encourage Xiao Hei's soul. Slowly, Little Black's soul grew stronger and stronger. The original ratio of Spectre to Little Black's soul was 9-1, but in such a short period of time, it had become 8-2. However, at this moment, the ghost actually started to resist Yi Qinghan's orders. Maybe it was because of its simple intelligence, but it sensed a fatal danger and started to resist. What a bastard! Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. There was no other way. He could only use the extreme method. He quietly activated the Soul Exterminator and started to attack the ghost carefully. His powerful divine sense turned into millions of golden soul threads and started to attack the ghost. However, his control wasn't very accurate. Xiao Hei's soul and the ghost got entangled, and the countless golden soul threads actually spread into Xiao Hei's soul. The ghost and Xiao Hei's souls trembled at the same time, and became weak at the same time. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. To kill 3,000 enemies, one had to suffer 800 losses. This was something that could not be helped. Fortunately, the ghost's injuries were more severe. Xiao Hei's soul started to attack again after a while. When the ghost recovered and started to devour him again, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to release the Soul Exterminator again. Half a day had passed. Yi Qinghan had already released the Soul Exterminator more than 10 times. Yu Ming's and Xiao Hei's souls had been injured countless times. The two masses of qi had already shrunk by half. Another 2 hours had passed. Yi Qinghan's body finally trembled. This was because Xiao Hei's soul had completely devoured the ghost. The mass of qi in the slaughter god's saber slowly wriggled and finally turned into a small beast that looked exactly like Xiao Hei. That horn and those lively eyes were exactly the same as Xiao Hei's. "Boss, my soul is very weak. I need to sleep." When a consciousness was transmitted from Xiao Hei's soul to Yi Qinghan's divine sense, Yi Qinghan's entire body started to tremble. Yi Qinghan's divine sense scanned the slaughter god blade for a long time. After confirming that there were no accidents, he slowly withdrew his divine sense. He opened his eyes tiredly, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Looking at the countless faces of Jiangxi, Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and nodded his head. Little Black succeeded. He has successfully devoured the ghost and even transmitted a message to me to confirm it. However, he is too weak now and has already fallen into a deep sleep. Go back and rest first. If Xiao Hei wakes up, I will inform you immediately. Who? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li Shubai even collapsed into fireworks embrace. Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. The first important step was a success. The next step was to kill a large number of demonic creatures to stabilize Xiao Hei's soul. As long as Little Black's soul stabilized, everyone could cultivate with peace of mind. When someone broke through to the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist level one day. When someone broke through to grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, it would be time for them to kill their way back to the divine world. Chapter 1058. Amidst the vast space turbulence, a 9-story pagoda glowing with golden light was like a shooting star as it flew past. The tip of the pagoda was in front, and the base was behind it. The tip of the pagoda was very sharp, just like a sharp awl that pierced through the void. The golden light around the pagoda was so fast that it ignited the air and created sparks. At this moment, the pagoda was flying towards a huge plane in front of it. This plane was completely enveloped by the origin energy, and it looked like it was wrapped up by clouds. The geographical location of this plane was very strange because it was surrounded by 4 huge space vortexes. The space vortex's suction force was extremely strong. Even if a strong warrior or a warrior who had comprehended some special laws and could travel in the space turbulence discovered this plane, they would still hide far away. The power of the space vortexes was so strong that it was not a joke to be sucked in. It was possible that they would be stuck in there for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, the 9-story pagoda did not have any scruples. It was almost at the edge of the 2 vortexes as it flew in at a high speed. The flight route was very ingenious. It happened to be in between the 2 vortexes. The suction force on both sides was balanced, and it would not be sucked into either vortex. It was obvious that this was not the first or second time. After a few days, the pagoda successfully passed through the vortexes and reached the cloud-like origin energy. After flying for another day outside the origin energy, it suddenly stopped at a place. Then, the pagoda started to spin crazily. It was like a sharp drill that penetrated the clouds and flew inside. My lord! You said that this is the origin energy. Isn't the origin energy indestructible? How could such a tough divine item be broken so easily? In the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan looked at this magical scene and was extremely shocked. At the same time, he asked Lord Devour, who was sitting on the main seat. The Yao Ji smiled faintly and did not speak. Ji De and Mo Xiaoxiao also looked at Lord Devour in confusion. Lord Devour put down the cup of tea, and his eyes were peaceful. Black's condition had temporarily stabilized, and he had already woken up once. Yi Qinghan had even asked him to release the Slaughter God blade and condense it once, which made everyone relax. After a few months, Xiao Hei's condition had not changed. Lord Devour was in a good mood, and his face was no longer so cold. At this moment, he patiently explained to Yi Qinghan. It is not broken. Don't you see that the Soul Emperor Pavilion is spinning crazily? In fact, when a monarch comes out of the space turbulence from the space crack, it cannot break. Nothing could break through the power of the origin. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was able to easily penetrate source energy. This was one of the genius designs of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. According to what the Soul Emperor said, he was referring to the principles of this space vortex. The source strength that protected the plane revolved along with it, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion was like a divine armor that pierced through the source strength like a mountain-piercing armor. In order to build the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Soul Emperor, who was at the peak of the 7th grade, had dared to sneak into the space turbulence through the space crack. He had almost died several times. This Soul Emperor Pavilion is actually the heaven-defying treasure that the Soul Emperor used to suppress the Venerables. The Soul Emperor Pavilion has many magical abilities. In the future, you can let the Yao Ji experience it. Yi Qinghan's heart chilled, but he wasn't too surprised. Ever since he learned that the Soul Emperor Pavilion could recklessly fly through the turbulent flows of space, he had already guessed that this was the Soul Emperor's heaven-defying supreme treasure. In his heart, he was full of admiration for this genius who came from Earth. Could this amazing person have been in the country's high-end scientific research department on Earth? However, Yi Qinghan did not lament for long. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had penetrated the space turbulence and entered the void called the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Yi Qinghan's eyes swept downwards. The Yao Ji and Lord Devour had been here before, so they did not care. Kidmore Xiaoxiao also looked around curiously. The reincarnation mystic realm was very big. At least, one could not see the edge. There were 3 continents with an inner sea in the center. The outside was surrounded by seawater and there were countless islands. What shocked Yi Qinghan and Kidmore Xiao was that the seawater outside was not blue, nor was it red like the Star Sea. It was brown. And the water of the inner sea was actually purple. Fortunately, the trees and grass here were still green, so it was not strange. However, the trees and grass on the 3 continents were too thick. From afar, it was like looking at a brown picture with 3 green modules and a purple module in the center. The colors were so bright that it was hard to forget. The Soul Emperor Pavilion slowed down, but it was still faster than the Venerable's teleportation. They flew toward the inner sea in the center. After a while, Yi Qinghan and Kidmore could vaguely see a big island in the center of the inner sea, which was twice as big as the Peach Blossom Island. After a while, the Soul Emperor Pavilion landed on the flat grassland of the big island. There was no loud explosion, and the entire island did not shake. They just landed quietly. Let's go. Let's go and see our temporary home. Lord Devour put down the teacup and stood up. The Yao Ji smiled and controlled the barrier. The 5 of them flashed and appeared above the island. Li Shishir greets the 2 ants and the lords. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared in mid-air, he saw rows of people and strange creatures kneeling neatly on the grassland below. The beautiful woman in a yellow dress was standing in front. She slightly bent her body, curiously assessing Yi Qinghan and Kidmore Xiao behind Lord Devour. Yeah. Sure, you've worked hard all these years. Lord Devour revealed a loving expression. He then glanced at the people behind the yellow-robed woman and sighed. And, you've worked hard. Why aren't you bowing? The yellow-robed woman nodded obediently, then coldly tilted her head. The people behind her immediately panicked and shouted in unison, "Greetings, lords." Yi Qinghan curiously assessed the people behind Li Shishir. The people here were similar to the people in the divine world, but they were generally taller. The female warriors were also tall and strong, and their bodies were incomparably hot. What was worth noting was that there were some beast men. In front of them was a woman with a snake's lower body and a half-naked upper body. However, her voluptuous breasts were covered by a red veil. She was the most eye-catching. However, the people behind Li Shishir were all at the God Emperor realm, and only Li Shishir was at the Venerable realm. Yi Qinghan did not care about it, and he was even less interested in that half-human, half-snake woman. Instead, he spread out his divine consciousness to check the entire Samsara secret land. After a while, he found many interesting things. In these 3 continents, about half of them were humans, and the rest were beastmen, and other races that he had never seen before. There were many strange species that didn't exist in the divine world. Although there were no demonic beasts here, they were similar to the demonic beasts in the Fire Dragon continent. However, their strength was only at the God King realm, which Yi Qinghan ignored. The scenery in the Samsara plain was not bad, and the strange scenery was breathtaking. Although the heaven and earth essence energy here wasn't as good as the divine world, it wasn't bad either. After investigating the area, Yi Qinghan discovered that there weren't any strong monsters or warriors in this plane. Only then did he feel completely at ease. This reincarnation secret realm could be considered a paradise. It was not bad to use it as a temporary residence. While Yi Qinghan's group was exploring the Samsara continent, the warriors of the Samsara continent were also attracted by the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Many experts of the Samsara continent were also curious and quietly heading over to investigate. But when their divine consciousness swept over, they were all scared out of their wits. Because they found that the strongest warriors of the Samsara continent, the high and mighty figures, the rulers who controlled the lives and deaths of billions of warriors on the continent, were all kneeling on the ground like dogs. Chapter 1059. After fireworks and moon-alluring cities Yi Xiqian and Emperor Hani were teleported out, they were also curious and excited. They released their soul consciousness to check the situation in the reincarnation's secret land, which piqued their interest. Even Li Shuier, whose face was slightly pale, was temporarily suppressing the sorrow in her heart by this strange foreign scenery, quietly sizing it up. Lord Devour didn't talk much. He didn't introduce Yi Qinghan's group to Li Shishir and the rulers of the reincarnation's secret land. He just nodded to Li Shishir. With her company, he brought Yi Qinghan's group to a massive building complex on the island. On the way, Li Shishir introduced the situation of the reincarnation's secret land to them. This island was called the Reincarnation Island, and the inner sea was called the Reincarnation Sea. The three continents outside were called the Luan Sky Continent, the Luan Earth Continent, and the Luan Man Continent. The outer sea was called the Reincarnation Sea. The name was very unsophisticated, and even strange. However, Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan that it was the Soul Emperor who had named it. The Reincarnation Island had only one building complex. It wasn't a palace, but a bamboo building. Li Shishir said that she lived on the island alone with hundreds of maids. As for the rulers of the Reincarnation's secret land, they didn't have the right to live on the Reincarnation Island. There were many buildings on the island. Thus, it was easy for Yi Qinghan's group to settle down. Each of the senior elders had their own courtyard. Since Yi Qinghan had many wives, the biggest courtyard was given to him. Fireworks had asked Li Shuier to stay with her. The elites of the soul-devouring manor in the first level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion didn't have the right to live on the island. Under Lord Devour's order, a senior elder of the soul-devouring city led them to the other continents to settle down. In the biggest building on the island, Lord Devour's group of 5, along with Li Shishir, were sitting and drinking the strange fragrant tea on the island. They were listening to Li Shishir talking about the situation in the Reincarnation's secret land. When the people in the Reincarnation's secret land reach the God Emperor realm, they will die mysteriously after 10,000 years. So strange. That's not right. Li Shishir, you're already a martial venerable. You've been in the Reincarnation mystic realm for more than 10,000 years, right? How did you? Before Li Shishir could finish speaking, Yi Qinghan suddenly interrupted. Both Ji De and Nimo Xiao were astonished. Cultivators at their level did not believe in things like fate and curses. The laws of heaven and earth would not kill life for no reason. A gleam of surprise crossed Li Shishir's eyes. She turned to Lord Devour and found that she didn't mind Yi Qinghan's rudeness. In addition, Yi Qinghan had a group of beautiful wives and concubines. Even Yao Ji was living with her. This made Li Shishir even more confused about Yi Qinghan's identity. On the surface, he was at the God Emperor realm. Although his soul had reached the God Emperor realm, he was the weakest in this group. Why did Imo Xiao and the other level 9 expert treat him so politely? Seeing that Lord Devour didn't want to explain, Li Shishir could only smile faintly. That year, the Soul Emperor named this place the Reincarnation Secret Land because this place has a reincarnation fate. When a warrior reaches the God Emperor realm, he will die mysteriously within 10,000 years. Outsiders like us aren't affected by this fate. I've lived here for 300,000 years. You guys don't need to worry. Ah, little Han, it's true. That year, the Soul Emperor and Yao Ji had investigated for a long time, but we couldn't solve this riddle. If you're interested, you can check it out later. Lord Devour opened his mouth to confirm this strange fact. Ji De and Imo Xiao's eyes brightened. This strange thing didn't conform to the principles of the principle of heaven and earth. If they could solve it, perhaps they could comprehend something, which would be beneficial to their cultivation. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. My lord, I don't have time to care about this. If Xiao Hei's soul isn't stabilized, I won't have the mood to cultivate. When should we go to hunt devils? Lord Devour waved his hand and said faintly, don't panic. Let Shu and the others adapt for a while. After 1 year, we'll go to the small plains near the demon world to check the situation. Then, we'll discuss the details. How's Xiao Hei's soul now? It's stable now. However, his energy is disappearing. Without energy to replenish it, Xiao Hei's soul will become weaker and weaker. At this speed, Xiao Hei's soul will vanish completely in 100 years if he doesn't have energy to replenish it. Yi Qinghan said with a heavy heart. When he was devouring, Xiao Hei's soul had been destroyed, which made him so worried. 100 years. Lord Devour's face darkened. Eventually, he nodded. You should go back and rest. We'll depart in 3 months. You, Jide, and I will leave. Xiao, you stay here. Your soul technique doesn't work on the demon world's creatures. You should continue to cultivate. Also, take care of the elites. Oh right, your soul is strong. You can comprehend the secret of the reincarnation secret domain. Perhaps it will be beneficial to your cultivation. Yi Qinghan nodded his head silently and left directly. Lord Devour waved his hand faintly, taking Imo Xiao and teleporting away. Jide looked at Li Shishir with interest. This elegant lady was to his liking. However, considering her relationship with Lord Devour, he couldn't do anything to her. He smiled and left. Li Shishir and Jide were left alone. Li Shishir asked skeptically, Aunt Ji, who is that young man? What's his relationship with you? It's him. Jide saw the doubt in Li Shishir's eyes. She stayed behind to answer her question. Li Shishir was a lady from the divine world. The Soul Emperor had saved her and left her with Lord Devour and Jide. Hence, she had always called Lord Devour and Aunt Jide. Li Shishir was a good girl. Her cultivation speed was fast. When the Soul Emperor reached the reincarnation secret domain, she broke through to the venerable realm. At that time, the Soul Emperor left her here to help guard the base. Jide rubbed Li Shishir's head lovingly. She smiled and said, he's a magical man. The #1 genius in the divine world. He's from the Fire Dragon Plain, the hometown of the Soul Emperor and Diao Wu. He's the eldest of the Soul Emperor's sons. He's the successor of the Soul Emperor. He broke the restriction of the Sealed God Valley. He comprehended the eternal mystery of space, which no one in the divine world has successfully comprehended in billions of years. He's the only person in the divine world who can use the supreme slaughtering god blade without dying. After cultivating for 100 years, his overall strength has reached the 9th grade. Of course, he's also my man. His name is Yi Qinghan. In the divine world, he's called the Frigid Night Sovereign. 9th grade. Li Shishir opened her mouth in shock. She looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had left in disbelief. No wonder this person looked like he only had the strength of a god emperor. He could actually sit on the same level as Lord Devour and the Kid Monarch. No wonder he could win the hearts of so many peerless women. Any one of the titles that Jide mentioned could shake the world. It was hard to imagine that so many halos appeared on one person's head. Moreover, he was someone who had ascended from a material plane. Li Shishir looked at the tenderness in Jide's eyes. She couldn't help but feel awkward. She had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. She actually had to call a young man who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years uncle.